Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day number 2 of the Carnation tournament's first inaugural tournament today. I'm here again with my co-caster Grox. I'm Wakeless. We're so excited to be here together in person today.
Yeah, together in person today. We had a long day yesterday, so taking a little bit of a vacation again today. Getting some fresh air, getting some sand in between our toes, and I'm just excited for a finals day of Valorant. I think that we have a lot of really good teams. We're gonna start with a BO1 for the 4th and 5th place, and then we're gonna move to semis and grands. And I'm excited. It should be a nice long day of Valorant. Thank you everyone for coming back out. Thanks to all the players again. I think that we're gonna do a quick interview for the game after the BO1s. So we have some players from the team min maxers here. We have Go Back Home, and we have Rocket Bunny, which is Toro in game, if you guys remember. So welcome, you guys. Thanks for hopping on a call this afternoon, wherever we are.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
What's up,
going
guys?
on?
What's up?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. I wanted to just talk to you guys a little bit, since I don't think we had a chance to talk to you guys yesterday. Is how did you guys feel about the way that you played yesterday during the group stage? I believe they went 3-1, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Only losing to the Aura Farmers in overtime.
So how were you guys feeling coming into the server yesterday?
I was. Oh, sorry. You go first. Go first.
Oh,
Go first.
Okay. Well, honestly, I think yesterday was really good for us. It kind of showed us like our limitations and what we can kind of bring into today. Overall, I think the reason we lost to Aura Farmers yesterday was solely because we stopped. Like, we said we had to try a little bit, and that was kind of our problem. Is we took it a little too serious and stopped having as much fun. And but overall, I mean, it was still a really good day for us. I think that last win against the Banshees, which I think they'll win out today, I fully believe. I think that win yesterday is definitely going to bring us over the line and really give us that confidence for today.
Yeah, definitely. So I know you guys are playing against, I believe, the team 6-7 in your first round matchup. You had an opportunity to play them and were able to beat them in the round robin stage. What kind of things are you going to be looking out for to try and bring into that match?
Wait, who was team 6-7 again?
Team 6-7. Let's see. They've got Weekday and Wilkes,
Zevsept.
Yep, and Oats,
Oh.
and then Bloodhound as well.
I think.
Sorry. Go.
Oh no, you're good. If you want to go, you're good. I'll let you talk.
Honestly, that whole match we were just having fun, and that's the reason why we won. And I hope we just bring that energy in throughout all these matches, especially that match, especially our farmers. Definitely that match. But I hope we can just keep our mental up this game throughout the whole tournament, and yeah, we should be fine.
We also just need 10K to drop 40.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, 37 is not enough, right? 37 is not enough. I did want to say kind of what you guys were talking about keeping the vibes up. We watched you guys play at the end of the day against Banshees, and that was like, you guys were just rolling them. You guys were playing with like so much confidence. You were just literally 5-man slamming long, 5-man slamming out short, and just playing like as a team together. And you guys honestly kind of looked unstoppable. And on the broadcast, we've kind of been fans of the Aura Farmers, but we were watching that game and we were just really impressed with the way that you guys just came out with so much confidence. You got this guy like jumping around, doing 360s, like trying to one-tap people,
drawing S's with the harbor wall.
We were like, yeah, we got like crazy harbor walls coming through. So kind of what you guys were saying about like keeping that confidence up. Do you guys have anyone on your team that is able to kind of like push those vibes up, get people laughing, get people talking, get people having fun? Do you guys who on the team is kind of part of that backbone of the energy?
Honestly, I feel like that's very much like Toro, and also I would also say it's Koru. Like the both of them, they're kind of both just like always having fun. I think Toro's always like almost like always cracking jokes, and then Koru's always doing like he's always doing dumb stuff, like
and
he just gets away with it a lot of the time, and I think it just kind of brings up the vibes for the rest of us and makes us feel like we can all get away with it also. And I think overall, I think if we just continue to play with that type of mentality, just kind of keep doing dumb stuff, see if it works, kind of keep experimenting, throwing 1v5s over and over again. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah. I had one more question, and
Yeah,
then
definitely.
we could go throw it to Chase. But I wanted to ask: we've been talking a lot about individual performances. So, is there a specific player that you guys are scared to fight against? I mean, especially on the Aura Farmers, they have a lot of people that can definitely aim. So, I wanted to see like who do you guys think is the scariest player in the tournament so far?
Yo, Heartache, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
We've been talking
I-
about
I-
her a lot on the
I
broadcast
could not
too.
peek her at all. Every time she'd peek me, I'd be dead instantly, and I don't know what was
Yeah.
going on.
She's
So-
insane. She's insane for sure. That's
Gotcha.
a good pick. That's a good pick. Do you have anything before they go warm
I think
up?
that's all I have for you guys right now. Good luck to you in the
Yeah.
playoff stage.
Good
We're
luck to you
excited
guys.
to see you guys play against 6-7 and hopefully end up in that grand finals. I imagine against Aura Farmers, no broadcast bias there. But other than that, good luck to you guys. I hope you guys play well, and hopefully we'll be hearing from you soon.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much
we
for
appreciate
having
the
us.
interview, guys. You guys take care.
Yeah. See you guys soon. Bye bye.
See ya.
All right, great. So with that, let's talk about the first match that we're looking at here. So Spooky Sparklers and the Banshees, they're jumping into the pick bands here. We're going to be looking at a best of one. These are the two teams at the bottom of the table. They
Yeah.
struggled in the group stage. The Banshees, I don't believe, found a single win in
No.
that first game. We saw them, like we were talking about, got kind of stomped in their last matchup
Yeah.
against the Min-Maxers. So what kind of things are you looking for out of these two teams? How can they reset their momentum coming into the day two?
Yeah, I think that honestly, it's going to be pretty hard for the Banshees to come back into this. We did have that interview with them yesterday, and they seemed like their energy was really high. They talked about how they're able to keep those team vibes up even when they're losing, which I think is very, very valuable. But on the other side of that coin, it's hard to come out of a day with 0 wins and have that positive energy and think that you can still win into today, right? Like Spooky Sparklers has at least one win under the belt. And we said it earlier, when you have a win with a team, it just gives that level of like foundation, that level of confidence where like, okay, we can win.
Yeah.
We know how to win. Like that can happen for our team. So coming out of a day with 0 wins, it's going to be really, really hard for them to work back from that. They said that they could keep that positive energy up, but honestly, just from what we saw yesterday, like I'm not bringing a lot of confidence in here for the Banshees. I hope that they can surprise us, but I think it's just really tough for them going against Spooky Sparklers, which I think we saw kind of flashes of greatness from this team.
It's true.
I think that, yeah, sure, they did take 3 losses yesterday, but from what we saw, it's not like they were playing super sloppy. They weren't getting stomped that hard. It wasn't people weren't just running them down. There was still some really good rounds that we saw, some really fundamental rounds. We had good plays out of some of these players. I mean, Sparkles getting 1 digs all the time, like Tetsu's like TPing on people with the shorty. Swift had like some amazing games yesterday.
100%.
And Swift did end up having a couple off games, but there was times when I'm like, this player is like very, very good. They have like so much potential, popping off, like having crazy rounds where they just take control. And I saw a lot of that potential in Spooky Sparklers, whereas maybe I didn't necessarily see that in the Banshees yet. I hope that they can surprise us, but I'm hoping that the Spooky Sparklers can kind of tap into that potential and sort of hit their stride coming into today.
Yeah, 100%. I think I'm kind of on board with you. I know we did show the talent prediction pool from yesterday very quickly there. And Nora Bora having some faith in the Banshees, probably trying to carry those hopes and dreams all the way through to the grand finals. The rest of us here in the talent booth, we're not necessarily on that side.
Yeah.
Michael does believe in the Spooky Sparkler. So there are stakes here for us in the broadcast booth as well as the players in the server. I do want to call attention to Sloth, who I think had a bit of an underperforming day. He's been a consistent player throughout these events that we've had before.
Mm-hmm.
He was on that team, I believe, with Ashley last tournament, where they had a terrible day one and then they went on a pretty deep run. So anything can happen on day two. It is playoffs and it's all about momentum. And I think for either of these teams coming out of this best of one, we could 100% be looking at a team that is just going to carry that momentum all the way through the bracket. They had the opportunity to play. We talked about it in the group stage. The Min-Maxers had to come in cold. They hadn't played yet up against the Spooky Sparklers, and that ended up being a pretty close match on Bind. So we might see something similar where the team coming out of this best of one just carries it all the way to the finish.
I think that this is a pretty important match because coming in, you have that warm up, you have some games under your belt already today. So I think that this is actually a very important match. Obviously, it's a best of one, so loser goes home, loser stops playing today. So I think it's an important match in that sense, but also for the winner, like you were saying, able to take that momentum up, try to carry that into the next match, because I think that there is some upset ability that's going to happen here coming into the next BO3. So I think this is a really, really important match. And kind of like we were saying earlier, we're back on Bind over here, where we did see some potential over here from the Spooky Sparklers.
It's true.
We saw Sparkle on that veto holding down B. This was the map that I was really impressed with Swift on. I think Swift ended with like 24 or 25 in that match. They did end up losing, but I saw like a lot of potential. Very confident player throwing those flashes out, having some of those flashes from backside B over into hookah to peak on defense. I think that I saw a lot of good things from them on this map. So I'm interested to see how they play it, because yesterday, the last game of the day with the Banshees versus Min-Maxers, the Banshees played Bind, and they got kind of destroyed on this map. So I wonder if that's going to shake their confidence a little bit coming into this match.
Yeah, most definitely. And before we jump into this very exciting second day, I do want to call attention to the PCRF, Palestine Children's Relief Fund. It is what we're raising money for this tournament here at Carnation Tournaments. So make sure if you're in the chat, you pay attention to the link there. There's opportunities to donate. Any donation of any amount is 100% appreciated. It's the cause. That's why we're here today playing these Valorant games, is to raise some money for a great cause. So before we jump into day 2, before we jump into this exciting match, I did want to call attention to that.
Yeah, 100%. And if anyone out there does donate, make sure you hop on the Discord, send a screenshot, whatever you're able to spare, whatever you're able to send. We'll shout you out on the stream, and we will.
Jackson will do a backflip.
I will do a backflip for any donations. We'll do backflips. Every dollar is a backflip.
100%.
But yeah, if you are able to donate to the Discord, you're sitting in that spot. Okay, that's the total from the stream. We've raised about $100 so far. So hoping that we can kind of continue that throughout the day. And honestly, continue to stick with Valorant. We're all here supporting a good cause, what we see as a very beneficial cause. So hopefully we can all have fun while we do that.
Yeah, definitely. Jumping into this first pistol here, we didn't talk too much about the team compositions there from the side of the Banshees. It looked like they're going to be doing something a little bit different this time around. Last time playing perhaps more of a traditional comp, but not exactly finding success there. So this time they're going to be playing with a different style here. We're seeing a Clove Killjoy with the veto. So a double Senti comp here should be pretty interesting, as it looks like the Banshees are going to be creeping up into that hookah position early into this round here. It's going to cause some rotates out from the Spooky Sparklers. It's just going to be a fast B-pop, and here come the Flood. Tetsu finds the opener. Stanko trades it out. Dobby goes 1-for-1 with Axleon, and suddenly the plant going to be forced down here. We're in this 2v3. Axleon finding the pick onto Inoki. The spike is going to go down here.
Yeah, and this 2v3 is going to try to come in for the defense. We see the Jets pushing elbow. Sparkle able to kind of even out those numbers. So 2v2 coming in here. Swift in hookah. Sparkle's going to be trying to walk out CT. It looks like Swift is able to get that pick onto the sky. That's a little sky diff there. And now Stanko has to fight this 1v2. He doesn't know where to look, and Sparkle jumps around the corner with the right click. Absolutely destroys him. Good pistol round there. Good retake coming into that round. That sight hit looked pretty good. For a while, it looked strong for the Banshees. They looked like they were coming in pretty hot into the B side, but they were not able to hold that man advantage in the retake. Swift was able to get that pick. You saw Sparkle was able to kill that guy, punish the Jet that was pushing elbow, and yeah, good pistol round from the defense. Nice little 2v3 there. Nothing too crazy. It looks like. I don't know what it looks like. It looks like we're going towards B again.
We are looking at a force buyout.
Yeah, they might be forcing.
And I think the overlay for those who are watching, I think it is inverted, right? So the Banshees did not win that round. That round did go to the Spooky Sparklers on the defense. They did get the defuse. So if you're looking at the stream right now, it does look like it's flipped the wrong direction. That's going to be why for you. So the defenders are the ones coming up on this full buy. The Banshees are going to be progressing towards the B-bomb site, as I think we are having a tech pause, perhaps.
Yeah, we're going to fix the overlay really quick. We're getting word from the broadcast that we actually got scammed when we bought the overlay, and they gave us some broken technology. So it looks like we're going to be on a quick little pause here while we try to figure out exactly what is the problem with the overlay. But we'll hop right back into this game in a second. Remember that we are a completely community-driven tournament, so we're gonna have these issues every now and then. Some things are gonna come up where we're not gonna have everything figured out. But isn't that the beauty of it? The beauty's in the imperfections, right?
Yeah, 100%. We're doing our best out here, the casters. We're just trying to work with what we've got, and production, It's all homegrown, like you said. A lot of work goes into these things behind the scenes. I do want to shout them out. I know how hard they're working. They did a lot of work overnight to try and upgrade the quality of the production.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, we experiment with things and it doesn't quite work out. Sometimes it does, and they're doing their best back there. So, you know, I really appreciate what they're able to do for us, and how much effort that they put in.
Yeah, just really quick, big shout out to Chance and Caden for running the production behind the scenes.
Yeah, so getting word here from production, we are going to send to a quick break here for you. Please do not go anywhere. It's just going to be a couple minute tech pause. We're just going to switch back to the previous overlay. So we will see you in just a short little while. We'll be right back. Hello once more, everybody. Welcome back. I apologize for that production difficulty. We just had a hard time with the overlay, but we are back now. So meanwhile, while our best of one game is happening, we're actually going to jump right ahead into the min-maxers up against Team 6-7 here for our first BO3 of the day. Jackson, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, honestly, I'm more excited for this matchup than the last one.
Wow.
I honestly think that this is a good game to watch. The Min Maxers, I think, are a very, very strong team. Obviously, they have a lot of strong players, and I think that this is one of the games that we could see upset. I think that 6-7. I saw like super cool stuff from them. I watched Zevsept hit some crazy, crazy clips yesterday. Definitely a really, really strong player. And then we talked about it a bit the other day, but we talked about how Oates is able to kind of unite the team and get them locked in on one goal and keep that energy up. And Bloodhound is a great omen. So I think that there's a lot of potential with this team. I think that this is one of the teams that we could see have a certain upset. I think that going into this, the Min-Maxers are the favorite. We talked to them a little bit earlier. They seemed like they had kind of figured out what they wanted to do with their game plan. They knew that they played better when they're having fun. They're not taking it too serious, but they're still trying to win. But at the end of the day, like the important thing is to have fun, right? So I think it's very important that they have kind of realized that. And when we watched them actually having fun, they looked unstoppable. They were running people down. They were taking all the gunfights. They were winning all of them. So I think that they're at a really, really strong point. But I think that there is maybe a little bit of contention here from Team 6-7.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a couple of the players on that 6-7 roster were on the winning team in the Nora Bora Invitational, that being weekday, as well as Bloodhound were on that team together. So, they know what it's like to win. They know what it's like to play in these big pressure situations. And I do recall there were a lot of comebacks involved in some of that championship run. Jackson, I know you were familiar with losing a very tight match against them in that grand finals last time. So I definitely want to call attention to those two players, highlight them as people to look out for as we come into this match. They have the potential to really make an impact on the server. So I'm really excited for this match. I think a best of three is the great way to settle it, right? I don't think that best of one was quite enough in the first place. So I'm excited to see what they're capable of here.
And I think that kind of what you're saying about the best of three. I think that because these will be these teams' first time playing best of threes in this tournament. So with this specific iteration of their teams, it may be a little bit trying to get to that maybe third map. If we do go the distance, if the games are long, we may see some players start to kind of crumble, lose steam at the end. But especially what you were saying with Bloodhound and Oates, they had a couple comebacks last time, right? So we know that these players, they are resilient, right? They do have that built-in resilience to them. They can kind of bring things back. They don't give up. So I think that is very important. And I think that could really help within a BO3 environment.
Yeah, definitely. And we take a look here, as you can see in the graphic right below me here, Team 6-7, when they played up against the Min-Maxers, it was a 13-8, right?
Yeah.
So Min-Maxers kind of took care of business. It wasn't a blowout like we've seen from the Min-Maxers in some of their matchups earlier in day number one, but it wasn't necessarily, the nail biter that they had against the Aura Farmers. So it seems like after the first day, the Min-Maxers as well as the Aura Farmers have kind of established themselves as, these teams to beat, right? Very
100%.
razor thin margin between those two, and then maybe a step down below is where you would find a team like 6-7 and the Spooky Sparklers. So I'd be curious to see how Team 6-7 kind of takes that approach. I know that they wanted to experiment a good bit on day one and did that kind of experimentation. So I wonder how many of their strategies or some of their game plan stuff they were holding a little tighter to their chest on day number one. But now it's no holds barred. They're going to be letting everything fly.
Yeah. And they did say we were able to get that post-match interview yesterday. And they did say that they brought out that quadruple duelist, right, on split. And they're like, oh, we don't want to kind of lead anything into tomorrow. We kind of want to we kind of know what we think works for us. We're going to have a little bit of fun this time. But I think it is interesting that both of these teams, we have watched them play this super brawly style, this super run it down style, this play with confidence, pushes a team. We've watched both of these teams do that, right? So I think this will be a good matchup for both of them. Is okay, we're gonna butt heads, we're gonna bash heads, we're gonna see who's more powerful, who's better, and they kind of, at least from what we saw, they kind of might take the same approach coming into the game of playing with that full utmost confidence, just running it down against each other and just smashing. It's gonna be chaos, and it's just gonna have to see how where the cards lie.
Yeah, definitely. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. I kept bringing it up. The traditional gameplay style
Yeah.
versus the comfort gameplay style. And I do want to call attention to team captain of 6-7, Wilkes. He does play in that team environment similar to Dyson DeMantle, who is over on the Aura Farmers, where they play a lot of, traditional Valorant, right? Falling into some of the meta style.
Yeah.
I know the IGLing style tends to be a little more traditional as opposed to, hey, let's go hit this site. They'll be working slow defaults. They'll be working 1-3-1. So look out for that there. I wouldn't be surprised to see that traditional gameplay kind of shines in a best of 3 environment here.
Yeah. 100%. I think that having like that, steady gameplay across multiple maps can kind of add a level of cohesion to your team. When you do play that more gambly type of play style, it's going to be hard to be consistent across multiple maps. So I think that's definitely super interesting. Something to watch out for in this series is having that level of consistency from map to map, as opposed to just, okay, we're going to roll the dice every time. And then you may lose a map like that. You may win one like that, but it's not going to be that level of consistency that maybe a more traditional play style might lead to.
Yeah, definitely. And I did get word from production. So far in these pick bands, Abyss is going to be our first map today. A map we haven't seen on stream so far. So I don't know if either of these teams have played it before. I believe it's possible 6-7 did play it in one of their off-stream games. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that was their map pick coming out. Maybe something they feel a little more comfortable on. But exciting for you and I think, and for stream as well. We get some diversity. And I did get word as well that map number 2 is going to be Bind. So falling back into what we've seen before, we've seen a lot of exciting
a good
maps.
map. Bind is a good map, and especially for the min-maxers. I mean, we watched them play on Bind twice yesterday, right?
That's correct.
So it seems like that might be a little bit of their comfort pick, because we watched them put up 2 really good performances on Bind with 2 different play styles, right? So I think that they kind of have that low. There's like an iceberg, right? We watched them play, like you were saying, a more traditional play style in the first match, which was their first match of the day yesterday. And then by the end of the day, they were playing like this total like momentum, run it down comp, like total different play style. They brought out Harbor. So I think that it's interesting that 6-7 was kind of took it on themselves to float that map. They didn't ban Bind. They're focusing more on their comforts, what they want to ban. So I think that it's good to have that confidence, but I think that they're a very, very scary team on Bind from what we saw.
Absolutely. But I will say, if I think by floating that map, focusing on themselves, 6-7 kind of betting on themselves a little bit here, right? So if they're able to come away with Abyss, come away with a map lead going into Bind, and then maybe even potentially steal their map pick away from min-maxers, I mean, that sets a lot of precedent going into what could potentially be a grand finals appearance for them. If you feel comfortable on your opponent's best map, then you got to feel like you have the best chance to take it all.
Yeah, that's very true. I think it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, though.
It's true.
For Team 6-7, I think they're definitely going to have to kind of climb the mountain against this team. I mean, once again, on min-maxers, we have 10K, we have Koru, we have Go Back Home. I feel like all 3 of these players can really take over a game. Of course, we have Crayon Eater and Toro, who are great support players. We got a good Sentinel. We watched Toro put up a great performance on Sky yesterday. So I think that this is a really well-rounded team. You have players that can really just take over at any point, as well as some really, really good foundational support players. And honestly, the more I see out of them, the more I get scared for Aura Farmers, which of course is the broadcast favorite. Shout out Aura Farmers. So I think I get really scared as I keep hearing about this team. We were able to talk to them. They seem like they have the right approach, not only in the server with their gunplay, but also outside the server, keeping those vibes up. They know what it's like to lose, right? Aura Farmers hasn't lost yet. So Aura Farmers hasn't had to kind of make that jump of, okay, we need to change something. We need to learn something. We know what works. We know what doesn't. All Aura Farmers know is what works until it doesn't.
100%.
Right? So I think
100%.
that really the more I hear about this team, I get more scared for Aura Farmers, which is our 1 seed right now, because I think that they're gearing up to be a really, really good contender over here.
Yeah, definitely. And for the viewers at home who have followed some of University of Oregon's Valorant, I do want to shout out University of Oregon. They just went through a pretty tough loss, a first loss on the season for them in Xfinity Run It Back. And I think that's relevant here because I talked about it there. Facing adversity early is something that can set you up for a lot of success later on in the season, right? A team, like you're saying, that has had the experience of, okay, we lost, there's things that we know didn't work, adjustments that we can go ahead and make. They tend to find a lot of success later on because they had to confront those issues early on. Whereas a team like Aura Farmers, who is coming in with all this momentum and all of this excitement and feeling very confident, if things start to go wrong, they didn't have the opportunity to really think about, oh, what wasn't working. They spent a lot of time thinking about what was working.
Yeah.
So I do think that that's something to look out for. I mean, the Min-Maxers are definitely a very scary team here. I did hear from production, the decider map, should we get to it, is going to be Sunset, which
another
new map, one that we haven't seen here on the stream. We did get a lot of redundancy yesterday, a lot of bind, a lot of split, but we should see some diversity today, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm excited to go into Abyss because, I mean, we've been talking about the veto pick. I think that I've played a little bit of ranked, just a little bit of ranked, and I have seen Abyss and veto play together, so hopefully we might see one of those veto picks out. And I'm excited to see a new map on the stream. I'm excited to see what these players bring out. I think from the side of 6-7, I want to kind of see what ZevSep brings to the table in this map, because I was super excited to watch some of their plays from yesterday, because they seemed like they had some really, really explosive rounds. So I'm extremely excited to see what ZevSep does from the side of 6-7. I think that they're going to be kind of a pillar if they do want to make this upset happen. I think that he's going to be a very, very important part of that.
Yeah, definitely. He only played in that first map that we saw in the very beginning of the day, and then did have to sub out, having a previous obligation. So seeing him here, he could be the difference maker between these two teams. I did get word as well from production. The Spooky Sparklers are up big in that wildcard game. I believe it was 12-5 at the moment, so looking like they might close that out. So for the viewing audience at home, the off-stream game that should be coming up soon, it's going to be the Aura Farmers most likely up against the Spooky Sparklers. So maybe kind of what we were expecting.
Yeah,
unfortunately, the Banshees doesn't seem like they're going to be able to make the Cinderella run happen. 0-4 into an 0-5 total performance. So a little bit disappointing for them, I imagine, but definitely nothing to hang their head on, because there are a lot of great players, a lot of great teams in this tournament.
No, 100%. And, there's always next tournament, right?
It's true.
A couple of those players made a long run in the previous tournament. So now that's just something to bring into the next time that we run something like this. They'll have that experience under their belt, but definitely tough for the Banshees. They came out, they played some fun Valorant. It was very entertaining to watch them. It's good to get them on a couple of interviews, but it looks like that the Spooky Sparklers are most likely going to be able to pull that match through and go up against the Aura Farmers in the game that will be played off stream. But on stream, we're getting 10K Jet. We're getting some Harbor hovers.
Harbor Astra hovering on the side of 6-7. That's exciting for me. I mean, I do think double controller is extremely strong in Abyss, had been before the changes to the map, and now even with these agent changes, I think even more so an emphasis on being able to have both the circle smokes from the Astra and then the Harbor Wall and Cascade is going to be really important for line of sight denial. And then I think if Team 6-7 is able to get onto these bomb sites on attack, they're going to find a lot of success in the post plan as well.
Yeah, 100%. I do love the Harbor. The Astra has always been strong on this map. I think some of the changes are kind of bad for Astra, but I think that overall, with all the changes to the controller class in general, that Astra is still a strong pick. Abyss is so big that it is beneficial to have that good range that Astra provides. And I do love the Harbor. We did see Min-Maxers play Harbor yesterday. Unfortunately, we did watch Koru hover Harbor, but he ended up picking that Waylay. And the stuff that we saw from the Waylay was very entertaining yesterday from Koru, right? We saw a very strong showing from Waylay, and it was honestly just a great show out of him. So I'm excited to see what happens in this pistol round.
Yeah, definitely here. And as we jump into this pistol, we're going to see a group towards the B site here for the Min-Maxers. It looks like they're going to go for the fast play. It's something that we've seen from them before pretty much throughout the entire series yesterday. Any map from them, they were looking to aggress pretty fast on these site hits, and it looks like 10K is just going to crack it open onto Weekday there, finds the entry. It's going to cause a speed up onto the site here. Dart clearing out the site. They're going to have the site now. It's going to be a 5v4 post plant for the Min-Maxers. A great opener for them thus far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was just such a quick pick, and that's what we talked about. They're going to be playing with this confidence. They're going to think that they're better. 10K pushing into heaven, getting a second on the round, finally traded out by ZevSep, one of those players we were talking about. He's going to get a second on the round. Somehow 6-7 up 3 versus 1 right now. We see Crayons is going to be sitting in that clove thinking they're Psalm, but you're not a world champ. 1v3 now. Crayons getting shock guarded. They know they're in there. Jumps in, kills one, but gets traded out. And that's a pistol round for 6-7.
Yeah, it didn't look great there to begin with. 10K found a fantastic opener onto Weekday. It just cracked open the site and forced that 5v4 post plant. But what we've seen here with some of the changes onto Abyss, that B bomb site is pretty difficult to hold onto in the post plant. And despite the first 2 picks going their way, ZevSep with 2 big ones, Wilkes with one of his own, really just reopened that site, allowed 6-7 to retake some space and come away with that first pistol there.
Yeah, 100%. Really good at a 6-7. We talked about Zevsep. We talked about him kind of showing up. He definitely comes out in that pistol round. He's able to get 2 kills, and then gets traded on the last person. So very impactful round from Zevsep from that Astra that we were talking about. And it looks like from the side of Min-Maxers, we're going to bring a couple Deagles into this bonus round, try to get a little something going on. We got 10K, one of our star players from the Min-Maxers, seeing if they can make something work with the Deagle. We're gonna see that drone coming through to B. It looks like it's just gonna run back this B hit. We have this Waylay dashing in. Chambers kind of trapped on site with this Chamber Deagle. Froggy able to get one, but Go Back Home trades him out, and they're gonna get another free sight kind of.
Yeah, and I wanted you to pay attention to that lurk over towards A on the Min-Maxers. 10K has snuck up through A heaven.
And they canceled it. They canceled the hit. They canceled the hit. They're gonna go run A with the bomb right now.
Great space taking from 10K there. He's creeping up behind Bloodhound. He's
with the utility.
He's going for the knife. He finds the knife kill onto Bloodhound.
And now you're going to see all these players from 6-7 running through spawn. But this round has been completely flipped on its head. We have Min-Maxers now with 4 players, a free bomb site on A. We have 10K pushed up close with this judge. We're going to see if what angle he decides to take, if he's going to come back with his teammates. It looks like Fran is going to try to come help. Zevsep does take them out. This is an interesting spot right here from 10K. I think this is kind of a hard angle to clear, but here comes the drone coming around. And the silent jump. The silent jump. We're not going to hear it on the drone.
Oh my God, is he going to go for another knife? Surely not.
He's behind everyone.
But he
turns around.
Wow, great awareness out from Wilkes there. So now suddenly a 3v2 here, and that's the open run that Min-Maxers had. Zevsep finds it on to Go Back Home, and now Toro suddenly in this 1v3 with just the Deagle, smoked out. Defuse coming in, the smoke's gonna fade, but no shots out yet. Finds the first, finds the second. God. But there's just not enough time to deny the defuse, and somehow 6-7 scrapes by the skin of their teeth on that second round, and I mean, just a bunch of chaos going on.
That was crazy. We saw, honestly, amazing shots out of Toro. We almost got that 1 versus 3. 10K sneaks up here, gets a knife, but that jump around was so smart. But Wilkes just had that perfect timing. We saw 10K didn't know they weren't quite close enough for the judge, but the Deagle is kind of awkward there. They're kind of trying to decide if they wanted what gun they wanted to pull out, and they couldn't decide in time. Wilkes has that little scratch in the back of his head where he wants to turn around, he wants to go left, he's able to kill 10K, and they're able to clear out the site because the rest of the team had no guns.
Yeah, I guess just a spider sense coming in, a tingling in the back of his mind, saves the round there for 6-7, and it looks like just another fast B acceleration out from the Min-Maxers here, just trying to assert their dominance on the B site, but the site smoke out from the Astra, perhaps playing in favor of 6-7 as Koru does find the opener on the Wilkes now. Trades back and forth. No, Koru finds a second. He's looking for a third. Go Back Home is going to clean up Lupe, and suddenly a 5v2 now in this anti-bonus round for the Min-Maxers.
Yeah, and this, honestly, this comp is hard to hold aside again. You have this chamber, right? So it's already not necessarily a good defensive-sided Sentinel. And you have this Jet dashing in Koru, I mean, ending with 4 on the round. What a great entry for your Waylay. But like we were talking about, you have this Jet dashing in, you have this Waylay dashing in, you saw Go Back Home TP up onto Heaven. So you have 3 of these agents, they're all jumping somewhere, they're all like scaling onto site very fast, and it's going to be a really, really hard to hold these sites against a comp like this. I know that maybe a lot of the players over here from the 6-7 side didn't have like necessarily the guns, but I think that's something that we will see throughout all the gun rounds, is it's going to be really hard to hold some of these sites against this composition from Min-Maxers.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, with that second round getting as close as it did, there's a couple players on 6-7 here. Zevsep does not have full shield, a couple of light shields coming out here on this 4-spy, so really just investing everything. And again, a lot of pressure going to be put on Weekday's shoulders. He's kind of alone here, not much to help him. He does find the first onto 10K. The trademark is going to go off and alert him to more presence behind it. The sight smoke here. Go Back Home is pretty close. He's looking for a crazy TP here. He's going to TP back.
Froggy somehow gets 2 more on site. Zevsep is going to come out of Heaven, come support, but Froggy doesn't need. He's going to kill 4 of the people pushing him.
Yeah, and I mean, I said a lot of pressure on him, and it looks like he did not feel that pressure whatsoever there. Fully capable of holding down the site all by his lonesome. He finds 4 on the round, and despite the fact that they tried to punish this B-bomb site, recognizing that the Chamber has a lot to do on his own, it's just not enough. You know, he's shutting them down.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. And, you know, all that pressure was coming onto him, but sometimes that's the only way you can become a diamond. You know what I mean? And Froggy definitely shone back there on backside. He was a glimmer of light, killing 4 people that are all pushing him. And that was, I mean, the support utility from the Astra over here on the defensive side with that smoke on the right, it allows the site Acre to kind of focus on one side. And we're going to see another fast play here looking into an A split. We have Waylay dashing up mid. It looks like Harbor's kind of on an island over here. Jet dashing to his right. Spray does not hit. 10K gets that first pick, and they're going to push up into heaven, try to support this A split coming in. But Zepsec kills the
One
push.
enemy
O's is going to find one on site.
remaining.
Zepsec is going to find
Spike
2
down
more
A.
and then 1 onto site for a 3K this round, leaving Koro, who was that A split, just alone in heaven.
One enemy
Find
remaining.
one here, finds a second to make it into a 1v1, and suddenly this round looks a little more winnable.
He
for
looks
Koro.
aware of it.
Oh, they shuts it down. And I mean, I think 6-7 did a great job there, initially recognizing the pressure of the split coming in, prioritizing retaking that heaven space. It left Koru stuck behind the Harbor Cascade. He didn't have any kind of impact until the very end of that round. Was able to find 2 for himself, but it just wasn't enough. The trades were too good out from 6-7, and Weekday was able to secure that last round there.
And Zev's up with another 3K on the round. So that player that we were highlighting, that's something that we wanted to see have a good game. We talked about how they wanted to be we needed them to be a pillar for this team, and it seems like they're definitely doing it so far.
Get out of my way!
Absolutely no fear, dashing in his 10K finds
down,
another.
mid.
Meanwhile, Oates did find the pick onto the bomb in mid, as well as Wilkes finding one as well. So 4v3 here for Team 6-7, as they do look to hold on to this space here. Shots going wide, left and right there as Go Back is pressured into vent. Froggy does find one onto 10K in mid as well.
Last player standing.
And honestly, the weaponry here from the Maxers is just not looking good. Koro gonna get a 1-1 for his double, now left in 1v3. Just gonna get outlawed down. That's outlaw against these ecos is just so strong, and just not enough guns for min-maxers to make anything happen here. And honestly, we talked about how we thought min-maxers was going to be the favorite coming into this game, but so far 6-7 has completely proven us wrong. The score is 5-1 now on the side of 6-7 on this defensive path. And min-maxers, honestly, it's looking kind of rough for them. They're not really able to get any momentum going. They're not able to build anything in. We do have some ults here, so I think that this could be an interesting swing round for the side of min-maxers. But it's definitely going to be a tough hole to dig themselves out of. They're 4 rounds back. Looks like they want to go for kind of just a full A hit again a little bit. They talked about how they want to push, they want to have confidence, they want to have fun. So far, it hasn't worked. They're going to tag Bloodhound with that round. We're going to get this dash ass in again. He's not going to make it off the heaven, but O's is going to be sitting backside with the off, get 1 for her troubles. With the dash out, you see Zevsep coming in.
Koru's all the way up through heaven.
Yeah,
look at this.
He's pushing
I don't
behind
think
him.
he's been noted at all. He has 2 players in the smoke ahead of him. I don't know if he knows, though. Spike gonna be planted in his 4v4. He spots one out, he can find it, and the second finds a 3! Finally put down by Weekday, but he's left alone in this 1v3, wondering, a little dazed and confused, how did that happen?
There's nothing that you can do here. The flash is going to come through. Carnation is going to swing off of it. I mean, the heads-up play from Koru going to be pushing into heaven and grabbing the CT players. He knew that there was a second person in that smoke. He saw the Astra. They knew that Oates was backside with the op, so he knew there was someone else sitting in there. You saw he just sprayed blind into the smoke as the Astra swung. So gets 2 over there, and then look at this turn to this trade that Wilkes was trying to do. He kills that as well. Able to get 3 on the round. Koru, absolute heater of a round. Heads up play to go push heaven and round CT.
Yeah, and really a necessary round for the min-maxers who have struggled so far on this attack half. Really just trying to crawl and claw their way back into this half now. 5-2 scoreline. They need to begin to string these rounds together. It was a great start out there, but they need to find the subsequent round. Otherwise, they're just going to be forced right back down onto an eco.
100%. They need to keep going. Luckily, we are going to see 10K getting that first pick with the off on this round. It looks like it's going to be an A hit. We see this classic Sova ult into heaven as the site hit comes out. Koru is going to be on site, throwing that decay back site. Oates is going to have a deagle, but gets
Great
it
shot.
completely slowed. Gets the pick back site. And this Astra and this Jet are going to flood out, going to be revealed, but Oates is going to get a second one on the round.
One enemy
Gets
remaining.
traded out. 6-7 just left with 1 player after this big brawl on site. Of course, that player we were talking about Weekday
Spike
left
planted.
in another man disadvantage situation. Gonna get one.
shut down. That's 3 on the round from 10K with that attack off that was collected in the previous round. I mean, finding a lot of success there. Found that first pick out in the mid, and then trades were just too good from min-maxers there as they exploded onto the site. A lot of the players, they were on lower weaponry from 6-7, but they were trying to jump in and trade. And unfortunately, I mean,
on the jump spot. This is a nice shot
heroic
right
shots
here.
out from Oath. She did find 2 there for her troubles, but it just wasn't enough. The rest of her team just falling down around her, and Weekday wasn't able to clutch up in the 1v3.
And honestly, the macro on that round does look good because we saw min-maxers doing these full site hits. So it's actually a really good idea. You have this jet off, have them hold that mid rotate because they're conditioned to think that you're just going to be 5-hitting. So it was a very good macro play there from the team of min-maxers. It looks like we're going to slow it down again into this round. Coming out the 2-1-2, you have that jet off in the middle again. It looks like a sort of fake here happening onto the B side. We see Waylay dashing in, recalling, but the A players haven't bought it.
Oh my gosh, this base setup for Zep Zep could be huge.
Clear him.
Finds one, peeking out, looking for the second, but Crayons or Yami just gonna back away. Here, recognizing they have the spike, but Zep Zep peeking forward.
We got pre-fire peaks, insta kills one, and it looks like they want more. Zep Zep does finally get traded out. Toro's gonna punish that over peak. We have this jet sitting back. Looks like we're just gonna retuck a bit of a
off duel.
Ooh.
Weekday cleans it up onto 10K, saying I can do what you do a little bit better there. And look at this positioning out from Bloodhound.
Just look at the map. I mean, min-maxers are left with no space at all. We have this off and mid. Good jiggle from Toro. Lucky to keep his life there. But 6-7 has all of mid, all of B main, all of A main. It's going to be a really, really hard round here for the min-maxers to try to pull out.
Yeah, definitely. And just a great job thus far into the round of holding onto deep space there. They didn't buy at all into that fake because of how much space they were able to take in A main. Froggy does find another one, so now a 1v4 now left alone for Toro. It's pretty much a difficult enough round. A dink shot out, does find the first. 20 seconds left, but he's going to get shut down as Keone, who had taken that space in B main.
Yeah, it's just a really hard round there for the min-maxers. Once they didn't buy that fake, I think a similar thing happened yesterday. Actually, the 6-7 was trying to do a fake on split, but when the enemy team does not buy the fake and you lose that first blood over there on the other side of the map, it's really, really hard to bring that round back. You're left with no space, and honestly, just the man disadvantage with no space. You can't do anything about it. Froggy, of course, is going to start cleaning these last stragglers up with the op. So 6-7, good round. It looked like min-maxers were maybe going to try to build some of that momentum coming into this half, but 6-7 able to stop it into the tracks, pushing min-maxers into what looks like they want to be another full site hit. We do have a vice ult for this, so let's see how this site hit goes down.
Yeah, here comes the Waylay ult. It looks like it is going to catch 2 players. The Jet dashing in ahead of it, gonna find 1, gonna find 2 on the spray down. A fantastic use of that Waylay ultimate. It's just gonna wide open, crack open this site. 5v3 now into this post plant as 10K continues to creep forward, looking for more up into heaven. Weekday is going to consider the positioning, however, but he's going to get shut down a third on the round for 10K. He's just going to keep going for more.
He wants it. Fourth, he's looking for the ace onto this round. Oates is the only one left standing for him to kill. He wants this ace so bad that you can
enemy remaining.
But he's not going to get it this time, and Oates is going to get a quick transfer onto Koro, leaving us in a 1v1. Our Vice does have ult, double Thorn with the flash. Some of this detail is going to be very, very important into this clutch to see if they will pull it out.
We've seen this before from the min-maxers. They just continue to push forward, looking for more, and a reverse ace on the cards as Oates finds the 4th on the round. There's gonna be time for the defuse. Unbelievable. We've seen it time and time again. The min-maxers, they love to play with fun, they love to play with momentum, but sometimes overstepping, and 10K, we saw it from him on Bind yesterday. We see it from him again, pushing for the ace.
A 4K into a reverse clutch the second time for this team. 10K again, the player that kills 4 people, but his team is not able to close out even a single one. We see another clutch when 10K has a crazy round. We literally talked to this team earlier. They said we're going to try to lose a couple more 1v5s today, and it wasn't quite a 1v5, but we definitely got close enough with that round.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate that they're staying true to their word, doing exactly what they said they were going to do there, but it's a 7th round for 6-7, and they're feeling probably pretty great about this half thus far. It's going to force min-maxers back onto an eco, but it's not going to stop them from carrying forward with this rapid pace.
We're going to rage rush A again this round.
3 players here for the side of 6-7, so looking to hold it down. But 10K finds the opener onto Oates this time. Forward dashing in, gonna get taken down by Will. Harbor ult coming in, but 10K finds another. These players flooding into backside.
3.
Another onto Bloodhound. That's 3 on the
Enemy
round. Oh my god, he finds a 4th.
A second 4K in a row. He did not learn his lesson, and this time he gets it.
Oh my goodness. Clearly not phased at all about
Last
that
round
reverse
before
4K
the
that
switch.
came out in the previous round. Decides I'm just going to do it again, but this time I'll do one better. does close out the round that time, and I was getting scared because I felt like if 10K goes down there, you know, it was weekday alive in that 1v3,
Yeah.
we might have been looking at a bit of a repeat in history for the third time, but no, this time 10K cleans out the round. Just a fantastic round, some fantastic shots out from those knives there.
Yeah, and how many times do we say 10K gets the opener? I mean, this player has been so electric for the team of Min-Maxers, 18-8 so far. He got a 4K last round, and apparently a 4K wasn't enough. He comes back into an ace with this round, absolutely dominating from the attack side. They're going to try to get a 5th round coming into this half. 10K finally gets taken down, does dink Oats, but Oats has that Vandal, able to get that counter headshot, kill that star player that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look what it's done to their A exec though. The first pick not going their way, and suddenly they have completely stopped in their tracks, the Min-Maxers in this A choke. And meanwhile, the Chamber weekday pulled up all the way through B, all the way into their spawn, but Zevsev finds 2, finds a 3rd, finally put down the go back home, but the Sobol gonna come in. Not gonna find a tag quite yet, does find a shot, no, not gonna be there yet. Go back finds the shot onto Oats. 1v3 here.
And this flank is coming through, but he needs to be aware of it. Tucked behind the other side of the coast. Looks like about to pull the Deagle out, and it's just too much. Too many players, too much utility.
Switching sides.
Evan, I mean, this was their map pick, I believe, so probably feeling comfortable about their gameplay on this map thus far. It's looked that way in the defensive half so far. I don't know how the Min-Maxers are going to... They were so aggressive on their own attacking half. I don't know how they're going to be able to match that on defense. You wonder, are they just going to run down quickly on defense as well, you know?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that 100% 6-7 has all of this momentum in their corner. I think that switching this half might be a little bit of a... I feel like it's going to be a slump again because 6-7, they have this double controller. It's going to be a little bit easier for them to take the site, to work the map. So I think depending upon how they play it, I think they can really bring this momentum coming into this pistol round. It looks like we're going to want to do a quick B hit onto the Vice is here. Koru is in heaven to support, but it looks like he's going to get dinked through the smoke. And Crayons are Yummy going to be left here alone, going to be able to get a right click onto Oats, who's the entry, buy a little bit of time for hopefully her team to come in. And you can see that 6-7 now looking at entry, they're going to have to go back, and the Froggy dies mid, which is the lurk, and that's going to be an absolute nail in the coffin. It feels like for 6-7, they're able to respond on.
Yoni and Wilkes in tandem take down Toro, looking for more. 10K taking this fight. The Omen blind's gonna be good, forcing these players back. Shot out from 10K onto Zevsev. 2v3 now. Look at these players
They're all
pressing
pushing,
forward.
they're all
No
pushing,
fear
man.
whatsoever. Continuing to run these players down. Go back home, finds it onto Bloodhound, and Koru cleans up the round. I mean, Team Ace, every player from Min-Maxers finding one for their troubles. They're just pressing forward. They're playing attack on defense.
No, 100%. And they talked about how they needed to have that confidence coming in. They talked about how they played better with it. They come into this half down 8-4, but look how they just did not care. Even on that round, they did not care at all. They kept pushing when it was that it was a 3v3, and they weren't playing the site. They were just pushing down, trying to take the fights to them, and it worked out in their favor. I mean, that was just it looked like a really good round. Everyone was shooting with that team ace right there.
Yeah, and the buy round coming in for the Min-Maxers here, it looks like they're just going to take that A main space aggressively. They feel comfortable with it. They're getting a lot of information here, but this fast mid play from 6-7, there's no pressure here to contend with them thus far, so they're going to have mid if they want. It looks like they're going to go in towards a B split. Potentially, no, they're going to group and just kind of hang out towards Pillar right now. Contact going to be spotted out here. 4 players here, so if they overstep on the side of Min-Maxers, they could be in for a world of hurt. Drone is going to be the trigger to speed up, but Toro and Go Back Home are just mowing them down. They find 3, a 2v4 now, but they on the lurk. Oats finds one mid. Toro, 1 HP, does find the shot out though. A very crucial kill now because it does drop the spike, and Weekday left alone with just a Chamber Deagle. He's gonna get tagged up down to 1 HP, and Toro with 3 on the round does clean that up. So honestly, a well-handled anti-eco. It got messy there for a second, but with 3 guns maintained, carried into this bonus round.
Yeah, it was an interesting idea there out of 6-7. You could see they had that dart in top mid. They had that dash with the smoke and with the wall. They were trying to catch someone on Pillar, and it was a little bit unlucky because Min-Maxers didn't put anyone there, so they used all of that util to try to kind of crunch on that guy in Pillar, but nobody started Pillar. They all started A and B. So I think that was actually an interesting idea, a good eco round strat from 6-7, but unfortunately nobody was there, so they weren't able to capitalize off any of that util. And after that, they were looked a little bit lost, confused on what to do with the rest of the round. Now that they have this space, but nowhere else to go with it, and now it looks like they're just going to come into a tried and true B hit. But look on the side of the defense,
Oh,
Masters has
lucky.
3 people here.
And Koru playing like a bit of a rat in this corner is going to be very difficult to clear out of the space. That Bucky going to be a nuisance, a thorn in their side perhaps, as they prepare to hit this B site. Here it comes. Koru finds one, but gonna get traded out as Zevset finds the opener onto Crayons and Yummy as well. It's a 2-for-1 deal. 4v2 now as Wilkes finds one on to go back home. The plant's gonna go down. It's gonna secure the bomb site here.
Spike
They're gonna get into
planted.
some strong post-plant positions, I believe. This weaker weaponry here out on this bonus round gonna be difficult to have to fight through here as Toro creeping forward. Yeah, just gonna send it forward, but gonna get taken down by Zevsev, who finds 3 on the round.
Yeah.
A very clean anti-bonus. That's gonna be a 9th round on the board for Team 6-7.
Yeah, and I want to highlight that Min-Maxers did have 3 players there on the B side, but you could see that the Omen blind came out from the defensive side a little bit late. It wasn't necessarily timed at the opportune moment. 2 of the players on site were already dead. We may be able to see in the replay right there after the Vice dies, then the Omen blind comes through. So if that Omen blind came through just a quick second earlier, it would have been a much better retake. So I think that they're very close to kind of figuring it out, right? I think that they're just like 1 second off on that timing. So I honestly still do have hope in the Min-Maxers. It is 6-9, but I think they're bringing good ideas into this. We see 10K not giving up this A main space for free. Koru somehow has an op into this round. Gonna be picking Froggy off early on that B line over there in B heaven. 10K finally gonna get pushed out of A main, but it's gonna be rewarded with getting some of that util out from the Sova. And it looks like he kind of wants to keep fighting this. I mean, we talked about how confident this player is. And this Astro Roll is coming through, but it's a fake again, but there's not enough noise. Look where 10K is in front of the smoke. He's telling his entire team to stay B.
And with the contact from Crayons and Yummy, that's going to confirm their suspicions. I mean, the op is still here on the line. Bloodhound's going to go down to it. O's just going to dash in, but taken down a 3rd on the round.
One enemy
not
remaining.
done quite yet as Crayons and Yummy puts down Wilkes, and it's just Zep alone. Shot going wide from Koru. However, this 1v5 does not feel particularly doable, but we've seen crazier things out on this map so far.
No, we definitely have, and especially from Zep. Hopefully he's able to get some of these kills, take some of these guns away. We see 10K pushing through mid, and he's not even going to be able to get one. And really good round. We talked about how confident 10K looks, right? And he re-pushed that smoke after being pushed off, and he got all of that info that nobody was coming A, so he was able to kind of activate Koru and the Crayons Are Yummy, the Vice here from the defense, to stay on the B side, stay holding it down, don't even move, pop that util. Koru swings, Koru esque off a little bit, and get some more pigs onto those entries coming in. So that was a really, really good try and true round. But even though 10K wasn't necessarily getting kills there in a main, he was able to capture all of that information for the team.
Yeah, definitely. And as we head into this round, despite the fact that Team 6-7 is up 9-7, I do want to call attention to the bottom of that scoreboard there. Ask you, do you like dessert? Because we could be looking at our just desserts like we talked about on game number 1.
I do love dessert, and honestly, so far this game's already been a treat. So I think that hopefully, if we get a little bit extra on top of that, it would be amazing. We are seeing an eco round here, or a bit of a half buy possibly from 6-7. They're all kind of going to get mowed down in mid.
Good positioning though from Zep.
Yeah,
does find one,
that's
so
a
this
nice angle.
3v2 now, and look how far these players from Min-Maxers have pushed up. They've kind of given up some of the space towards the spike, perhaps being concerned about the vent that Zep just broke. However, the 2 players are going to group together, going to try and creep towards the pillar position. They do find a shot on the Crayons Are Yummy. Suddenly it's a 2v2. The Astra Smoke's going to come down. It's going to allow them to get to the spike. Oh, the Koru jump forward.
He's going to off in the smoke. Oh, he's able to pick up the Vandal after the off shot. So he's sitting in this smoke on top of the spike. Wow, what a heads up play out of him. And he swings out the left side and kills him as they're fighting go back home. I mean, honestly, this guy is a very entertaining player. I love watching this guy play. He's able to pick back up that off as well as work towards his waylay ult.
Yeah, I mean, just full confidence at all times from Min-Maxers. They are completely unfazed by the early scoreline, completely unfazed by the fact that they threw that 1v4 earlier in the map. They don't care. They're going to keep playing their style of Valorant, and their style of Valorant seems to be just run it down and take the gunfights, and it's going their way thus far. They've been very successful in this half so far. The scoreline has tightened all the way up. There is no margin for error any longer for Team 6-7 as they come into this round. I believe they were forced down to an eco round. I believe Bloodhound is on level 5 tie watch. You know, so pay attention to that as well. He has no fear whatsoever, however. He is just going to play forward. Yes, they are on a low buy here, so a fast A acceleration after some early mid presence is going to be noted. Go back home, shut Zep down through the smoke. However, the speeding up forward, Oats looking to find some value with this Deagle. And Min-Maxers disciplined for the first time all match.
Very disciplined here from the A players. They're not going to overheat with their guns. They're not going to try to give a gun back. Toro's going to come back, play his ult, only going to get a single tag. The spike still comes down here. Oats is forced to kind of look for a pick. Go back home, going to get a second on the round. Has that A anchor. Bloodhound's going to try to fight up Heaven a little bit. And heads up play from Toro to break it, but Froggy's going to win that fight with the chamber up. And now 1 versus 4. Kind of has to make something happen here. Gets a quick throw and a second one, but gets traded by Toro. Wow, it looked like it was possible for a second. But so many players, so much util, smoke on the spike, 10K's taking it. It's just not going to be possible.
Yeah, and you know what? I asked you a couple rounds ago if you're a big fan of dessert. I feel like it's only appropriate now to ask you, what is your favorite flavor of pie?
I love pumpkin pie.
Wow, very seasonal of you.
Very seasonal. I actually haven't even had pumpkin pie yet this year.
Wow.
But my dad makes an amazing homemade pumpkin pie.
Shout out Papa Grox.
Shout out Papa Grox. He's Loki the goat. And yeah, ever since I was a kid, pumpkin pie has been my favorite. I wonder what Bloodhound's favorite flavor is. It might also be pumpkin.
Yeah, we'll have to ask him after this match.
It is Hollow Weekend.
All right, jumping in now, a tied up scoreline. It's just going to cost 6-7 to decide. We're going to do a little bit of what Min-Maxers was doing a bit ago on their attacking half. We're just going to accelerate into this A bomb site, and it's just Toro alone. No help whatsoever. He's going to have to do it all himself. He's going to try and give it up, but Oats finds the shot, a great shot out after landing on top of the site there. That's going to allow this plant to go down relatively safe. 5v4 post plant. 10K noted on the flank here on the chamber trip. A lot of these players flooding in. There's some big ultimates from the Min-Maxers, though.
Yeah, there is some big ultimates. We might need to use them to try to confirm this round. I mean, look at this crossfire setup we have on site. There is 3 players inside of A main, which is a little bit interesting. We see this Waylay open through. It looks like it misses these guys on site. We're going to go 1 for 1 over here. Oats is still stuck in this corner. Gonna get traded out by Crayons or Yummy now. 3 versus 3. Min-Maxers does have this Vice ult now. They're all stuck behind this smoke in main.
Good after Ash just sucking in the bomb.
We're gonna 10K gets one. Froggy gets a transfer onto all 3 into the smoke. I mean, great round out of him. It's hard to stick that bomb in there. We're gonna get spammed down. Unfortunately, we chose not to go with that harbor on the side of Min-Maxers, so we don't have a cove or something to try to get half. And well played round. Good entry from Oats to kill Toro.
Yeah, I think Oats found one completely Waylay ulted, found the shot onto Koru, and that was a really round altering, I mean, fantastic spray down.
God.
You wonder if Weekday decided to toggle back on there. I mean, those shots through the smoke.
This player is banned on their other account, which is why they're playing on Froggy. Normally they are on the Weekday, so we might need an investigation over here because that was a very, very nice spray transfer.
Yeah, I mean, finally putting a stop to the momentum from Min-Maxers, though. An interesting call out from them to decide to gamble so heavily towards B and mid. Yeah. And I think 6-7 feeling that weakness there. They're going to try and hit the same side again. Go back home, going to be stunned up at the chamber, forced to TP out. Look at all 5 players are here from Min-Maxers. At this complete brawl coming out. Froggy finds 2 in tandem with Zepsep, just cracking open this bomb site, making it look easy, like butter through, a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, we're going to see this Vice ult coming out in a 2v5. We're going to get 1 kill for it. Wilkes does not get hit by the ult. Crayons are going to get a second one. Kind of has a lot to do here, not able to work around the harbor wall, and that Vice ult was invested into this round, so we're not going to have that coming to the next round. We mentioned how it was Hollow Weekend, and honestly, it's starting to look scary for the Min-Maxers.
Yeah, you know what? Certainly in the Halloween spirit, we've seen some pumpkin pie come out already. Perhaps some frightening plays out from the Min-Maxers. We saw a thrown 1v4, and now with just 2 more rounds for 6-7 to close it out, you know, really just a shift of momentum.
A spooky scoreline right here for the Min-Maxers. It's going to be a very, very hard work back into this. We are kind of left on a bit of a half buy. Luckily, 10K has those knives, so he's able to drop someone else a gun. So there is some potential coming into this round. It looks like the 6-7 kind of want to do a little bit of a fake. They've full slammed A 2 rounds in a row.
10K's behind them.
Look how pushed he is.
He's trigger disciplining. How many will we find? But no, Froggy aware! Oh my goodness, turns around and shuts 10K down. I believe showing up on the minimap from that player in window. He happened to spot it out. And I mean, perhaps going for too much. But that's find one on the Oats, looking for another. Is he gonna be able to find it just yet? Meanwhile, Bloodhound did find the pick on to go back home. Just being a nuisance right now, Koru is trying to stall for his teammates. Finally tries to get out. Oh my goodness, Zepsep finds the shot as well. 4v2 now, the plant coming in. Spam through the harbor wall. Not going to find anything quite yet here. But 2 of these players low HP for 6-7. Toro and Crayons are Yummy gonna have to do it all on their lonesome. The first shot goes on to Weekday, finds a second onto Zevzet. One of these players is low HP, Will trades it back out.
Oh, Toro!
Oh
Able
my.
to get that 1v2 right there. And that was a 2v4 coming into that. And I just want to highlight Crayons are Yummy for a second. They really cracked open that bomb site. We did see a couple more rough performances from this player. I believe that they are one of the lower ranked players on this team. I mean, bro, look at that kill from Weekday. Look at him.
Just snaps
Come on,
around.
are you kidding me? This guy's having an electric map right now. But even despite that, look, Crayons are Yummy getting such important picks coming into this round. We saw yesterday they maybe didn't have the best performance that we've seen from a player on an individual level, but it seems like they're really being a backbone for their squad. They're having those safe hands here in some of these clutches.
Yeah, and you wonder if, 6-7 taking a page out of Min-Maxer's book, perhaps overheating a little bit there into the backside space in that 4v2. The plant was going to come down. They just felt like they wanted more kills, I guess. They pressed too far forward, and now suddenly it's 11-10. A little scary here, and look at this Astro Wall coming out. They're going to look for a fast bridge plant, but the shotgun close range from Toru. What a round.
Shot guards are coming through too. He's able to pick Froggy, who was on 1 HP from earlier, and that's great utility through the Astro Wall. We invested this Astro Wall early, but look at the space that we've got. We're all still stuck in main. The Chamber's dead. The trip's going to be down. 10K is going to finally get that round, that kill onto the flank that we messed up last round. That's going to answer back on site. Try to swing 10K. He repositions to that angle, and he's going to end with 3 for the round.
Wow, and I mean, just a fantastic readout from Toru, purchasing the judge there, perhaps having some recognition that a fast A play was coming in, finds the opener, shuts down that fast A exec, and then 10K continues to take aggressive space down mid. Saw him get shut down in the previous round, and just like when he got shut down on his 4K and then turned it into an ace the following round, feeling confident enough to just continue to walk down and found 3 on the round in the backstab.
Yeah, no, 100%. Good for him to bounce back from that. I'm interested to see the buy here from 6-7. I mean, we're bringing a classic, a Spectre, a Judge into this round, 11-11. They're going to have to make a wish to try to get this round, try to be the first team to 12. They're coming into this with a little low rough Marie. We do have the Chamber on that classic is able to pop their ultimate ability, kind of hold mid, but 10K is pushing up again. This guy's everywhere on the map. He pushes A, he pushes mid, he pushes B. He's able to get another first blood. It works out in his favor. Again, now 4v5 here for 6-7. We see Astra is worked all the way up mid here. Maybe kind of threads the needle. Threads the needle onto the Omen a little bit. We're going to see if Go Back Home is going to be aware of this. The rest of his team is kind of slowed down for him. And he does able to get that pick. Koro also in mid.
A second as well.
Falls to him. And now these B players are like going to get pincered on. They have these players B main. They have these people pushing up mid. There's a lot of angles to worry about. Crayons are going to have a big fight here.
Third for Zevzep. I mean, just doing it all on his lonesome, on the Astro, working up mid, finding all of the entries necessary. But there's one more player here.
It's a lot of angles to watch.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, Toro finds 2 in the backstab.
Last player standing.
A third for Toro. He's going to close out the round, and it was all for naught from Zevzep. Did all that work in the mid, but somehow able to pull it across for the min-maxers nonetheless. I mean, just falling out of their hands, and 10K did so much, just staying alive on the bomb site there. Didn't even need to kill too many. He was just able to stay alive and take 1 down with him, and Toro comes in and kills everybody from behind.
And you could see, because 10K was such a thorn in their side, everyone was so focused on 10K on site that Toro was able to come kill 2 people not looking at him, because they had to root 10K out before the team got there, but he was able to live long enough, double smoke the floor, and buy time for that retake to come in. So great team play out of both of them. Coming into this round, 12-11, we have this Sova ult. Great pick. This off is pushed up with it, misses the shot, dash, runs out, has to jump away. 4v4 somehow coming into this possibly final round match point of the game.
A lot of big ultimates though for 6-7. They do still have the Harbor ult, Sova and Astro ult here to potentially swing this round in their favor. They're just going to reset, try and re-explore some of the mid space here, hoping to find perhaps a pick or 2. Bloodhound, he's inspecting his weapon while he's playing, so despite the fact that he is almost quadruple negative, just absolutely no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, no, 100%. You know, that's the entertaining thing about Bloodhound. It doesn't matter what their KD is. He's still going to go for these crazy plays. Looks like we're going to see a fight in mid. The crazy play might be trying to give man advantage back into the mid-maxer's hands. We're coming into a 3v4. However, Zevzep, we talked about this guy. He's able to catch another timing onto A. All of mid-maxers have left.
10K.
But Oates is like on a crazy island here, but it just depends upon the tiling. Koru clears it. 2v4 now. Both of the players from 6-7 have ult. They need to win this round to keep this map
30
alive.
seconds.
And it looks like for a moment it was a flipped sides there. This team 6-7 looked like the defenders, min-maxers looked like the attackers. Zebsep, he's gonna be the important player here. When does he choose to take his time? He peeks out, finds the first onto Toro, gonna reposition in towards spawn. Meanwhile, Wilkes posted with the op in towards heaven, but all three of these players from min-maxers trying to pincer on Zebsep. He's gonna find one. Wilkes finds one, but the Whaley ult gonna come in. It's gonna slow him up. I don't know how he's gonna find
remaining.
this. No scope onto Koro. It's a 1v1. The Silva ult, it's planted for him as well. He's slowly
And he has dart,
backing
he
away.
repositioned, throw the dart, and now he's able to hold it to op, has 2 shock darts and ult, and Crayons' Yummy is on low HP. These shock darts are going to kind of come in clutch here. Taps the spike.
The third! Oh my goodness!
Yes.
What a clutch out from Wilkes. The no-scope into clutch. Didn't even need the Sova ult. We're not done quite yet. We need more Valorant on this map. We're going to overtime.
We're going to overtime. Amazing round from Wilkes there. Able to clutch that 1v3 with the off. Interesting decision. We do get this Whaley ult out.
Look
and
at this no-scope.
Come on.
Unbelievable.
Are you kidding me? And then Crayons' Yummy is too far away to capitalize on the rest of that Whaley ult. I mean, not only have we hit a pie, but it's also 420. Maybe we kind of got the munchies a little bit.
A little Snoop Dogg action.
A little Snoop Dogg. We got the munchies. We had to hit the pie and Snoop Dogg special. It really is Thanksgiving.
You know, I would not be surprised to see that Bloodhound could be going for the Brawn as well, the 6-23 scoreline. And with overtime to be played, there could potentially be enough rounds to see that come out.
And it looks like it's Thanksgiving dinner. Bloodhound has taken a walk with their cousin, gotten a little bit baked, came back, and ate the Thanksgiving pie. Let's go. First round of OT here. We have min-maxers coming in on the attack side. We saw these tried and true A-hits coming through from the squad. They're not scared to run it down on the A-OT on the left back side. Not able to get one. Dash not popped. We see the steps coming out from heaven. Gets one for his troubles on the Crayons are Yummy, but traded out by 10K. The rest of the team too far to help. Looking into this 4v3.
Look at him go. Loves forward. Moore finds the kill on the Bloodhound. He is never satisfied. Continues to go for more. But look how disciplined the rest of the team is. Maybe sensing the gravity of the situation as this 4v2 begins to unfold. Drone gonna come out blind from the enemy Omen as well. Nothing quite yet as both players... Wait, but the recall from Koru is gonna allow the pick out from Weekday. He finds a second one to go back home.
10K is so far away. He's on this rewrap. He's gonna have to come in
But
time.
Froggy's aware! He finds the
Last
third!
player
Toro
standing.
trades it out on a Wilkes. It's a 1v1. The chamber ult pop coming in. He's creeping forward. He looks for the shot. First
This
one
is
goes wide. Oh my goodness, Toro pulls it across the line, and despite his best efforts, Weekday just
Switching
not
sides.
able to close that one out. I mean, great awareness to recognize the player coming through vents in all of that chaos, but it just wasn't enough.
And you could see that wrap was just coming a little bit too late. Even right now on the minimap, you could see that he has to fully run with that wrap. So Weekday is able to have that heads up play, kills 2 on site, turns around because he hears bro stomping. And it really came down to that chamber shot, just went a little bit wide. Toro with that movement, sneaking under those shots, able to win the 1v1 and get that first round of OT in min-max's favor, pushing them out to the
Yeah, another opportunity for min-maxers to close it out here. Coming in, but Weekday just wide swings and sends Koru to the Shadow Realm. See you later. Hopefully next round. 5v4 now, very early stages of this round, and look, they're just grouping towards A, and again, Toro is alone. The rotator's trying to come fast, flooding up towards heaven. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get here in time as the players from 6-7 are out towards the site. 10K thinking about it, might go for the hero play. Plant gonna be coming down, takes the timing. The Omen climb is good. I don't think they know yet. Yes, Weekday's been blinded out. He dashes forward after the kill. Trade trying to come through, hasn't been found yet. 10K finds another on the Bloodhound, and here come the Flooders out through CT. 4v3 now, the shots going back and forth. Go back home, finds it on the ropes. In the smoke, 10K with a third onto Oats, looking to close it out. Zepsep alone in the 1v3. Up trap with the right click.
He gets that headshot onto Zepsep and closes out the crazy first map of the day that we have seen on stream. Min-maxers is gonna take Abyss, which we believe was 6-7's pick into this series, into this BO3. 14-12. Crazy plays out of both teams. What an entertaining first map.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you possibly ask for from the first map of day number 2? Back and forth, a lot of crazy hero plays from individuals. 10K frying, Zepsep on the other side doing his best to make it happen. It just wasn't quite enough. I mean, wow, look at as we take a look at the scoreboard. 33 out from 10K with 8 first bloods. Weekday and Zepsep combined for almost 60 together, and it just wasn't quite enough. I do want to call attention towards the bottom of that scoreboard. A bit of a rough map from Bloodhound and a very, very close scoreline of that 14-12.
Yeah.
You wonder how he's feeling after this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to kind of bring this back. I know that Bloodhound does love to play Omen, so it might have just been a bit of a role issue here from the side of 6-7. But either way, his utility was still looking good that series. He was still looking strong on the harbor. Those walls were coming in. Those cascades were hitting at the good time. So the util was still good. He just wasn't able to get a lot of those kills. And unfortunately, his team did drop that map. And it was their map pick. But Abyss so far was so entertaining. But now I really start to worry for 6-7 because we talked about how Bind has been so strong for the min-maxers so far. They look so good on that. And if 10K and Koru are going to come out and shoot like that again onto a map that they're comfortable on, I mean, it honestly is looking like it's in a really tough position for 6-7.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, after that exciting first map, we need a quick breather. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back to map number 2 of our first matchup here in day number 2, our semifinal best of 3. After our first map, we did see the min-maxers come out with that first map win in overtime on Abyss. We're going to be jumping into Bind as our second game here. So what would you like to see from, 6-7? It's going to be min-maxers map pick out on Bind.
No, 100%. And honestly, what I've seen so far has been very good. So I think that I want to see more of that. I want to see them continuing to kind of keep at the pace that they set in the last map. I mean, that was a very, very close map. It was much closer than I was expecting. I'm just super worried because min-maxers have played on Bind so much, because they've had such good performances on it. They're so confident coming into this map that I'm very worried that 6-7 is not going to be able to kind of bring that same energy into this map if min-maxers do get off to a hot start, that 6-7 is not going to be able to really bring it back and give as good of a showing as we saw on Abyss.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Abyss was so entertaining. That was a great first map. This semifinals is gearing up to be a really, really good series. I hope we see more of that in Divine.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm curious to see what kind of team composition we'll see out from 6-7. I don't believe we saw Bind out from them in day number 1. Perhaps I'm mistaken on that. I know we saw, we talked about it already, min-maxers a couple of times on Bind. I'd be curious to see if they decide to run with the Harbor comp.
Yeah.
The way that they've been playing, kind
I
of this
hope they
loose
do.
freestyle Valorant, I would not be surprised to see them decide to go with the Harbor comp, because they're up a map. They have the ability to kind of just let it fly if they want to. So I would be excited to see something like that out from them.
Yeah, no, 100%. I hope that they're able to pull a little bit of something entertaining for us here with their team composition. I'm excited to see what they play. I think that they are able to play either of those comps that we saw yesterday. I think they looked good on 2 comps, and that's really scary if you're trying to play them when you don't really know what your opponent is going to bring into the match. That's like not a great feeling for you as a player, as a captain. That's like, okay, we don't know what to prepare for. We're just gonna have to get in the server and go. I think 6-7 can do it, but I'm just very scared for them. But they already surprised me on last map, so I'm already very happy with what they've shown so far. So I'm hoping that they can keep surprising me coming into this map.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe we're going to see the min-maxers starting on defense this time around.
Yes.
So we saw them start on that attack, and they played a very aggressive style, but they did that on both sides of the map. I mean, we saw 10K walking all the way down mid multiple times. We saw Koru pushing up deep into the A main space as well. So just because they're on defense doesn't mean you should expect to see passive play from the min-maxers. I think they're going to min-max their engagements, kind of just taking as many aim duels as they possibly can. We talked about it a little bit off stream. I came up with this little tagline. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go.
Yeah. So they aura farm on their min-maxers till they 6-7.
Nice, bro. That's very nice.
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7, bro. 6-7, bro. And I did want to say, I think that we had a little bit of connection issues on Breeze, so I think that we're back. We're back in your place. We're not on that LTE anymore.
No,
we got a stable Wi-Fi connection. We were getting some interference, I think, from the waves. Like something was happening out there where we weren't able to have a good connection. So we're off vacation now. We're actually going to take it serious.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty tropical place here around us in this room as well, especially the yellowish lighting going on.
It's definitely humid in here. I'll give you that. It's definitely quite
we
humid.
have a fan. You could turn the fan on.
I know. I'm scared about what dust will come from the fan.
Fine here. We're going to see. I'm curious to see what the team compositions end up looking like. It looks like, yeah, the min-maxers, they're hovering the Clove and the Sky, which tells me that we should not be seeing the Harbor comp that we were perhaps anticipating anxiously. But I get it. It's day 2. It's time to get serious. It's time to take things seriously. So, they're going to go with their tried and true comp that they found success with against, I believe it was the Spooky Sparklers the first time we saw them. This is the map where we saw 10K overheat and reverse ace come out.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be afraid to continue to press forward aggressively here.
Yeah, 100%. I think that no matter what, we should see kind of an entertaining game here from both sides. I think that with the way that the min-maxers were able to play on their defensive half yesterday, with that aggression, I am scared that if 6-7 does if 6-7 is not able to get out to kind of an early lead that they were able to on Abyss, you saw them kind of run out of steam. So if they can't get an early lead, that's when I would be worried for what their team mental looks like. We know that they're able to kind of keep the vibes up when we had those interviews yesterday, but I'm just worried that if like 10K comes out, swings out, kills 3, if 6-7 isn't able to take a lot of space in the early round, if they feel like they're getting stopped on their attack, that's when I get really afraid for them.
Yeah, definitely. And, a pretty traditional comp, I would say, to an extent, coming out from Team 6-7. I'd look to say, I want to point out Bloodhound, who struggled a good deal in that first map on Harbor, but that's not necessarily a comfort agent for them. This Omen, that's his comfort pick. We've seen it before. We've seen the Omen on Bind in particular just absolutely dominate here. So perhaps smelling a bit of blood in the water from Bloodhound, I think he could end up being the high impact player.
Yeah, 100%. I think that we really need Bloodhound to kind of heat up coming into this map today. They are down a map in the series already, so it is definitely a little bit scary. If you're the team of 6-7, you're starting on this attack side, right? So you're gonna have to get that early lead that we were talking about. You're gonna have to build that momentum early, or else this is gonna be a hard series for you.
Most definitely, and it looks like the min-max, or excuse me, yes, Team 6-7 is going to be on the attack here, so
yes.
They are, looks like, going to be grouping towards this A default, just leaving the chamber to alert towards B. I mean, this is a pretty common default from them, and I think Zevsep, perhaps on a comfort pickup Reyna, we talked about it beforehand, how they are a duelist player that was playing maybe some more support roles, but you see Koru found a lot of value through the smoke early into that round. 2 dinks, I believe. 2 of these players brought down to 1 HP.
Yeah, and both of the duelists, I think it will be interesting to note that it's both of the duelists here that are going to be on that lower HP. So there's people that you're expecting to make that space for you may not be able to get onto site and just get one tap before they even get there. Both of them dink through the smoke, and it looks like that aggression short has kind of made them think, okay, maybe we should kind of find a little bit of space over here on the B side. Maybe A is not the answer for us, but if you look at this defensive side, I mean, they seem to think that it is just going to be a full B slam, completely leaving the site. We're going to see this Omen walk up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a TP over here to the A site, given how much space he has.
Bloodhound finds the opener.
With that pick, that TP is going to come through with the second Omen TP into heaven, that reposition from Bloodhound. We talked about how we want to see more out of this player, and he's definitely going to try to show us that in this round. But, oh my god, this team's going to come and punish him. He's going to get a second go, but finally get traded.
Plant's going to come down. 2 of these players for the min-maxers are very low HP. We've seen this before, the 4v2 getting out of hand. Zevsep going to get shut down by 10K. A great shot out there. Weekday tagged up a little bit as well. Going to be forced back here. So 3v3 into this post-plant now. And Weekday does find the shot into heaven onto the sky there, but 10K ringing out with his own to trade Oats out.
And Raze is still low in this 2v2. So is Cypher. There's that low player on the team being taken out 2v1 now. Bring back to a 1v1 from Wilkes. 10K with this deagle. Wilkes is not biting this tap.
So
10K doesn't really know where he is. Finally, this close smoke comes through. We're going to get at least half.
Gonna be blinded out. The full stick is coming in, but the right click in time from Wilkes. He's gonna close out that pistol. A very important round for the 6-7 to get on the board. I mean, a great job by Bloodhound there, who was not very much of an impact player in this last map. Very impactful into this round here so far. I mean, he did a great job lurking up all the way onto the A. That I believe what happened there, the Sky Flash went through the teleport and pinged information, and it just drew everybody to rotate. They believed that all the players grouping towards B, but Bloodhound sneaking up and finding that early entry just opened up the A bomb site for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was a good call for him to go lurk up, and great to get that first pick onto the thing. And good pistol round, same thing that we kind of saw from 6-7 in the last game.
Close.
Yeah, this guy bought a Bucky again. We saw Koru bring the Bucky out a couple times yesterday. Not going to be able to get anything with it this time, bringing that 5v3 for 6-7.
Yeah, the Skyblind does find a couple players, and Toro does find one, finds a second great shot out onto Wilkes. That's going to drop the bomb. And a third there from Toro onto Weekday as well. 1 for 1, 4 on the round. On for the ace is Toro, and Oats is just alone on the other side of the map. The bomb is down. Oh my goodness, what a round out from Toro thus far. It doesn't mean it's over quite yet, though. We've seen it time and time again, especially from the min-maxers just overheating into oblivion. Oats, though, snuck all the way through this B bomb site. You wonder if she's going to be noted. I do see that the Cypher crayons are yummy, pushing up pretty far forward into the space. Doesn't spot anything quite yet. You wonder if the token will drop for Toro. It doesn't seem like it has happened quite yet. Oats sneaking up into U-Haul. Doesn't know where
30
any of these
seconds
players
left.
are thus far. So even if she does find the player in short,
But
Toro is going to be posted.
They're going to be able to see this Cypher sitting here with the shorty, just not looking
One
at anything
enemy
else.
remaining.
Yeah, completely unaware their crayons are yummy.
But doesn't know where Toro is.
No, doesn't know where Toro is, and Toro's definitely on a heater. Looks like they
Oh my
think
god,
that
he's
they
sneaking
put
up
short.
close. And an
Ace
ace.
already here for min-maxers. We're already seeing an ace out. We talked about how Toro played Sky yesterday, had a great map. We said that they're a really, really good support player. And now we see they're bringing that Deagle into this round and getting 5 for it.
I mean, unbelievable, right? The Sky Flash was just fantastic out there. The early pick did go the way of 6-7, so they tried to speed up, but look at these shots out from
my
Toro,
God.
just ripping heads off, finds it onto Weekday as well, and then just able to close out the round in that 1v1. I mean, just a fantastic eco round. It's going to force 6-7 back down to an eco, and that early start that they were looking for, perhaps not panning out.
Yeah, and you could see that there was kind of some false info there from Cypher sitting short. Oats assumed that his teammate was pushed up short with him, so thought that she could get a free plant backside. But now coming into this round, they're on him with a bit more of an eco. Zep's gonna say, you're not the only one that can use the Deagle. Unfortunately, Bloodhound TPing into nowhere. Go back home, responding with another one. Toro getting his second on the round. Zep really trying to pull this round back from the brink. Gets 2, but Toro says, okay, we know who the king of the Deagle is here. Comes in with the trade, leaves Wilts in a 1v3, gets 1, but
No bullets!
gets sprayed down with the Vandal. And couple nice Deagle shots coming in from both team here. Good idea from 6-7. They're on that eco. They only have some stingers. They only have some Deagles. Let's try to go push through. Just try to group up in showers, get that bomb plant down. They got it down for the fade, worked some of those fade orbs up, and they were able to take a couple guns, 3 kills away from min-maxers, but were not able to pull the round off. But when you are on the eco, you're kind of happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can't ask for too much more from Team 6-7, so they're going to be able to purchase all the way back up onto rifles. Koru is going to get purchased from Go Back Home, so the buy coming out from the min-maxers is not the best into this 4th round here, so we could be seeing an interesting buy up here. I wonder how much that will come to play here, but it looks like just a classic B split early on in this round.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like we're just going to do this 3-2 B hit like we have seen in the past. I mean, this is a Bime Classic. They are going to be hitting into this Cypher site, and we know that Toro loves to play these backside angles. Throw a Sky Flash from tube, add this, and there it is. There's that Sky Flash coming through. He's going to swing with it, not going to be able to get, and he does get nated down. These duelists are popping off on site, and somehow in some massive brawl, we're seeing is a 1v3, but Koru's going to get a lucky one through the smoke, bring it into a 1v2, and look at this immediate reposition. Full knife out. He might have pretty good timing. I think this Fatal is going to give them false info that he went and repositioned to long with the time that he's taking. I don't think that these players will expect him to come from CT.
Oh, a smart chamber trip out from Oats.
Chamber trip to cover all your angles there. Very heads up from Oats. I kind of think he actually is CT, so this is a good read. But
great shot with the Royce rocket! The shot is good on the Wills!
Koru! That was a 1v3. Able to get that 1v2 onto site at the end, but his team was completely demolished on site. But Koru does not care. We talked about how this guy leads the charge for his team, and he's being that steady hands in the clutch as well. Absolutely saving that round for min-maxers, and nice shots out of him.
Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. We've seen it time and time again. These individual plays out from the min-maxers are just pulling these rounds away from 6-7. I mean, it looked like one of those rounds where they had cleaned up so nicely, the entry execs going their way, all of the trades going their way, but still somehow pulling it across the line. It's going to reset the economy of 6-7, but they just want to force up into this round anyway with the Chamber Ultimate. They feel like they can make this round happen. They're going to play a pretty slow early default, just trying to work some picks, I believe. Let Oats try and create some of the space, but look how close up 10K has gotten already.
Yeah.
Not going to be noted yet by Oats.
Yeah, and this is a good angle to take if you take it as fast as he did. I don't believe that Oats can hear him if he does it right with the steps and with the shifts. You can see she's still kind of holding that. It's going to be really disciplined for her to clear this. But look at these short players from the attack side. They're worked up pretty aggressively, and they do catch Koru out in the open with his pants down. Froggy's going to throw, and they get the
Does 10K take the timing?
He does. But it's kind of a bit of a consolation because now 6-7 has this full B site, but Zepsept is going to keep pushing, and we're going to see another push in response, but Bloodhound is also there. Zepsept was not alone. He brought a teammate. Toro did not see that coming. Now we're left in another man disadvantage for Min-Maxers. We saw this team win these clutches in the past, but this one might be just a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodhound positioned pretty well into elbow here. The smoke going to come in here as the players begin to flood out towards backside. So Bloodhound going to miss the timing there. The shot from Go Back Home is clean onto Weekday there. 2v2 now. The bomb kind of planted for elbow. The stick is coming in. The shot's going to go wide. And the shorty out going to find it onto Bloodhound. And another round in which Min-Maxers do not have the player advantage, somehow making it happen. The trade's just going their way. And 6-7, they just can't position well enough in these post plans to close the rounds out.
6-7 is kind of gonna let these rounds slip 7 away from them because they just cannot set these crossfires up correctly. I mean, that double push elbow, we had Omen Blind still. We did throw it, but it didn't hit anyone because of the awkward angle from CT, and it was just the timing was a little bit off, and Min-Maxers are good enough to take advantage of those small mistakes against some of these players, right? And it's just really coming down to these post plans. Look at the timeline. We have 3 straight defuses in a row, and this is what we said. If 6-7 can't get off to a hot start, how is this team really going to look against these Min-Maxers?
Yeah, I mean, they continue to force up and buy into these rounds. Another force buy, a Judge out from Weekday. He is going to spot the player close left off the dog. The Judge is going to find the opener. He's going to satchel forward and look for another. Finds a second on the Go Back Home. The Clover is not coming out, so the weaponry upgrade collected.
But look at this 10K. He's already pushed behind me. He pushed all the way through showers. Wilts is completely unaware. But Weekday's going to have to do more, but he's not going to be able to do it. 10K going to take his head off, pop these knives, and now we see, oh, he's going to be left in a 1 versus 3 though with the knives, and Zepsept takes him out.
Yeah, I mean, 10K tried to do his best to have some impact on the round, but while all the chaos was happening, Bloodhound TP'd up close to the Heaven smoke, found the player in rotation towards Heaven, and then found another onto Crayons Aryami in CT, and really it just made it undoable for 10K, who had to hit all of the shots, no margin for error, and this time he wasn't able to get the job done.
Yeah, 100%. I think that these sight hits onto A, we have seen Toru now 2 rounds get caught out in the open of this A site. Yes, he did get double satcheled on, but it's just he seems like to be caught in these awkward positions, kind of like where the bomb is planted close around that box, where he's not really able to have like a good position. He's getting hit with this util, he's getting jumped on, and it's really just that first death that kind of cracks open the Min-Maxer site. And now they're pushed onto this round.
Great shot out from 10K. See you later, Zepsept. Better luck next time.
That's a good person to kill too, because Zepsept has been so strong for the side of 6-7.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and we see it's a weaker weaponry from the Min-Maxers. These rounds have been so close, so despite the fact that they had rung out 3 in a row, it just wasn't enough to build up an economy. So Spectres and Deagles out from them, so it's important that they find that early first pick. But look, Bloodhound is TP'd in again and finds the kill onto Toro. Oh my goodness, it's going to completely open up the B bomb site as the Cypher is the only player anywhere nearby. Bloodhound continues to push forward for more, finds a second onto the round, and now a 4v3 after that early first blood. It's going to be the bomb plant now. 4v3 setup, high-low setup as Bloodhound finds a third onto the round. The Clover coming through the swing through, Bloodhound with a 4th on the round. Wilkes shuts down the Clover as Go Back Home. The last player, I don't know if he's been noted. He perhaps been spotted in hookah because the smoke and the dog coming down now. Just a Deagle out for 10K. Both players grouping up towards backside here.
Omen Blind still for the drop. This is a hard round to win, especially with the Deagle. We're going to get that drop out. We're going to make that first contact. The Omen Blind not even going to come through. We're just going to see a swing. Wilkes is going to get their second on the round. Bloodhound with 4. We said we needed this player to heat up. We knew that their main is Omen. We thought they looked a little bit awkward on that harbor. He's put back onto the Omen roll, and he has just been electric so far with these lurk ups. That timing into elbow with the TP, the lurk back sight on the pistol round on A, and he has honestly cracked a lot of these rounds open and given a lot of opportunities for 6-7.
And you know, he found 4 kills in that round, excuse me. That's how many he had in the entirety of map 1. So already in just these 6 short rounds, finding more impact thus far than he did in map number 1, and looks to continue to do so as now 6-7 have strung a couple rounds together now and do find the opener onto Showers, shutting down 10K, who's been the big impact player thus far in the map.
Yeah, and you don't really see that often, and 6-7 is going to get that first pick, and Toru said, I can't get any kills with the rifle, I'm bringing the Bucky out. Froggy's going to pop the ult that close smoke that was on site. double satchel into heaven. Toru did see him. Toru's gonna have to hit this one dig, and everyone's scraping around, and I don't know what's happening. Toru, he just body shots him down. This fatal, it's gonna be ripped out in this 3v3. They're not gonna try to lose this round. Bloodhound on top of the box. We have a classic and a Bucky over here. He's trying to TP somewhere. He's bringing util out. We've been seeing body spams with the Deagle and the classic this round. Somehow 6-7 into a 2v3, but still, I don't think that min-maxers have that many guns, so it's still kind of doable. Corey's going to try to take that first fight. Very awkward position for Wilkes. He's going to be able to get one. Corey gets his third on the round. Wilkes left in a 1 versus 2. 1 HP on both players. Brings the dog out, but peeks the corner with a shot.
Oh my god, 14 HP left for Koru. He finds the headshot, and there's gonna be enough time for this defuse. And despite the completely low weaponry and the first pick going against them, we see the Thrifty come out. I mean, I just can't. I mean, these shots from Weekday are just completely wide. Bloodhound not able to find anything on top of triple for some reason, and I think honestly, perhaps a little overconfident against these weaker guns, feeling like they can take some fights that maybe they shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah, no, 100%. And then in that 1v1, Toru played it extremely well. He naded the other side of triple, the right side, and then held the left. So kind of that fade, Wilkes had to peek one of those angles with that nade coming through. So extremely well played in the 1v1 for Koru. We see him 11-6, and he does have that raise rocket. Coming into this round, 5-3 for min-maxers. We thought we could see a little bit of momentum built up for 6-7 with this eco, but min-maxers just take that round right back.
And as we see the early stages of this round, just a bit of contact up towards B long, maybe trying to draw some rotates so that Bloodhound and Weekday can find some impact early on here.
And it's looking like it might be a 3-man hit on the site. It's just a 3v3 onto B here. Omen is finally getting those smokes down coming over. Chambers walked out into a weird cubby, no TP up. So this is kind of an awkward position. We finally get that smoke to come out, but Toru doesn't care about the smoke. He's going to shoot through all of it. Killed 2 players through that smoke, or at least the corner of it. I'm not exactly sure where he started on, and the rest of the team is kind of falling apart. Bloodhound wins one fight. 10K gonna pre-fire his teeth through the wall. And Toru, we talked about that Sky on Vine. He's able to get 2 easy kills into that round. Yes, it was an eco, but it kind of looked like, I'm sorry to say it, but 6-7 was a little bit lost coming into that round. They didn't really know if they wanted to hit B. They only had 3 players, but they pop flashed out and pushed out, and then we're stuck in this awkward position where they're out long but not on site yet and just got dismantled.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I was a little curious to see what Bloodhound was trying to cook up with that Omen smoke. I think communicating to some of the players that they can maybe cross into it, but then as they tried to swing out, Toro found 2 as they tried to cross out. So that's going to be a 6th round on the board for the min-maxers.
Yeah, and definitely a little bit sloppy there from 6-7. Looks like they want to forget about it, go back to the B, or go back to A, go back to the slate, go back home in this corner. O's going to be able to get that entry frag. 10K also falls on site. Corey responding from heaven with 2. Does get traded, and I mean, you're going to hear me say it, another man advantage. Plant, site take, 4-6-7. We're seeing these B anchors finally rotating in towards this A site, but I'm not sure how you really crack this open. You do have Sky util, but you're kind of stuck in heaven. You need to win a bit of a gunfight here.
Yeah, shots just being kind of traded back and forth. Some positions have been noted now by the min-maxers, so they know we're 2 out of the 3 players off. But Oats in this off angle, not going to be considered a U-Haul. It's going to put Toro in a 1v3, and perhaps this one is just too undoable for him. He does find a first shot onto Zepsep, but is going to be put down. Oats ringing out with 3 on this round, as she had been kind of quiet thus far in the map. So it's good to see her hopefully build some confidence onto that chamber, and 4 rounds here on the attack. Not so terrible from 6-7.
No, not so bad so far. Oats was able to get that entry frag on the site. You don't see Chamber getting that entry a lot of the time, but she was able to push forward, kill that Clove, take that first player out on site. Now I feel like, okay, yes, 6-7 does have 4 rounds, but I still feel like the min-maxers are kind of like, they're kind of helping to set this pace. 10K's still fighting for space. He's still fighting for short. He's fighting for showers. They haven't lost confidence at all. We normally see him get that pick, but he's not able to get it this time. 6-7, apparently their bread and butter is slamming A, because it looks like they want to do another 3-2 here. Flooding out of short.
Right through the smoke. See you later.
Corey watches his ult on short. Kills another one trying to flood out. These shower players are trying to get out desperately. They're able to make it out. These players backside are 1 HP, but Corey doesn't matter how much HP he has. He's still just going to headshot you.
I mean, great shots out from Koru. It's going to leave Oats alone in a 1v5 with all to do. Hoping maybe just to find a couple of exits at this point, but 10K is going to say no thanks. A flawless round, a complete denial of the A bomb site. And I mean, it all
Last
started off the back
round
of that
in the
first shot
half.
from 10K onto Bloodhound. Denied the smokes, denied the entry, and then these shots out from Koru from backside, despite being fataled and tacked up to 1 HP, was still able to find 3 on that round.
Yeah, he pulled his folds out, killed one, and still heads out the last 2 players coming out of shower.
17 and 7, by the way.
Yeah, I really want to highlight Koru because yesterday we saw him play Whaley on this map. We saw him play Harbor, and now he's on Raze. So this guy can really play a lot of different agents. We've seen good performances on all 3 of them out of him. So he's just really been such a solid player for the min-maxers.
And he continues to press forward. 10K does. He finds the opener onto Weekday again. That's going to be the Jet Knives here. He's looking potentially to play this off angle, looking for more. Koru does find one meanwhile onto Zepsept in short. Finally, the dog comes off to force 10K back away. So they do have the showers control, but at a steep cost.
Yeah, they were able to kind of work some of that space back, but look at how 10K's coming back.
One enemy remaining.
Pushing back on the shower space. Updraft dash, another right click here onto Wilkes. He did lose the space, but he was able to come back
Switching
out
sides.
and keep pushing and retake it.
Yeah, I mean, 8-4, that's not the half that you're looking for if you are the team of 6-7. I mean, they needed more than 4 rounds, I think, to set the tone early onto this map. We've seen how aggressive the team of min-maxers have been on their attack, and I mean, they're going to carry that momentum forward. They're feeling confident. They won 8 rounds on defense, and now they get to play their bread and butter. This double duelist who have been just lighting up the scoreboard, 18 and 7, 14 and 8, respectively. I'd like to see a little bit more out of Zepsept. We've seen that the Reyna's been a comfort pick, but only 6 and 11 thus far.
Yeah.
Teleport's
And we
ready.
really were looking for Zepsept to kind of heat up into this match. We saw an amazing first map out of him, and he was kind of a lot of the reason that they were winning some of those rounds early in the game. So now that he's off to a slower start, 6-7 is off to a slower start alongside of him.
Oats looking for an early pick, not going to be able to find it. 10K lurking up towards showers, finds the backstab timing as both of the players looked away, finds both of the kills onto Weekday and Zepsept. I mean, that timing was just fantastic out from him. Oats does find the trade, but going to be taken down by Koru, and now it's a 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
Koru pushing forward, finds it onto Bloodhound, and
Spike
Wilkes is left
planted.
dazed and confused. 4v1 now. Otherwise, this pistol going to go the way of min-maxers.
Yeah, and this really did feel like a must-win round for 6-7. It felt like they really had to kind of come out here swinging onto the pistol round. We saw that they were a little bit stronger with their pistol rounds. Historically, they won that first one on this. They won this first one on this map, but it's not going to be that same story again coming to this defensive side. 10K once again lighting up the scoreboard. No matter what side this guy's on, if you go showers against him, you will die.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I all of that short presence, you know, I believe Oats probably communicating as the smokes were coming down drew the attention of both of the shower players, and that's the exact moment that 10K chose to take the swing.
Great
He had
timing.
walked up close. I mean, just fantastically played there, and just a completely clean pistol round out from the min-maxers. We're going to look to convert here, and I think, yes, 6-7 is going to force it, and they feel the pressure. They're down a map. They're down in this map number 2, facing elimination. They know they need to make something happen right now.
Yeah, 100%. They know this is really kind of a must-win round. You kind of have to fight to get this momentum back. It looks like they're going to make the right decision. Full hit up through long.
Look at the Bucky coming out. He's not going to find anything there. I believe he got dogged off. Crayons or Yummy cleans it up. The plant's going to come down. It's a 5v4 now. All of these
Spike
players, it looks
planted.
like the sides have flipped. The attackers are now the defenders.
Jumped into hookah and full spraying with the Spectre, and now all these players are kind of stuck in the ground.
One enemy
He finds 2, but Toro cleans it up.
Gets all 3 of those long players.
Snappy there from Toro. I'd love to see that in the replay here, I believe. I mean, those Vandal headshots coming out, cleaning up the round. It got a little hairy, but just for a second.
I was so confused. I was like, you heard me stop talking. Like, I saw Bud. I'm just hopping around with the Bucky. I was like, how is this guy alive on site right now? But it was an interesting idea. I mean, they thought that they had to kind of make a play happen. You saw all of them pushing up short. You saw them do a 4-1, a gamble. It was not the right gamble. All of min-maxers were towards D-long, so kind of failed there. And now, what do you do if you're this team? I mean, we see Zepsept has a deal, full armor. Not going to have enough in the next round.
Oh, big short push coming out again.
Yeah, they run in a short push back. Probably going to get that first hit. Oh God, everyone is here from the defensive squad. They're really trying to take the fight to them with these lower weapons. And hits on the right side. It's a lot of damage on the corner. 1 HP, not able to get anything. Like over here.
He finds 1.
Oh, he got no bullet.
He got 2 somehow. Toro had to pull his weapon back out somehow. Bloodhound finds 2, but cleaned up very nicely. That's going to be an 11th round on the board. I mean, and yeah, like you said, everyone was there looking a bit like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate there. Everybody taking the fights in a short, but all of these kills just seem to go the way of min-maxers. And despite the fact that Bloodhound did find one with the classic there, perhaps a little bit of BM coming out from Crayons Are Yummy, pulling out the knife. It's 2 more rounds for min-maxers pulled across and to make an appearance in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's really hard for 6-7 to come back from this. We talked about how going on to this bind map, min-maxers have looked so strong against 6-7. If I'm Aura Farmers in the next series, I would not want to pick this map against them. They're looking really, really strong. Toru again going to have that first entry. Bloodhound going to get a trade. Toru's going to answer back. Zepsep does take that TP, looking at a 3v3. Kind of flip the map again. 10K's dashing around. We're going to be able to get a plant off, but go back home, gets sprayed through that smoke. And now it's going to be a little bit hard. The players are already jumping out. Zepsep gets one. 10K in the 1v3. Going to get the first one. He knows where both the players are. He doesn't know where to look, though. He's trying to smoke that ground and try to hide in it from some of these shots, but he does end up falling to Froggy. So good round for 6-7. Definitely a must-win round for this team. I mean, when the other team is at 11, it's going to be hard to get any string of rounds. You lose one round, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's no margin for error, but we've seen before these players, Weekday and Bloodhound, were part of a big comeback on Bind in the previous iteration in the Norabora Invitational, on their way to become eventual champions. So if there's any team that I would have belief that could do it, it would be 6-7. You know, they're slowly clawing their way back into this map. They need to just kind of rip these rounds off. They do have some big ultimates, but they need to waterfall them properly, right? If they blow all of their big ultimates into one round, suddenly they won't have anything, and as the min-maxers slowly get closer and closer to their big ultimates, they can start saving them up because they have a lot more margin. They just need 2 more rounds.
100%, and that's like, oh my god, we're seeing this, as you're talking about the ultimate usage, we're seeing Froggy rip their ults, does get Crayons Are Yummy for their trouble. Gonna take a second one onto Toro. What a great shot, go back and does trade him out. And it's all, this round is looking tough. They have this short control, but go back home with that wide swing, and we saw Jet like wrapping around, so it didn't really matter what exactly happened there. Flipping the site for it feels like the 5th time in this game. The attackers are going to be pushing into CT,
and they're spraying at each other, having a bit of fun here.
10K is trying to troll,
but the bomb was planted for sure, and both of these defending players are creeping up on this angle. So if they find the kill on the back home, which it doesn't seem like will happen, Oats left alone now in this 1v3. Does find the first with the full press coming out. And we've seen Oats win in these pressure situations before, but no, Go Back Home shuts it down with a 4th on the round. Gonna drag this map to a match point, 7 opportunities to close out this match.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of hard what we were talking about with the ultimate waterfall, because you really have to use them sparingly, but at the same time, every single round matters. You know, every single round is a round that if you lose, the game is going to be over. So you want to win the round at any cost, but at the same time, not only do you have to win this round, but you have to win the next 6 in a row. And we are seeing a bit of typing in the chat. I do love that, because these players really do think they are so good, but you know, like, really they're trash. But yeah, 12 over here for the side of the min-maxers. We're seeing a bit of a tail push over here from Zepsep. He's trying to make something happen against these players that apparently aren't really that good.
I know exactly.
Oh, shut down by a shorty from Go Back Home.
Shortied in the smoke. That cycle is going to come through all his people down the field. Go Back Home knows exactly where he is. Swings out, and now Oats, this B anchor. It has not been a fun game on these retakes. Left over here, we're going to see a jump spot out.
One.
We do see a slow coming out. We're seeing some cages.
The knife kill potentially coming out. No, the right side not finding it yet. The knife. No, and the Roomba takes it.
Attackers win.
13-5. That's going to close it out for the side of 6-7. They are going to be eliminated from the tournament here. But honestly, despite that, not the worst showing out from them. They showed us some flashes in the pan. This was a very exciting first map, but it seemed like they needed to win their map pick because min-maxers, they just look too comfortable on Bind.
Yeah, 100%. They look like they definitely have this map figured out. They're playing with that confidence on this map. I mean, we're going to see the scoreboard here. Koru, 24-8, that player that we were highlighting. A little bit earlier in the half, he got off to a hot start, and he kept that going into the latter half of that, into the attack rounds as well. And honestly, I mean, min-maxers do look scary despite a close abyss. taken to bind, and it looked like a completely one-sided game.
Yeah, most definitely. And, we are going to be looking at the Min-Maxers jumping into grand finals, and I believe it was the Aura Farmers who did take the other semifinal match. I'm still waiting on word to make sure that is going to happen. So we are just going to jump into a short break before we jump into our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. The most exciting Valorant is still to come. All right, welcome back to day number 2 of Carnation's tournament. I'm here again once again with Jackson. We're gonna have a quick post-match interview with the unfortunately losing team from our first semifinal match in 6-7. So we are joined by Oates. Welcome, Oates. So sorry things didn't go your way today.
Oh, good. Oh, about that. I had the stream in the background. Hello. Yeah. So even though we lost, our team had so much fun. We were so hype, and yeah. I think first day going in, I think we were there to have fun. We weren't really here to win. Like we're here to have fun, and that's what mattered. And towards the end of the second game, we knew things weren't going our way, and I think we just kind of shifted from trying too hard to just having more fun and just doing really silly plays and trying to do some fun things. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So I kind of want to hear what your guys' approach was. I know you picked Abyss. Was Abyss a map that you guys felt pretty strong on coming into day number 2? We didn't get to see any of that on stream, so maybe you guys played one of those games off stream on Abyss and felt good about it because you looked really good, and that match ended up being really close on Abyss. So I'm curious to hear what the decision making was there.
So for Abyss, we actually kind of did it to kind of throw the other team off. We actually had no strats planned. We kind of talked big game yesterday, saying that we had a lot cooked up, but in reality, we were gonna do the same troll behavior we did yesterday as we were today. And I remember talking with the team, and I don't remember what the first 2 bans were, but I was looking at the pool and I was like, they're gonna ban Abyss. So I was like, why don't we just choose Abyss? Like they're not gonna want to play it. They're not gonna be prepared. And so we wanted to have fun. I was thinking, what's the funnest map we can play for the tournament? And I think Abyss was there because people could fall off. Abyss just had changes, so people might not know all the new angles to hold. So yeah, I think it was really fun.
Yeah, and it was a really, really fun game to watch. There was so many crazy plays on Abyss and going into OT, because that was the first full game that we were able to watch on the broadcast. So seeing Abyss go to OT, seeing the clutches that people did on that map was insane. And we were able to talk to like Weekday a little bit yesterday, and he was really highlighting like how you guys were able to just like keep that positive energy back. And we were saying that you are such like an integral part to some of the teams that you play on, where you're always trying to hype people up. You're always trying to like keep that energy up. So we definitely enjoyed watching you guys play. We were a little bit sad with how Bind ended up, but I wanted to ask, so min maxers have played Bind a couple times in the past and they have looked really strong on it. Were you guys focused in the pick ban on like personal comfortability? So were you guys looking at, okay, we don't want to play this specific map, or were you guys trying to do like some bans to kind of get some of their good maps out of the pool?
When we were doing our pick bans, I think we were focused on more what we wanted to play. I think we weren't really thinking too much about binds. I did see bind come in, and I was like, I didn't really feel like playing bind against this team, but I think we ended up banning Corrode because our Corrode wasn't that great the other day. And so we were like, let's just avoid Corrode. Let's just do stuff that we can have fun with. And honestly, I think we could have capitalized on like the teleporters and done more like troll TPs. Honestly, I think that would have been more fun. But yeah, I wouldn't have changed anything. My team was great, and we had so much fun.
Yeah, you guys did seem like a super entertaining team.
Yeah, definitely. We want to thank you very much for your time. Thanks for playing in the tournament again. I know you're a seasoned veteran at this point of some of the Nora Invitational and now the Carnation tournaments. So we appreciate you. Better luck next time. Hopefully we'll be seeing you again next time as well. And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Yes,
Angie.
they better watch out for me and my Iron Buddies. Okay, have a good one, guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, so I believe now we're going to jump into a post-match interview from the Spooky Sparklers, the losing team on our other semifinal bracket side, so we'll get some insight from them. They're going to be dragged in here in just a second. I believe we have Sparkle and Tetsu from the losing team, so welcome in, guys. Good try out there. We heard it didn't quite go your way. We wanted to ask, how the match went, if you feel like things could have gone a different way, give us some insight into what happened in that semifinal.
You want to go first?
I'll go first. I'll go first.
Okay.
I thought our team, considering we're like pretty new to like we don't know each other well, I think we did really well. We won 2 games, better than last time, on the 2 freaky team. Didn't really win a map last time. You know? It was
Yeah,
kind of awkward.
yeah.
I
Oh, we
do
remember
remember
that.
that.
We remember that. We remember that.
But yeah, bro, my team was insane. Like there were so many rounds we just shouldn't have won, but we won because my team just was shooting. Like I had a bunch of shooters on my team. You know, it didn't go the way we wanted, but I'm still proud of them either way.
Yeah, 100%. We really liked you guys. We kind of thought that you guys were a bit of a dark horse coming into today. You guys were one of our first matches that we actually watched on stream. We watched you guys play Min Maxers on Bind, and we saw a lot of like super entertaining stuff out of you guys. I wanted to highlight we've been looking for the veto a lot. So I just wanted to say thank you, Sparkle, for playing that veto, for bringing the veto out on a couple of these maps. It looked really fun. There a lot of cool like little TPs and stuff. And I want to say your deagle looked insane, bro. Like we were watching, and there was so many clips that we got where you would just randomly 3K with like a deagle backside.
Oh, you should have seen the first match we played today on Bind. I faked someone out with veto tech. I jumped through the TP and TP'd back, and they all
Oh
rotated,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah,
won
yeah.
the round. It was crazy.
Yeah. No,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
we loved seeing that veto. Some of those a little bit lesser pick champs, something that we haven't seen as often. So that's super cool.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to ask quickly from you guys, you know, do you feel like things could have gone a little bit differently? You know, that I heard the second match, the second map was very, very close, came kind of down to the wire. What really fell apart for you guys, do you think?
Honestly, really nothing. It's just that, like, you know, we just met literally yesterday, and
Yeah.
like we didn't have any like strats or anything, unlike the Aura farmers who had strats set up and placed on Haven. So it was kind of messed up for them to do that to us, but it was whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was fun considering it was like a last minute swap too, because I was
Yes.
originally gonna be on the Aura farmers, but then it was a last minute swap. So I had fun, and yeah, I
Yeah.
enjoyed my team. I consider ourselves the fucking team that just aces, because like, dude, we had so many.
Yes.
We had
Yeah,
so
you guys
many.
had a couple crazy aces.
Yeah, the
Good-
reverse ace on Bind
the
yesterday.
Swift ace,
was
and
crazy.
then Jensen had an ace. Tetsu, you had an ace as well
Yep.
in that game, so that was crazy.
Yeah, in this series, I had 2 aces. These 2
Oh
games
my
we played.
goodness.
Yeah, you guys were dropping aces like crazy. And you know, I think like kind of what you were saying, Tetsu, about you guys all met yesterday. I think like that's kind of the beauty of these draft tournaments is you're gonna be with a completely new team. You're gonna have to work that chemistry up from literally ground one. You're not gonna know anyone. You may not know a single person on your team. You're gonna have to just go into the server with them, see if you guys can mesh. And you guys looked like a fun team out there. It sounded like that you guys had fun. So I think that's so cool. I think it's hard to play when you're coming from no chemistry, but I think that it's also like a unique thing about, okay, like this is a chance to compete with people that you may have never played with before.
Most definitely. Most definitely. We want to thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you for coming out and participating. You know, these
Appreciate
kinds of
y'all.
events, these tournaments, they're nothing without our players. And so you guys mean a lot to us. We're really happy to have you here. Hopefully we'll be seeing you guys again sooner rather than later for another iteration of this series. Until then, best of luck to you in whatever endeavors you're up to otherwise, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah. Thank you guys so
Yeah.
much for coming on.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
y'all.
having me. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
They sounded like they had fun.
I wish we had been able to see some of their
I
matches.
know.
It sounds like it was pretty exciting
Yeah.
stuff. But you know what? We're about to jump into the peak of the excitement. And Jackson, somehow, against all odds, the team that we thought was the best coming in, the Aura Farmers, find themselves farming some Aura in Grand Finals.
Yeah, you know, like I'm not gonna say that like we're kind of like the goats at this, right? But we did have Aura Farmers winning the entire tournament. So I'm super excited to see them make it all the way here. Have they dropped a map so far? They went 4-0 in groups, and I believe that they just 2-0'd right now. So this team, I don't think they've dropped a map.
Yeah, 100%. We talked about whether or not facing adversity early was something that was good or bad. We've seen the min-maxers face some early adversity against the Aura Farmers and claw their way through to the Grand Finals. And the Aura Farmers on the other side have not dropped a map. kind of steamrolling their way into the grand finals, coming now 2 ahead. And before we jump into our first map, we do want to bring the captains from both teams in for a quick pre-game interview. Excuse me, not the captains, but players from each team. So we're going to bring in Dyson, I believe, from the Aura Farmers. And then I'm not exactly sure who we're grabbing from the Min-Maxers, but they'll be here in just a second as well.
We're going to get 10K.
Oh, nice. Welcome 10K. Welcome Dyson.
Oh.
Congratulations on making grand finals
Congrats,
at the
guys.
first iteration of the Carnation tournaments. I just want to know what each of you is feeling coming into such an exciting match.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. Our last match went into OT, so a lot of good
Yeah.
games ahead.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what you guys can do. I remember we actually had 10K on here before, and he said that he was not scared of Demantle at all. There was no fear in his heart that he felt for this player. So I think this is just going to be like a really banger game. And we have seen such good things out of both of your teams. I want to ask Demantle real quick. So you guys are undefeated so far in the tournament, right?
We are, yes.
So I wanted to ask, do you guys see that as like a positive for your team? Or we were talking about the other side of it where you haven't lost yet, so you don't know what happens when things go wrong. So we were thinking that there might be something with a little bit of overconfidence, and if you do take that loss, not being able to claw your way back. So I wanted to see, do you think that obviously being undefeated is good, but do you think that maybe, you know, the other team Min-Maxers, they have had to rethink their game plan. They know what works and what doesn't, and they've had to work back from that. So I want to get your input on that.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't faced a lot of adversity in this tournament, but me and Yoshi in particular came from the wild card spot last game, went down a game in both series. We faced adversity. We have the experience, but with this particular squad, I guess we haven't seen much of that.
Okay.
Gotcha. And then Nate, I kind of want to ask a similar question to you, right? So you had that close loss, like you mentioned, Demantle 14-12 in day number 1. Coming into this best of 3 now, an opportunity to really establish yourself. Tell everybody that might have been a fluke. So Nate, I want to know, what are you bringing to the table? What is your team thinking about? Do you think that adversity that you faced earlier on is going to be something that's going to drive you to success in the grand finals?
The only thing I'm thinking about is stopping Tia.
Okay. You got Thanos on the other squad.
That's the only person I want to kill is Tia.
Now, Demantle, I would take that personally. He's saying you're not even a thought in his mind at all.
I mean, he did go 10-2 against me in our last bout. I will admit it. But
he's kind of right.
His team better look out. I think I was like 5 kills positive on every other member of his team.
Yeah,
so.
I saw that screenshot. Okay, so I know that 10K and the rest of Min-Maxers did talk about how they're a little bit scared. Not scared, but they want to kind of shut Heartache down. So I want to ask Demantle, is there anyone on the Min-Maxer side that you're like, we need to shut this player down in order for us to have the best chance?
I believe, if I'm not imagining this, my teammate Braden earlier today said, I'm scared of that guy when we were talking about 10K.
So, W Glaze.
I think it would be important to shut him down early.
Nate has been playing insane this tournament. I can't lie. I mean, multiple 30 bombs?
Yeah, 37
so
kill loss against your guys' team in that group stage. So, I'm excited to see it. I know you guys are excited to see it. I do want to give you guys time to prep with your team, so I don't want to hold you for too much longer. Any closing thoughts from either of you before we jump into map number 1?
All I gotta say is good luck.
Yeah, good luck. It'll be a good series.
Good luck, you guys. Thank you guys so much. We're going to let you guys get back to your teams. Really appreciate you guys for hopping on, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Dang,
excitement
bro.
in the air, a little bit of banter, but honestly pretty respectful between the two teams, and we do appreciate that here at Carnation Tournaments. It's great to have fun, it's great to get excited and to get competitive, but at the end of the day, we're all here to have a great time, and you can see the sportsmanship at an all-time high here.
Yeah, I was trying to instigate a little bit, try to make some beef between them, but honestly, both these players, it seems like they know how good the other team is. They're going to respect that skill level that they're going to bring into this grand final, and they just want to have a good game. They want to have a good performance from both sides. So honestly, I can respect that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe we're getting into pick bans now. The Aura Farmers are going to be the number 1 seed. So they do have the first map pick. They do pick Bind. So that's going to be our map number 1.
Interesting.
So we're seeing more Bind in case you
Interesting.
haven't seen enough of it yet today and yesterday. We'll run it back one more time. An exciting map. I know the Aura Farmers feel pretty comfortable on it. I know Demantle in particular feels pretty comfortable about it. So I would not be surprised to see them come out on top on this map.
Yeah, 100%. But the thing is that Min-Maxers has been so strong on Bind the whole tournament. We even talked about it last series. And they're coming off of a Bind win. So they have this familiarity. Literally last map, right? They just played Bind. They have been working on it yesterday and today. So I think that getting them picking Bind, Min-Max picking Bind as this first map into this series is a really good call from them. And I think that they're going to be able to give a really, really strong showing on this map.
Yeah, definitely. And production letting me know that I was incorrect about that. It's the Min-Maxers pick, but honestly, that makes sense. We've seen them be successful as you mentioned. Besides that, map number 2, which is going to be the map from the Aura Farmers, it's going to be Sunset.
Yeah,
so,
which we have not seen yet.
Yeah, we have not seen Sunset, and
stream.
finally we will get to see that. That's a guarantee. And then the final decider map is going to be Abyss, so we'll get to see some excitement. We saw some fireworks out on Abyss from the Min-Maxers already, so should we go to a map number 3, we should expect some fireworks again.
Yeah, I wonder, I would love, do you know what map that these two teams played on yesterday? I'd love to try to find that out, because I wonder if maybe it was Sunset, so maybe the Aura Farmers kind of feel a little bit confident coming into this map as their map pick.
Right.
I think that this is going to be a good series. I mean, we honestly talked about it at the end of yesterday that we thought that these were the 2 strongest teams in the tournament. We know that some of them did falter a little bit. They had some close games against some of these middle seed teams, but they were able to get those wins out, both able to make the grand finals, which we did predict. Now we have Aura Farmers coming out on top here. But I am scared of Min-Maxers because these people actually shoot back.
Fear.
Like, they have no fear. They do not care. They said that they dropped in OT to this team, Aura Farmers, last time. So they kind of have something to prove. They have a reason to win. They want to get their win back. And I'm getting word that they did play Sunset yesterday, which is the map that went to OT. Aura Farmers was able to get over that hump at the end and take it home in their favor. So they're hopefully feeling a little bit good about that map since they've won on it.
Mm-hmm.
But an OT win it's
shaky.
It can go either way.
100%. Yeah, I'm curious to see, if they feel like maybe there were some small, minute mistakes that they might have been making that led to a couple rounds that slipped away to allow that map to get so close. But honestly, as an Aura Farmers fan over here, I'm a little concerned about the fact that they pick a map that ended up being so close.
I know.
We've seen how dominant the Min-Maxers have looked on their map pick of Bind. So, if the Aura Farmers aren't able to get things going early into map 1, you'd be concerned kind of rolling into the map number 2, because we've seen that the Min-Maxers are fully capable of taking them to the brink. So you will have to look out for that in map number 2 here. I'm curious team comp wise what the Aura Farmers are going to look to do on Bind. We kind of have an idea of what we're going to see from the Min-Maxers. We're going to see the Sky. We saw the Cypher from Crayons Are Yummy. We've also seen the Vice.
We saw the Vice yesterday.
Yes, that's true. We'll probably see the Jet and the Rays again from Koru and 10K.
We saw Koru play 3 different agents so far. He could pull something else out.
I mean, the way he was shooting on Rays, the way he was finding those openers, I'd be shocked to see something else coming out from him, as well as that Jet out from 10K. I mean, clearly a comfort pick.
Just run the same comp back. And before we're gonna hop into the game here, we just gotta give one more shout out to the PCRF. We're doing this whole tournament as kind of a charity fund to raise money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. So still, we're dropping that link in chat if anyone has a couple extra bucks. But throw some money towards that. Join the Discord. Throw a screenshot in. We'll add it to the total.
Jackson will do a backflip.
I will do a backflip. So now we're coming into Bind, though. Hey, we're coming into Bind. We're getting this grand final started off. Bind, it's gonna be Min-Max's best map, I think, so far. They've looked so good on this, and I don't think I have seen Aura Farmers play this map yet, so I'm not exactly sure what we're going to see on it. We do see sort of a normal team comp. Brayden is going to be on that Reyna. We talked about how he's been putting up good performances across the board, and I played Bind with Brayden in the last tournament. He played Reyna. He dropped like 25 or something, so he's very comfortable on this agent on this map. We have allegedly the Thanos of Aura Farmers.
Mhm.
We have Heartache on the Clove.
It's a comfort pick for her too. We saw her in day number 1, just kind of just eliminating everybody all over the place with that Clove, you know, just finding frags left and right, and then just being fully capable as a smoker as well. So I think those are the two highlight players on Aura Farmers.
100%.
And then on Min-Maxers, we're seeing again, 10K is going to be on that Jet. We're going to see Go Back Home on that Clove. The Toro on the Sky, Crayons are Yummy on the Cypher, so we're seeing the same thing again, but it looks like Koru's going to go, yes, with the Raze, so we're going to be seeing the same team coming out again, the success that they found before, so I'm going to highlight 10K, I'm going to highlight Koru. I think those are going to be the 4 highlight players coming into this map number 1. That's not to say that some of these other players could be pretty relevant. We've seen Toro pop off, we've seen Kazi have moments of star power, right, potential, and then Yoshi, you know, is always a wild card factor out there.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that there's a lot of players that can heat up. I know who we want to look at, especially, but I do want to shout out some of these support players. I mean, we have seen Toro pop off on these agents. We saw that Crayons Are Yummy had a lot of good performances earlier today, and I think that that's like where your backbone of the team lies, because some of these players that can have an amazing game but could also have a terrible game, if they're struggling a little bit, they need those support players to still be getting picks, to still know that there is a team behind them, so they can go do something aggressive, maybe do something a little bit stupider, they can go die, but their team is still going to do everything that they can to win this round. And I think that this is just going to be a great first map over here on Bind. We're looking at the Min-Maxers on the attack side, looking like probably a tried and true A-hit. We saw this last game with 10K lurking outside showers. We're going to see 4 players coming out of short. We see this Raze go over the top. Braden completely not looking. Maybe the sound cue was not heard. Showers control still kept for Aura Farmers, trying to fight out of here, but they're not able to do anything over here.
Plant gonna come down 5v4 now. Yoshi finding 2 though, however, and 1 from DD Blaster as well off the seas. Koru does find a trade onto Heartache, finds a second onto Yoshi. Toro finds 1 onto Kazi. Suddenly it's a 1v2 for the Mantle, who finds the first, but Koru with 4 on the round, coming alive already. A highlight player that we have mentioned once before, once again popping off with a 4K to open up this grand final.
And that's exactly what you were saying. You want to see what Koru does on this Raze. He just had a insane map, like 25-8 against 6-7, the team that they just beat in the semifinals. So bringing that momentum, you can see he did not lose it. The small break that we took, there was no effect on his play. He's coming out, bringing a 4K into the pistol round, 5 out of 8 for that Raze ult, and of course buying the Bucky into this second round.
Yeah, and it looks like just kind of a repeat of the previous round on pistol, looking for this fast short, but on the other side, on the Aura Farmers, looking for an aggressive shower play. They're gonna walk into the smoke, but 10K avoided. The Boombot finds 3 on the round, looking to find a 4th. Gonna find the 4th onto Braden after some messiness. Probably gonna be looking for this ace. It could be another one for 10K. Pressing forward, knife out. Koru is trying to give it to him.
Oh, Kazi's gonna find the ace.
And the ace. Oh my goodness, and what an electric start for the Min-Maxers. A 4K from Koru, an ace out from 10K. The 2 players that we said to look out for already having a loud impact on this first.
360, sprays all the bullets, brings a classic out, right clicks him. I mean, this guy is such a fun player to watch, and exactly like you said, watch out for 10K and Koru, and look at what they've done. 4K into an ace, all ready to start buying off.
Yeah, and they're going to be building up towards these ultimates very early on into this half here. As you can see, 6 out of 8, 5 out of 8. Meanwhile, on the side of Aura Farmers, not a whole lot of kills collected means not a whole lot of orbs found thus far. A big first buy for them. This is almost feels like a must-win round for them early on in this first half.
Yeah, 100%. They're lucky enough to have the gun advantage, so Braden's going to get that long-range pick with the Mantle dismiss out. We're going to get a double satchel onto Yoshi with a second kill coming from Koru in U-Haul. Braden left completely alone. A double swing backside. He's not even able to get one, and somehow that man advantage has flipped completely in the favor of Min-Maxers. They left the spike in short somehow. Probably that guy that got spammed in the beginning dropped it, and no one decided to pick it up. We all decided to go push and trade the players that are going out of sight. So we see 10K jumping around. DD Blaster and Kazi left.
They're just going to TP away to B. They decide, why even try and force the plan on A? We saw both players. Let's just go to B. Koru hopping over the tripwire, probably not going to be anticipated quite yet. Beating up forward with the nade, just with the Spectre. And look at this late player, 10K. Gonna be noted out by DD Blaster, but Go Back Home found the shot. DD Blaster good for a second one. Suddenly it's a 2v1. This could be doable. Swing out shots, not quite going their way yet. The dog through. Gonna make contact on the elbow, but the player topside Toro gonna shut it down, and that's a cleaned up bonus round for min-maxers.
Yeah, the min-maxers were able to throw those close smokes on A site, even though Braden was able to get the first pick down short with that Vandal spam through the one-way. The rest of the team it doesn't matter if they lose a player. We talk about how explosive this team is. We see the Raze Koru flying over the top of site with just a Spectre full spraying someone as he lands. And that's the thing about this team is they're so like, they move so fluidly, right? It doesn't matter if they lose a player. They're going to keep pushing as a unit. Even there in that post plant, they see them both, they instantly TP. And there's no like hesitation at all. And that's really one of this team's strong suits is that they can just heat up and just keep that momentum going every single time.
Well, this Bucky out from Kazi is going to find the first onto Core, finds a second onto Go Back Home. Complete shutdown of Hookah. Meanwhile, 10K dashing out towards the site, so they do have control of B-Bomb site, but with no Hookah control, it's going to be difficult to maintain. They're getting pinched, but a shot through the smoke on the DD Blaster. Going to equalize a little bit as the plant begins to come down now. 3 players grouped up towards Hookah. Another great snappy shot out from 10K. He's looking for more, looking towards CT, but all of these players are coming up on the flank. They don't have the greatest weaponry, however. The Bucky out from Yoshi. She's going to satchel forward, not find anything. Heartache does find one for the trade. 10K on for a 4K. He's looking for it, creeping up. Cage going to go down in just a moment, but Braden finds a shot on Crayon to 10K left alone in the 1v2. Knife's going to be popped, but he's going to get shut down by Braden, and a heroic effort just isn't quite enough. A thrifty round to finally get Aura Farmers on the board.
Yeah, 10K looking for the second ace of the series already, but he's just not able to get it out in that 1v1, and that's the fear about going into Hookah on their eco, right? We have Kazi here sitting with the Bucky. He's able to kill 2. The rest of those A players then TP over, so they get both of those guns coming into that retake. Flip the map a little bit, become the attackers, retake from Long and Hookah, and amazing shots out of 10K, but just unlucky, not enough HP, gets body shot, can't pull those knives out in time. So really good thrifty for Aura Farmers, because if the min-maxers were able to just keep that momentum flowing, it's going to look really, really scary for the rest of the half.
Yeah, most definitely. And the min-maxers do have some big ultimates here in the Sky and Razor. So despite the fact that they did lose that thrifty round, still looking confident coming into this 5th round here. Just going to start towards B Long, a common dog here. The Roomba, again, not going to spot 10K out, so he's going to go for this Lurk Showers. We've seen him be so effective on the Showers work. Meanwhile, the B-Exec coming through. Kazi shoots Koru out of the sky. A good pop flash out is going to allow them to come to the site, but the Rain of Flood coming through. Braden looking for the shot's going to find it on the go back home. Kazi shines with another one onto Crayons are Yummy. A third on the round onto Toro, and 10K left alone on this Lurk in a 1v3.
Yeah, and that's the thing about 10K is he is not scared to lurk, but that's the unfortunate part when one of your entry duelist lurks is it's a little bit harder to get into sight. They're not able to break those sight lines. Kazi gonna get the 3 from backside. 10K gonna get another for his troubles. Gonna take another fight onto Heartache.
One enemy remaining.
Coming out
Shot
here.
on the Kazi, no way!
And this is gonna be a 1v4 if this happens. It's now a 1v1 against Thanos of Aura Farmers. We have Unheartache. It looks like she knows exactly what side 10K is on. That gun drop is going to confirm it. It's just going to be a straight aim duel here. We see the jiggle, another jiggle, a little bit of damage done to the Clove, updraft. We're going to make it to the TP, so this is going to have to be a retake for Unheartache. But this is the
30
player
seconds
Nate
left.
said, 10K said he was scared to fight this person. He said he wants to stop her game, right?
And a tap onto the spike. He's going to go for the
it's
TP. He's
so
going to flip it
good.
again. And
It's
Heartache
so
had bit
good.
on the first TP. 20 seconds left. The spike is going to be able to be planted onto the B-bomb site. But look how quickly Heartache is here. This good
she's gonna
site
be
smoke.
here fast.
It's going to let her sneak out the early, but no, she doesn't choose to take the timing spot out on the jump
Good
spot.
jump spot. It's a hard clutch for both players here. A lot riding on this because 10K said that he wants to shut her down early. So this could be a good clutch for the momentum, but he's not able to do it. The Thanos of Aura Farmers is able to get another round in their favor.
Yeah, and you know, thus far into the match, I hadn't seen a whole lot come out from Heartache thus far. She was a spotlight player for us, somebody that we were looking out for. And again, 10K trying to pull something from the depths. What was seen to be unwinnable looked very winnable there, but calm, cool, collected from Heartache, takes care of business, puts a second round on the board.
Yeah, 10K is definitely on this game though. Another 3K for him, another multi-kill. But I just want to highlight Kazi holding that sight down, killing that entry that's coming in, that Raze that's flying over, and then getting 2 more on top of it, completely stopping min-maxer's push into the site. 10K sitting at 12-4. But when you're on that lurker role, it's a little bit harder to get that impact. And we're going to see it again on this round. 10K is going to be alone towards Showers, while the rest of the team is making that B control. I mean, if he's been shooting so well that honestly he thinks that he can just go to the other side of the map and really try to crack something open and get this round. in the favor of min-maxers.
Yeah, and you know, you're right. Just the same beat control coming out, a little bit of hookah pressure this time as well. It's going to draw rotates. I mean, look at this. Aura Farmers have completely vacated the A bomb site, and 10K this time choosing to take the work up towards showers. He's going to start calling some of these players back. You can see
timing in heaven, though.
Yeah, Yoshi is going to have a duel potentially on 10K. It's all about the timing. Does she consider it? Spot out is going to note it, so I believe she only has a Bucky, so she's not going to be able to capitalize. It's going to be Heartache against 10K again. We've seen this fight once before. Updraft coming through. Heartache swinging through. Yoshi saturating forward. A good trade out from Brayden, who finds a second as well. 10K finds one as well. He's going to pick up the front here. The spike's going to go down, but it's a 4v3. 3v3 now as Crayon to Yummy finds a kill on to Brayden. With this Clovolt running out, it's soon going to be a 2v2 unless Heartache finds a player in pocket. Yes, the shot's going to be good on the Koru, so now a 1v3 again for 10K with it all to do as the defuse coming down already.
Once again, 10K is left in this man advantage, and again to Heartache, he falls. He's not able to get that round for his team. You know that might these 1vx scenarios for him might start to hurt his confidence in the rest of his team. They haven't been able to get those frags that we've seen them get in the past. So I'm kind of worried about how this team looks if only 10K is getting frags, if he's the only one shooting back. A great round from Heartache, got that Clovolt, was able to, at the last second, find that person trapped in Cubby and then finish off 10K at the end.
You know, and I know I am a little biased towards the Aura Farmers just a bit, but could you say that 10K is perhaps stat padding a little bit? I mean, how much impact are these frags having? Yes, he's on for these multi-kills, but a lot of it coming at the back end of these rounds, and if it's not converting into round wins, I mean, does it really even matter?
I mean, on one hand, it is hard to say that he's not having as much impact, but on the other hand, at some point his team does just have to get those frags. You know, he was able to get that opening into U-Haul, held onto that whole U-Haul space, but the Aura Farmers, they just avoided U-Haul. So if your team can't hold the rest of the side, it's going to feel frustrating as that player.
Yeah, we could be seeing a pop flash here out of the smoke. A short here, Brayden. I don't know if he'll be able to turn this flash in time. Meanwhile, contact towards showers. Heartache finds one. The Clover's going to come through, but 10K with a great Deagle shot out. Brayden goes 1 for 1 as Yoshi finds one to trade it out as well with the showstopper. A 3v3 now. Yoshi
Clovolt is still running out, so they have to push into U-Haul here. Clovolt doesn't even matter. Yoshi gets another one on the round, still holding onto this U-Haul space, trying to wait enough time for the team to rotate. And it looks like they're maybe thinking about TP. He does tap, but look at Kazi. Kazi has not moved from the B side.
Great satchel out from Yoshi. The trade not going to be good, though. 10K finds it on just 10 HP, and suddenly a 2v1 now. Kazi with it all to do. The plant still yet to come down. 40 seconds here, being very disciplined considering all of the flank angles. They haven't seen Kazi throughout this round. Ooh, gonna take the swing backside, the dink from the Deagle. A wide swing. Often swing out from Koru. Gonna convert that round, and I mean, the tandem duo of Koru and 10K combining together to convert on that 2v3, I believe.
Yeah, 100%. And that first kill, Heartache is able to get the Clove trade, but look at that falling back through the wall dinks with the Sheriff. The Clovolt does not come into play, does get picked off by Yoshi. But look at that wide swing. Are you kidding me?
Give me your ankles.
It really came down to that kill in U-Haul. You saw Yoshi was able to get that satchel off in time, but perhaps like a bit of a whip there on the 10K. He's able to somehow get that frag across the board. And it looks like this A site is their bread and butter so far. I mean, they've been taking shower control for free, but look at this race call. Top right does get 10K on the entry, gets a second one that's trying to come out the rest
Great
of the team.
decay out from Heartache there to help assist with that. A third on the round now for Yoshi.
Finally gets traded out by Go Back Home, but this man disadvantage. Yoshi did enough on the round. She got enough kills to get them advantage. Heartache's gonna swing through the smoke, but lose that fight onto Crayons are yummy, but
I know exactly where
to
you
walk
are.
into U-Haul. The cycle is gonna come through, but it's not quick enough. DP Blasters finally Go Back Home. Looking at the spike, not looking at the other players. Crayons are gonna be 1 HP in this 1v2.
Yeah, defuse coming in, half gonna be found, but the angle, the reposition, no, but Kazi shuts it down, cleans up the round. That's gonna be a fourth, and we are neck and neck thus far, 8 rounds into the map number 1.
And these rounds are so brawly from these two teams. We see such crazy multi-kills. I mean, Yoshi sitting on top of his box the whole round, killing 3 players that are coming out. But even then, it was still a 2v2. There's definitely still a chance here for the min-maxers, but it's just such a big brawl. I mean, that's what the min-maxers have talked about. They like doing. They like having those vibes. They like having that playing as a team, you know, having that team play come into play here on Vine, just playing together and playing and playing and playing and playing. And now it's 4-4.
Yeah, we have in fact played 8 rounds. Thank you very much,
You're
Jackson, for
welcome.
that insightful commentary. And we've seen this Fade Eye has come out consistently
Yeah.
from DD Blaster, just getting that early info there, finally getting shot out, no longer getting any tags. So not the number of players, but that early info still provided as min-maxers look to work towards B again, going for a pretty fast pace here. But Toru got absolutely lit up through the smoke down
Oh
20
my
feet. But 10K
God.
over the top finds one with the shorty. Toro trades out DD Blaster, and Brayden not able to find anything either. So now it's a 4v2 as the plant is going to be coming down here. Heartache and Yoshi going to have to work together here to try and claw this round back.
And you were actually able to see Yoshi was able to jump on the box over there and mark it and get over that tripwire. So I wonder if this might catch some of the min-max players off guard. There is a Cypher cam
back turned
in Hookah, so maybe she's able to find one for free.
Just
But
a dink.
with the body shot, that cam's going to be
Last
tapped.
player
Location
standing.
officially revealed that CT player is going down. Thanos is dying. It looks like Captain America aimed for the head.
That was Thor.
Oh my god. And now Yoshi left in this 1v4. Yes, we got over this trip, but this flank is not going to mean anything.
Yeah, it's just going to be a save out from Yoshi, and I think understandable. Really unfortunate there. Did get the dink up onto the Clove, but wasn't able to convert the kill. Meanwhile, the double swing did come out into Elbow and took out Heartache, so that's just going to put the round to bed. And a really good reaction from Midmaxers there. I mean, that dash updraft from 10K, again, he just continues to show
with
absolutely
that
no
shorty
fear.
into Elbow. Look at this, and just like kind of swings around and one taps him.
Yeah, and I saw Brayden came in on the flood there. He had an opportunity maybe for a couple of shots, but I believe with just a Guardian, just wasn't able to find anything through the smoke there. So getting taken down on the trade, it's going to be 5 on the board for the min-maxers. And this back and forth half continues to sway in each direction.
Yeah, and min-maxers had a great round there, but I want to highlight Aura Farmers with that eye outside B. They get that early info, and then you saw right off that eye breaking, Yoshi started walking down short. Brayden instantly started rotating as she wasn't making contact. He was able to flood. He didn't get anything, but in a different round, he was able to get one, help the team out. So I will say, yes, Aura Farmers did lose that round, but it was not poorly played at all. And now it's just going to be a run back of the same round. We're going to see another B-slam here from min-maxers. We know that Fade is somewhere under Hookah. He's going to get taken out. I mean, I think he had an eagle or something sitting there as a dog, and everyone dashed on him. So only one person on the site, but look at just this confidence. I don't care. We're going to keep
Last
pushing
player
forward. The second
standing.
one does get traded, but Toru, we're going to come with more teammates, going to come swing and kill the rest of the team. I think it did look like a bit of a half-buy there for the Aura Farmers, but this pace that min-maxers is setting in this first half on the attack side just feels like honestly so oppressing to play against.
Yeah, and you know, I know that they love to continue to press forward, so one thing I'd like to see out from the Aura Farmers is perhaps playing a little bit more towards retake on one of these sites, perhaps, you know, being willing to let them use their utility, use a lot of their forward press early on to take the site, and then they're more than likely just going to overheat into your crosshair anyway. So, and we are seeing the Marshall buy come out from Crayons Are Yummy. There was plenty of money to purchase a rifle, but for whatever reason, maybe feeling a little more confident in the scope weapon, we're just going to see this continued accelerated pace out from the min-maxers here as they accelerate into the A bomb site. Ray's rocket coming out. Brayden gonna be taken down by the plant's gonna come down. Yoshi with the judge close in the smoke, not gonna be able to find it onto Koru, who's on for a second. He's just gonna continue to push forward. Dog gonna spot him out, but he doesn't seem to care. Look at this boost towards CT. Heartache with a lot of pressure on her now. The close to King coming in. Blaster comes in with one, but Go Back Home finds it as well. Koru with a third on the round. The rest coming in. Go Back Home trades that one out as well. Chaos going on, but DD Blaster left alone in a 1v3.
And look at where these kills are happening. DD Blaster able to get a third. Look for a second that he was going to be able to get that fourth. Koru instead takes the fourth for himself. Another 4K, another multi-kill from the Duelist. And just look at where those kills are happening on the A site. Yes, you lose that player in showers, you lose that player back site, but this team just keeps pushing. Somebody died in CT, 2 people died pushed to the heaven. They weren't even peeking sight. They're getting pushed from CT. So these guys, like, look at this guy's dying in her spawn. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? These guys are playing with such confidence, and when they're hitting their shots, it just feels like an unstoppable tide.
Yeah, I mean, Koru with a second 4K coming into this half, really lighting up the scoreboard along with 10K, who we talked about early in this round. A bit of a trap attempted by Aura Farmers, not to find anybody out there. Meanwhile, Kazi with a lot of pressure in
Dog
Hookah.
and Goomba.
Just swallowing utility. Have a nade for your troubles as well. See you later. Better luck next round. I mean, the Raise Rocket and the Fatal is still an option here, so this is by no means a done deal, but it is going to be an accelerate into the B-bomb site. That plant is going to be secured. A bit of a close smoke on Heartache, but meanwhile, Go Back Home finds the lurk kill onto Yoshi. So as this Fatal comes in and does mark 3 players, DD Blaster trying to salvage the round a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to have this fight
Last
able to come
player
out of the way
standing.
forwards, kills two of the backside people, go back home, gets that peek from elbow. Another scrappy round. We had our Clove,
Switching
which
sides.
cannot smoke on B from A, I believe. Our Clove was lurking on A, somehow kills one. Our Jet is still swinging elbow, but it works out in the end. Trades go completely in favor of the min-maxers. And 8-4 half. I mean, look at this pace set. You talked about Koru, you talked about 10K, 17-8 and 16-8. And then on the other side, I mean, we're going to have to talk about it at some point. We have Heartache, 6-12, Braden, 8-11, a little bit of a slower start than we've seen from some of these players. Maybe 10K is getting his wish and they're able to shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these rounds are blink and you'll miss it moments. It's just fast pace, in your face. The round is over before it even really begins. A lot of these times it was back and forth there for a little bit, a couple rounds for the Aura Farmers, but really min-max is just finding their stride late into that first half. And you know how aggressive they love to play on defense. So it doesn't mean that the pace is going to stop here as we jump into the second pistol.
Yeah, and this is a really, really important pistol for Aura Farmers. We're going to see 10K take that first contact.
Look at this recycling. Why not? Swing it again.
Yeah, he does die, but luckily Koru, the other head of that two-headed snake over there, he's able to get a pick into showers, evening it into a 4v4. So technically the attackers do have the advantage here, but you see Koru instantly repositions, close short. He was fighting showers. They're gonna reassess what they want to go for. Now they're gonna fight for short. Kazi walking out does not fully clear the angle. It's gonna be a freebie for Koru. No trade coming through instantly. But now this showers player knows that race has repositioned. So we might see this. I believe it's DD Blaster over here.
Knife out under hookah, by the way, just kind of hanging out. Heartache sees the trick.
Shorty under hookah. I would be mad.
Oh, I think Koru might have spotted DD Blaster. No, didn't quite spot him out. A battle of timings. The reload is going to be noted, however, so holding this angle does get contact, but choosing to disengage here. Heartache going to speed away from the B-bomb site, so it looks like we could be looking at an A end here. Yoshi trying to find some kind of contact timing.
left.
They know the player backside, but do they know about the player U-Haul? Satchel coming in, right click in your face, but the D shots are going to ring out. The overheal going to be collected as well, so the smoke's down. Bomb plant tap coming in. U-Haul position taken, but with 20 seconds left, we need to find this plant. Heartache's not going to find anything. Not a lot of time with the DD Blaster. He's going to find one, but it's going to get traded out by Go Back Home and a cleaned up pistol round from the min-maxers.
Yeah, and it really looked kind of awkward there for Aura Farmers. It seemed like they couldn't get any meaningful space. They were able to work up showers, but that's only once the min-maxers stopped fighting for it. They knew that they were going to give them showers, so the space that they're able to take has not been that meaningful. They're trying to take these fights, get a little bit extra space, but I mean, the min-maxers are just shooting too well right now. Everything, at least in that round, it just was not working, and it seems like it's very, very hard for them to even get an inch against the min-maxers.
Yeah, 100% here, and all Aura Farmers are going to do, they're going to play on this eco. They're just probably going to look for some orbs, work for some of that ultimate. DD Blaster is 3 out of 8 on his Fate ult now, so he'll probably be the one to collect the orb here. Meanwhile, the Raze, Yoshi hanging outside of Hookah, so just a 4-1 split. They're going to grab the orb and kind of speed up here. The Sky Flash going to blind his teammate, but Toro, meanwhile, finds 2 for their trouble. A third through the smoke on the Kazi. Heartache finds 1 on the Crayons and Yummy, but the flood in, and Toro finds a 4 through the smoke. Can we get a PC deck on Toro?
I mean, this guy on this angle, even earlier we talked about it. We know Toro likes to throw those Sky Flashes backside, swing off of them, and like look at this guy on this angle. He does not miss. Killed, I think, at least 2 of them he did not see. This one he did catch a glimpse of their gun, but I mean, what a great round with that Guardian. And those ult orbs going towards the sky is what you want to see. And look at just this kill distribution on the min-maxers. Yes, Crayons are Yummy is a little bit lower on the leaderboard, but I mean, they are playing with a shorty underneath Yuka. But the rest of this team, everyone looking so positive, double positive across the board. And it's just a very, very impressive showing. Looks like they want to come fight showers here, but the Aura Farmers, they don't want any of that. They're going to go 5 up B long over here. Going to try to just do a full brawl on the site. Hit this Cypher site, see if we can try to get into a retake position.
Look at this fast TP flood, though, from the min-maxers. There's going to be 4 players here. They're going to get pincer maneuver coming in. Crayons or Yummy finds the first on a Yoshi. And look, all these players trying to TP away. The 10K is so quick on this flank with the Outlaw. Finds a collat onto the first. He's another up for a third. And Toro comes in to close out the round. It's 11-4 now.
And like they took that shower space so quick. They saw nothing. They instantly ran back, took that TP over to the B side, and he was so quick. that the min-maxers weren't even able to TP away. He caught them trying to leave. They had the right idea. They wanted to go TP back over to that empty A-bomb site, but 10K has been so fast. He's so sure of these pushes, like we were saying. They don't waste a second. There's no hesitation in their play. They go for it, and when it works like that, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, now just 2 rounds away, so do or die time for the Aura Farmers, perhaps. They have to force up into this round. The Snatcher coming forward, just taken, stole, ripped off of Yoshi's head. Go back home, good for 3 on the spray down. Looking to find another. Heartache in the smoke, hasn't been noted yet. Has he found one onto 10K as well?
One enemy remaining.
And a weird timing play comes out there as Koru does find the shot onto Heartache. Has he left alone in the 1v3, gonna get shut down. And that's match point at 8 opportunities, looking even better than they did in their semifinal matchup. Match point now for the Min-Maxers.
And Aura Farmers weren't even able to get out of short there. They were all dropping just outside that smoke. I mean, very nice first shot from Go Back Home. Able to re-swing and get 2 more coming out. They had that crossfire, and it just seems like they just cannot break through this defense half of Min-Maxers. That's the 4th in the row for them. And look at this chopped ass buy coming from the Aura Farmers. We do got a judge, and it is on the raise, and we know Yoshi does like to play with that judge, but it kind of looks like another desperate A push. It hasn't been working. And look at this walk up from Koru, but it doesn't matter. Brayden finally gets a first blood over in the Aura Farmers favor.
Yeah, you wonder if the Browns are even concerned about winning the map as opposed to maintaining some mental and building some confidence going into map number 2. They're probably already thinking about it at this point. 5v4, the bomb will go down here as DD Blaster trying to find Go Back Home. Yes, finds them through the smoke there. Yoshi finds one, but 10K from Showers finds 2, and it's a 3v2 now. Very workable. We've seen 10K in these moments before. Does get shut down by their demon in Heartache, and Yoshi cleans up the round, so they do find the 5th on the board. They do make it another round to win, but still, I mean, the Min-Maxers just look so fantastic thus far.
Yeah, despite this scoreboard, 12-5 here in the Min-Maxers' favor, I do want to say that Heartache has honestly kind of been putting 10K down. We talked to 10K about it, and honestly, it kind of seems like she is winning that head-to-head against him. But I mean, he's winning and getting against the rest of her team. I think he's like 20-9 or something right now, or 22-9. So maybe this rivalry doesn't matter as much as we might think, because if the rest of your team is dying for him, then you're going to lose the round.
Yeah, definitely. And I do want to call some minor attention to the fact that there is a pie watch on the team that is winning 12-5. So I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that before, but we might not get there anyway, because look at them run it down. They find 3 kills. These last 2 players working up towards Showers, they don't have the bomb. They're going to have to go basically play defense, but walk into the attackers. But the roles have been reversed here.
They're still pushing. Like, that's the thing. You're not going to be able to get any space back against these guys. They're going to keep pushing you down because they have the bomb.
I think that was a right click out. It's going to take Brayden down. I mean, just unbelievable stuff. Heartache with it all to do. 1v5 to keep the map alive. It does find the first.
Impossible scenario here, though. You're trying to fight against 4 members of the Min-Maxers, and you're only going to be able to get one before able to put a stop to that 1v5 before it even really started. And wow, what a first map from the Min-Maxers. I mean, they were playing like they just did not. They were playing like it was still a group stage.
Yeah, I mean, just full confidence swinging everything. We saw so many times where these players on the Min-Maxers are just taking every single gunfight they possibly could. 10K and Koru were having a race pretty much to see who could end up at the top of the scoreboard the fastest there. Both of them with 24 kills, 4 and 3 first bloods respectively. I mean, it almost looks like a sort by team scoreboard. Crayons Are Yummy did avoid the pie, thank goodness. So before we jump into this map number 2, any closing thoughts here for map number 1?
I mean, it's like we said in the beginning, we wanted to look at Koru, we wanted to look at 10K, and they had a combined combat score of like 700. They just completely took over that game. And we talked about it, even in the first 2 rounds, 4K into an ace, we saw multiple more multi-kills from both of these players going into this map, into the rest of the map. And it was honestly like, if your duelists are playing like that, then what is the other team supposed to do? They're shooting like they have never lost a fight in their lives. And even when they do get shut down, they come into the round and they go even more aggressive.
Yep, 100%. So we saw some domination come out from the Min-Maxers. It's going to be sunset elimination time for the Aura Farmers, facing that adversity they haven't seen yet before. We're going to take a short break between maps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back now to map number 2 of our grand finals here at Carnation Tournaments. Back here again with Jackson. We saw a very exciting and explosive first map, but very heavily in the favor of min-maxers. So hoping to maybe turn the tides a little bit. We talked about it in the pre-show. We talked about it pretty much all throughout today, whether or not the Aura farmers were going to be able to handle adversity. And they're going to be facing that adversity we talked about. So I'm curious to see how they're going to handle it going into that second map.
Yeah, 100%. And we mentioned it a couple of times in the game, but they talked about shutting down some of these players that normally have really big games and some of the stronger players over here from the Aura Farmer side. And it seemed like they did that. I mean, we didn't see those lightning moments from some of these heavier fraggers on the Aura Farmers. So hopefully that maybe they came into it just with a little bit of stuff, a little bit too much confidence. They assumed that it might be a bit of an easier game. They are going to Sunset, which is the Aura Farmers pick. But the last time that they played this game was in OT.
It's true. It's true. And I do also want to call attention for those of you who do remember the Nora Bora Invitational. Both Yoshi and Demantle were on the winning team. And in grand finals, they lost map 1 very hard. Just pretty similar to what we saw from the min-maxers. They were on the receiving end of that before. So familiar territory for them, but they were the eventual champions. They were able to bring it back in both map 2 and map 3. So don't count them out quite yet. We should be in for some very exciting Valorant. We haven't seen Sunset yet.
Because that was against me.
That's right. I do recall. It wasn't against me because I was already eliminated.
You had been out by then.
I had been out by then.
I was still playing though because we like my teams win. So it's not the whole thing though.
Yeah. So like you guys won map 1 really big and then just let it fumble.
And then we let it fumble. For sure, we let it fumble.
Interesting.
So I think that they do have that comeback ability. But one thing I do want to say is on my team that did lose, we did have Brayden.
It's true. And he dropped 36, I believe, in the ultimately losing map, if that's correct.
Yes. So I think that it is some dichotomy. You have some players here that are the champs. You have a player on the team that was the runner-up and did kind of have that comeback made on him. So I think that it is an interesting little melting pot here with the Aura Farmers, but I think that there is that potential. They'd have beat this team on Sunset. But honestly, I honestly think that min-maxers have only been getting better as we go.
It's true.
I mean, they have only been looking more and more impressive. It feels like I keep waiting for one of these players to have a off game, have a poor performance, have a terrible first half, but I have not seen it yet. 10K and Koru and Go Back Home, they've all been so steady. Toro has been that support player, has been kind of that rock. Some of those B hits, bro's flashing backside. He's still getting 3, still getting 4 through the smoke every time.
100%.
So it just really looks like the momentum is in the min-maxers' favor. And every time I watch them, I have a better time because it looks like they just keep getting better.
Yeah, they're having so much fun. They're kind of making fans out of us here on the broadcast. I mean, we talked so much about how much we love the Aura Farmers, but really just watching the min-maxers play really free flow in their true state. I wonder, 10K, do you think that name means that he has 10,000 hours in the game? Because he looks like he was born to play this game, born to fry. So, it's exciting to watch them play.
Yeah, 10,000 hours in deathmatch only, one taps only, prod, updraft, 360, right click, all of that. So it definitely seems like he's just a natural jet player. He looks amazing on the agent. And that's the thing, they are just so fun to watch. Like I want to keep watching these players. I want to keep watching them make plays. And they're just such an entertaining team. And I hope I worry that is just going to be too much for the Aura Farmers to overcome because that map, they looked a little bit flat.
They did 100%. It just didn't seem like the fundamentals that they like to play is kind of dependent on their opponent playing traditional Valorant. Yeah. And you can see that they are not playing traditional Valorant. They're playing ranked. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're wide swing and everything. We saw just how wide Koru can go. And in those kinds of moments, in those chaotic moments, it's kind of crumbling for Aura Farmers. They're not able to play their structured Valorant very much at all. So
they're kind of catching them on the back foot. I mean, because when the min-maxers take site, they don't just take site, they take elbow and they take CT and they're going to go TP up heaven and updraft heaven. So it's kind of catching, at least on that map, it kind of caught Aura Farmers on the back foot. They're trying to set up for these retakes, trying to set up for this more team play, but they're just not able to do it. And the min-maxers are pushing before they can get any of that util set up.
100%. And as we get ready to prepare for Sunset, I do want to spotlight the team captain of the Aura Farmers in Yoshi. She's had a bit of a quieter performance thus far, but I do know that her comfort agent is Neon. I mean, she is probably one of the most obnoxious Neon players to play against in North America. And so Sunset is a map where you will see Neon frequently, especially when you come to comfort. So anticipate to see that out of her, and I think she could be a secret star of the show.
Yeah.
So, you know, somebody that you might not expect to be lighting up the scoreboard. Just wait and see it happen.
Yeah, I think that they really just need to heat up into this grand finals. I know that they had a close game in the semifinals, but it just really looks like these players have not really hit their strides. We have seen some really good rounds from Kazi, but it just seems like overall these players haven't really hit that point that we kind of expect from them, from some of these players that should be a little bit more consistent coming to the series. At least on that map, I mean, it was just absolute decimation. It looked like they were playing against some bronzes, some plats, and there was just no chance that Aura Farmers had to get anything into that round. But are we going to see a switch up coming into Sunset, coming into their map pick? I hope that we see Aura Farmers play with a little bit more confidence, really find their footing in this series.
Yeah, 100%. I'd be interested to see how the min-maxers choose to approach map number 2 here. I don't know what their team composition will look like. We haven't really seen either team play this map, right? So I know a little bit what to expect from the Aura Farmers just because I'm a little more familiar with some of their players coming into this event. As far as the min-maxers go, I mean, we could really see anything. It looks like we're seeing a Clove Hover. That's the comfort pick from Go Back Home. 10K already locked that Jet. I mean, that's expected.
Yeah.
But as far as the rest of these players, maybe we'll see a Vito, maybe we'll see a Sage. I saw the Sage Hover, so maybe a double Sentinel style coming out, which is pretty non-traditional for the min-maxers as we talk about traditional team comps for their standards. I don't know how they're going to be able to play fast acceleration style, you know, if they're playing that double senti.
But we are seeing on the other side, we're seeing Yoshi on this Neon, which is exactly what you talked about, exactly what we want to see out of her. I think her Neon it's really good. She plays it really well. She plays it in a way that, like, at least when I play, I get tilted. It makes me play worse. And I honestly get scared. So I think that that's a very good agent for her. But I think really that she does kind of need to heat up into this map, especially as one of the duelists.
And people who are familiar with University of Oregon esports, which Yoshi is a competitor in, last year there is a very infamous internal scrimmage that happened between the varsity team and the JV team, in which the JV team won on Sunset 13-1. Caster Wakeless did slam his desk so hard his hand hurt for 3 weeks. And one of the main reasons for that was just how frustrating it was to play against Yoshi's Neon. So
100%.
Definitely look out for that here as we jump into the last map. The Sova going to be the initiator to round out the comp versus the Fade. I'm curious what your thoughts are, you know, for this map. Do you have a preference, Sova versus Fade? What do you think is the better pick?
I think that traditionally Sova is kind of that stronger pick. But we talked about this a little bit yesterday with these changes coming in. The information that Fade can get with the 2 dogs and with the eye seems to be, some people are saying that she's going to be the best initiator coming into this new meta. So I think that if the min-maxers can utilize her kit correctly, I think that Fade is going to be more prevalent in the meta. But a lot of these players are just more comfortable on Sova, and when you play your comfort picks, you might play better. So it really depends. That I think Fade is better, but if DD Blaster, he plays Sova, right?
Yep.
So if this is just his more comfortable agent, he can perform on it better, then let's just do that. And we're going to see a full B slam here from the min-maxers coming in through Pistol. We already have these Southers coming through. Cypher's going to be coming back through the smoke, going to somehow get out with their life. 10K UC pushing straight with the CT, going to take Heartache out instantly. And Yoshi, that player we were talking about, also gets her head taken off forward one from Market. Cypher somehow snuck out to B main, but it doesn't matter. A flawless round, keeping that momentum from the last map straight into this Pistol.
I mean, over in an instant, you see 10K just swing through and instantly tear 2 heads off. Meanwhile, the players that were trying to flood out onto site were absolutely shut down by Koru there. And somehow the B Anchor and Kazi was the last player to go down there.
Yeah.
That just tells you how aggressive min-maxers continue to play on these attack rounds.
Yeah, and we hope that Aura Farmers could kind of get ahead of that a little bit, kind of expect that but 10K was into CT before the bomb was down. He was swinging Heartache through the CT smoke before the bomb got planted. So that pace that they're running with, that confidence that they're playing with, it's just so hard to beat, and Aura Farmers have to change something up.
Well, Heartache not going to be noted by the dog. You wonder how many she's going to be able to find with just a classic, just a tag up. The DD Blaster and Cassie find one apiece. Go back home, however, finds 2 with the Ghost to equalize here. Picks up the Guardian. The plant's going to come down. A 3v2 now. And look, they're just going to continue to swing into CT. Yoshi's going to be facing a lot of pressure here. Meanwhile, Brayden on the flank, I believe, was noted by a tripwire. Yes, so he's going to be spotted out. Damage out onto Go Back home. Not enough to close it out as Toro does find the clean up on the Yoshi. So it's just Brayden now. Finds the first shot. He's going to find the heal as well. Has the potential here with the Deagle. Just 2 bullets in the clip right now.
And it's a hard round to take here out of main. We're going to get a swing off of contact, a re-swing off of the opponent's contact. So it's really hard to, in that 2v1, there was a chance that Clove was 1 HP, but it's just the eco round. Brayden did buy a share into that round, but it's not going to matter in the end. 3 guns taken away is not terrible. The Clove's going to have to rebuy armor. So not a bad look, but once again, these pacing from the min-maxers, they have no fear. They do not care. We're going to go push into a shorty close range with a Guardian, but it doesn't matter because we're just going to kill him.
Yeah, 100%. And you see they're grouped all up together towards this A bomb site, so a lot of pressure going to be incoming onto Yoshi and Brayden here in a moment. You can see Toru off the top here, going to be able to dodge some of that Neon utility. Going to be forced back, but Brayden peeking forward. He's going to get shut down full blind by 10K with the Deagle there. Yoshi going to try and stabilize, just going to find some damage, has to reposition. He's going to be able to get out in time as those players are up elbow already. Toru finds the pick, and again, they just run them down and open up this bomb site. Heartache here trying to look to find, but no, Toro finds it. Kazi does get a trade on Toru though, and a 4v2 post plant set up here.
Yeah, it's just all on the part of Aura Farmers. As I said, that DD Blaster is going to get another one, so it's going to kind of even it out a little bit. Kazi with a second on the round. DD Blaster left in a 1v2. Some of these players are a little bit low. Rayon's going to give a free pick out, but go back home with the Guardian one tap, and it really just seems like there's nothing Aura Farmers can do on these site hits. I mean, they were able to get a lot of kills there on the retake, but on the site hit, it was like, look at that, Brayden instantly dead to the 1D. This last site player trying to get out, but we're too fast, killing another one. We're still fighting up into upper. There is a trade because, of course, Cora's pushed CT, right? It's just like this. It feels like they have no chance, honestly. It feels like they have to stop them in the chokes, or the round is going to be lost.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, we talked about it before the tournament even started. You know, Brayden is one of those players who plays very momentum heavy, right? So when he's struggling, he really struggles, and you wonder how much of that is affecting him mentally. This playstyle from min-maxers must be frustrating, right? They're just running you down. They do not care. They have no respect for you as a player. Heartache does come out with the Deagle, though. Finds 2 big frags, but the backstab out from elbow. Heartache has to swing up a Toru. Good for 2 there. A 3v3 now. Kazi looking maybe for a timing break. Pretty quick here on the flank. He does find the trails are yummy. Meanwhile, the rest of the team gonna get cleaned up. And a 4th round quickly on the board for the min-maxers.
And the bomb isn't even planted. Like, they're just going and fighting at every opportunity that they can. And if they're like shooting back like that, what can you do about it? I mean, yes, Heartache is able to find 2 on site with the Deagle, so some nice shots out of her, but it really just does not matter in the end. Toro, great round from him, able to clean those 2 side players up with a couple trades and then get a 3rd on the round, gets their bagels up coming into this 5th round. And this is where this second gun round is where you have to stop them in Max's momentum if you want any shot on your map pick.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see, like, the solo lineup, these guards, you know, these set game plans. How can you plan for something like this aggression? 10K just instantly ripping DD Blaster's head off. And Kazi does find the trade, but Koru's right there in tandem, and the B bomb site is for free. Meanwhile, Crayons are yummy, finding a lurk kill onto Yoshi as well. So it's a 4v2 once more for the min-maxers.
In 20 seconds into the round, it was at 120 4v2. It's just so quick. You lose that first blood. Now Cypher is gets some more impact coming into this round. 1 versus 4 for Brayden. We know he's a good player, but can he do this? Tora's 1 HP. Tora still does not care. And taken out, able to get 2 there in that 1v4, but not able to bring it across the finish line. We got some body spanning here, trying to get into his head a little bit. Like you said, he is a momentum-based player. If you tilt him early, you are going to slow him down for the rest of the game. And it's just so hard to hold anything against these guys. he's swinging before the door is closed, updrafting with the guy swinging underneath. He's going to get that trade even if he dies. So you lose that first player, and it's just they're going to keep that momentum flowing, pushing onto your site. 5 rounds in a row here to start off Sunset. Or a Farmer's still trying to get their first.
Yeah, and I think a bit of a tilt by coming out for Braden. He forced up a party here. He's going to look for an early pick. Does shut Koru down, though. That Raise Rocket was popped as well. However, he will get traded, but a shot through the smoke. That's the head clean off. A good shot out from Kazi. However, the site is going to go the way of the min-maxers. And again, a right click out from 10K is going to snap DD Blaster's head off. He's going to go for another onto Kazi, and it's a 2v2 now. Again, we're only 30 seconds into the round, but now we're down into a 2v2. Yoshi sliding out the backside, Heartache in tandem as well. The plant is going to come down now. And slowly, guns collected for the side of Aura Farmer, so there is potential here. Crayons are yummy, going to reposition back towards main, so this crossfire.
Into main. That's a very good reposition from Crayons are yummy. Gets out of that.
One enemy remaining.
He is going to swing,
Last
take down
player
Yoshi.
standing.
Heartache able to get that trade. Heartache only left with that. Deagle going to want to go pick up her friend's weapon, and now this reposition from Market. 410K is kind of going to leave. Heartache guessing we're going to squeeze the Teddy just a little bit. That Clove Smoke's going to come in, and now what do you do against this? You may have squeezed the Teddy a little bit too much.
Oh my goodness,
because
he doesn't have time.
Sticking it.
Oh my god, just stuck it in your face. Do not care.
He's still squeezing it.
And gonna get taken down as well. What a way for Aura Farmers to find the first round on the board for them. I mean, all it really came down to was 10K perhaps playing with a bit of too much confidence, squeezing the Teddy and spamming through the smoke, gave away his positioning, allowed Heartache to be confident to full stick the bomb. You know, some great shots out from Kazi there. But these trades back and forth, I mean, it's just absolute chaos at all times. It's hard to get any kind of established footing for Aura Farmers, but maybe that's the momentum shift that they needed there with that defuse.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, at a certain time, you have to wonder, is that, yes, Heartache, very heads-up play to just stick that. You kind of know he's not pushing as he's spamming, but is that just a trolled round from 10K? Because, like, there was a very possible...
I mean, look at that. He just walks forward into a trip. He's the free kill. DD Blaster finds one onto Toro as well. So they find the early picks just very quickly into this round. Again, we're only at a minute 15 and 2 players are already eliminated on min-max.
Yeah, it's like we're either going to lose within the first
Spike
15
down
seconds
mid.
Or win the,
One enemy remaining.
Looks like this round, min-maxers is going to lose it as our Cypher's left in that 1v5. Raiden's going to clean up the last 2. So not a great mid-fight here out of min-maxers. Or a Farmer going to string their second round together. And it looks like it's kind of going to push the min-maxers to a bit of a eco or a half buy. We don't have Gen Knights into this round. We only are going to bring Clovolt. So this is going to be a hard round for the min-maxers to win. Maybe, like you were saying, we kind of trolled a little bit too hard. We kind of felt that overconfidence with 5 rounds in a row, letting it slip a little bit. But hopefully now is the time they kind of regroup for a second. They realize, okay, we can bleed. We are mortal. Maybe we have to, like, you know, reassess our game plan. It looks like we are going to get 3 rifles with a Bulldog coming into this round. Looks like a little bit of A main space, and it's interesting to see that Aura Farmers are not really fighting for this.
I mean, this is the most structured early round we've seen from min-maxers pretty much all day today as they slowly work up and go back home, gonna punish Braden. I mean, that's a rifle collected, a pretty massive overstep out from Braden there. That's one of those moments where you just kind of scratch your head a little bit and wonder what's going on there, as that is going to open up the A bomb site. I mean, they're just gonna pick up the pace here. You do notice in middle through with a late lurk, so pay attention to that late into this round as the trades go back and forth. And there's the backstab from Koru. He's going to activate in time, go back home with 3 on the round, and the backstab again from Koru onto Kazi. And that's just going to completely shut down that round, all off the back of an overstep from Braden towards elbow.
Yeah, and I want to highlight that, you know, we talked about how min-maxers was kind of letting it slip a little bit. Maybe they should slow down as exactly what they did. Instead of going fast, they kind of walked up. But you could see how they had conditioned the fact that they were going to take space early. So Braden didn't hear anything in a main, so he thought that there was a gap that he can utilize. He can try to walk up a little bit. It was a blunder, but I do see the idea behind it. But that comes from the conditioning that min-maxers have been doing for the first 6 rounds of the half.
100%. And the op 4 is coming out from Braden, perhaps looking to find some early pick here. Koru not quite going to test it yet. Meanwhile, Yoshi taking an individual play out towards A main is finding nothing there, just completely shut down by 10K. No fast reaction quite yet. A pretty disciplined approach out from the min-maxers. And Koru finds another lurk kill onto DD Blaster. He's going to saturate Koru. Will hit the trip there. Braden does find the kill. And 1 out from Heartache. Not find any more. So it's 2v3 now. The A site is going to go the way of the min-maxers here. But Braden is here pretty quickly with the off. I don't know if they'll know him quite yet. There's a player remain coming in now. Kazi does find a shot on the go back home, but gonna get traded out. And with the Clove Res as well, it's still a 1v3 for Brayden. And the timing, awkward timing, the knife coming out, not quite there. Brayden gonna dismiss away from the Clove, understanding it's a 1v1 on site. Not quite able to find the kill.
And that was really the play right there to take that fight against the Fade. You saw Clove died literally a second after Brayden lost that fight, so all he had to do was win that fight. And it's really hard. It's like we're half fighting for A main, but we're not. You saw Brayden walk up last round. You saw Yoshi slide out completely alone. Yes, she had a stun, but it's like we don't really know if we think we should fight for it, but we don't want to commit a lot of players to it. And it's just it's looking like a very weird defensive side from the Aura Farmers.
Yeah, and I mean, considering that this is their map pick, I would have expected a little more structure, from the more structured team, but really it's the min-maxers who are just kind of coming away, just doing whatever they want. I mean, look at this updraft over towards mid, finds Brayden out, and he's just going to continue to push forward, finds a second with the knives, a third onto Kazi.
This guy's absolutely electric on Jet. You see how quick he moves. You see where he's
enemy
going to push
remaining.
into their spawn. A 4K for him, looking for this ace against on Heartache.
Oh my goodness.
Another ace for 10K back-to-back maps. This guy is absolutely dominating the server.
Yeah, and you can tell that he is absolutely feeling himself. He is just going for every single play individually that he can, and it's just all working out for him. I haven't seen an individual play in which 10K is just not going his way, as he just cleans up a very clean ace there, and I believe it was against a full buy out from the Aura Farmers as well, so I'm curious to see. I believe their economy is pretty shot here, so they might be forced back down to an eco round. No, they do have some weaponry into this round, so that's pretty strong for the Aura Farmers, but they need to string these last two rounds together before this runaway train gets too far out of hand.
Yeah, and it really just seems like they cannot figure out a way to put up a fight against the min-maxers. Sure, there are a couple glimmers of individual moments. Brayden's going to get one and dismiss out, so he's able to get that first play in the favor of his team. Immediately gives it right back to the min-maxers. They're going to throw that bait ult through the site, and it looks like they're going to get a relatively free site here. Before Yoshi's going to keep with that off. Is hit by that ult. Heartache does get a kill on the other side. That is the spike. That's interesting that the spike went that way. And now it's kind of min-maxers need to fight out.
Look at 10K just scraping across back and forth. He doesn't care. Toro finds two. Meanwhile, Yoshi doing a bit of neon movement on the go back home, who is gonna get taken down by the classic. I mean, a scrappy round, but it does go the way of the Aura Farmers.
And it was really getting that
last round in the half.
He kind of closed out that round. Heartache was able to find, I believe it was the Cypher that was scaling on the side opposite to his team. They did not go elbow with the rest of the team, so they weren't able to make it onto site, and then it was just a really, really awkward position for the min-maxers to try to fight out of.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of silliness coming out from 10K. You saw him strafe all the way wide to the left, hide behind the box, and strafe all the way across to the right, and it allowed Toro to swing out while everybody was looking at 10K and get two, but the trades were good enough from the Aura Farmers to clean that one up.
But yeah, it looks like that this A site has kind of been seen as the weak point. We have not seen Aura Farmers truly fight for A main yet.
Brayden again with the pressure towards elbow. Gonna look for one, gonna find it on the 10K. The dismiss comes through. Meanwhile, Koru is all the way through A link. I don't know that he's noticed, and a 2K there as Toru finds the trade on the frame as well. So suddenly, the first pick going the way of the Aura Farmers, but the rest of the kills going the way of the min-maxers. A 1v3 down for Heartache.
Able to only get two, but Koru keeps fighting up. Ult into top mid from A main. Literally ignores Brayden on elbow, goes, fights the rest of the team, and kills everyone that's trying to rotate over. Brayden was the original A player here. He gets one, and then Koru goes and kills his entire team before they can even come to sight.
I mean, unbelievable stuff out from Koru. A heroic play there, a 9-3 half on what is arguably a difficult map to attack on, putting Aura Farmers, who are facing elimination, map number 2, they do or die. They're down 9-3 going into their attacking half, and again, we've talked about it all day long. The min-maxers, they will not let go of their foot on the pedal. They're just going to keep pressing the pace here on defense.
Yeah, no, 100%, and they're just playing with such confidence. And honestly, there hasn't been a reason for them to not be confident, and that's what I think is really just going in their favor. That there hasn't been an excuse for them to be like, okay, maybe we should not go swing everything, right? Because everything has just been working. I mean, 9-3, like you can't really come out of a half much happier than that. We're gonna try to see Aura Farmers do a full boot hit, but look how quick this rotate is from the defensive side.
And they're gonna flood in quick off this plant tap here. Spam's coming through. Heartache gonna be taken down to 1 HP. Plant does go down, so 5v5 now. D-Blaster in the crossfire with Yoshi, and the shots are going wide, but he does find two for his trouble. Brayden with one as well. Koru finds the trade onto Heartache, so it's 2v3
One enemy
now.
remaining.
now make that a 1v3 now for 10K, but we've seen him in these positions time and time again throughout this tournament. Shot gonna go wide onto Braden. I mean, he's just clip farming at this point.
He's trying to flick around and hit a nice little one-pass TikTok clip, but I don't think it's gonna happen in this round. 1v3 just seems like a bit too hard to do. We're gonna get that protocol girl to talk to us. One of the only girls that will talk to. We're gonna see a 1D, kind of a 1D, a little bit of a stand there onto Braden. There is no time in this round. I think we might be playing for scats. Hopefully we die to the bomb so it doesn't affect
One
our
enemy
KD.
remaining.
Kazi caught, maybe not even with his gun. DD Blaster finally puts him down, but it doesn't matter because that's a round for the Aura Farmers.
Fantastic casting out there. You know, I really love the comment about the inspection there. The only girl that would ever talk to you. You know, I relate to that. So, you know, I think that's fantastic job out there. A fantastic job out from the Aura Farmers as well. I mean, DD Blaster finding 2 their back sight, eventually a 3rd onto the round. All too important pistol round. I mean, without that pistol, we might as well be saying goodbye to this tournament series.
Yeah, needed round there for the Aura Farmers. You had to win pistol, you did. So it's good for them to get that round. Because honestly, if you lose that, the game's over.
Yeah, 100%.
But now we got to see if they can continue that momentum because there is a lot of time.
Oh, Braden finding 3 on this push down into mid. The player bottom mid, not going to be noted, but Hardik going to clean it up. Crayons are yummy, finds absolutely nothing. And 10K just going to kind of dance around on the A-bomb site with the Cam Tart tag. I mean, this 1v5 with just a Sheriff, I don't know how much he's really going to be able to do. And Aura Farmers really well handled on this anti-eco there. Recognition that they're probably going to run it down, and Braden begins to heat up a little bit. Finds 4 on the anti-eco, and I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out from a player like Braden.
Yeah, and it is just an anti-eco, but those kills matter, especially for confidence. You want your duelist players to kind of be heating up like that. So if the kills are going to be on the freer side, let Braden get those. Let him gain some confidence into this map. I believe he is one of the only positive players here for the min-maxer.
Yeah,
He has 17 and 12. So he actually has the most kills in the lobby right now. So definitely been kind of feeling it a little bit. So we got to see if he can really take over and push his team over the line this half.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. He does have the Empress online here, so you would imagine he might want to invest here into this bonus round because you do want to snatch some momentum away from the min-maxers. And there it is. He will pop the entrance. And look at Koru just sending it forward. DD Blaster just kind of waiting and holding for that.
Yeah. I mean, every sword has 2 sides, right? So those hyper aggressive plays are going to work sometimes, and the other times you look kind of a little bit like you messed up. Go back home is going to get a kill mid, and somehow Toro finds another kill in mid with
DD Blaster has the bomb. I want to call that out. So while all of these kills are happening towards B, and DD Blaster has to slowly rotate through spawn, so it's going to be onto Yoshi and Braden to hold onto this space for the time being, and they do so successfully with 2 1v1s going their way. But look at the timing. I mean, DD Blaster, he's going to slip the net, but I mean, go back home is going to be pretty quick on the flank here. There's not going to be a tripwire to deny that flank information. So the plant's going to come down, but really,
I mean, round for
Spike
go back
planted.
to win though. I mean, they're going to be aware they have the rest of the map. Is able to get that first pick onto DD Blaster. We have Braden coming into the backside. Looks like they want to kind of swing off the contact. Yoshi holding that cross, but of course, Koro going to smoke out. Braden's going to swing off, thinking that they're clearing the first site, and that's going to be what, the 3rd round in a row of this half for the Aura Farmers?
Yeah, they do convert on the bonus, so perhaps maybe a bit ambitious from Koru there and some of the other min-max players, but you know, that's an all too important round for the Aura Farmers. If they want to claw their way back into this match, back into this map even, that bonus was all too important. So good to see out from them thus far. It's going to put the min-maxers back down onto a full eco here, just Sheriff and Light Shield. You know, I'm not a fan of the Light Shield Sheriff. I understand the philosophy. You either go full shield or you go no shield if you're going to buy that Sheriff, because a headshot from a rifle, it's going to take you out regardless.
I'm out of here.
I think that, you know, we've seen how quickly the tides can change in this game, with these 2 teams especially, so I would not count these Deagles out. You can see, like, even on these rounds, I mean, 10K's walked all the way out mid. Koru is on that A line, and we honestly, like, we are seeing a little bit of fear from the Aura Farmers. It is an eco round, so they kind of want to, like, play slower, look for that information, look for where we can get a kill.
Braden, is he going to full clear it? Yes, he will. But Koru found the pick onto Kazi. Braden does find 2 for his troubles in mid. And Koru sending it forward, going to get taken down by Yoshi. So a 4v2 now, and it looks like it's all going to end up on the B-bomb site. Crayons Are Yummy is in the vicinity, but doesn't find the timing onto Braden, so it is going to be a full retake. I don't believe he's going to be able to slip through on the smoke here. And I mean, a full spam out from Braden, getting one of his own back through. So now a 1v4 here for Go Back Home, who I think might have lagged out potentially.
We're just gonna hang out with our knife top mid. You know, we're gonna get a little. We're gonna see if we even want to play this round. Maybe some technical difficulties happening from that side, or we just want to troll a little bit more.
Yeah, head empty, no thoughts in the head of go back home there. I mean, another 4K for Braden. One of those was on an AFK player, and it was again against the eco. So he's farming that confidence against the eco round as we are going to come into a tech pause here. So, you know, maybe a momentum killer, a tactical PC kick potentially out from go back home. I've seen 1 or 2 of those back in my day.
I honestly like that. I honestly like that because it shows like you really care. So you want to put us onto a tech pause. You know, Aura Farmers finally starting to build some momentum into this series, getting 4 rounds in a row on their attack side. I think that the slower playstyle that they have been doing has been kind of playing better on the attack round, just because of how quick min-maxers have been playing on the defensive half, and they've been kind of taking Aura Farmers have been taking advantage of that. They weren't able to respond when it was their defense side, but now that they're on attack, they can kind of wait, see what min-maxers do, and then react to it. And they can go re-clear space, they can go play a little bit slower, and I think that that's working out much better on this half as opposed to last half.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we talked about how aggressive min-maxers are. You kind of touched on the fact that the adjustments that they're making of just holding for those, you know, those pushes. We've seen Koru 2 rounds in a row now, just kind of send it forward.
Satchel through a name alone,
yeah. So while we are in this tech pause here, it should be just a moment. I believe one player just having some connection issues. You know, perhaps a momentum shift we could be seeing coming out. I mean, it might be because that's 4 rounds now on the attacking half from the Aura Farmers. And we did see that the last time these 2 teams played on this map, it was a 14-12 overtime win. So it did get very close. I don't know the breakdown exactly of how that map went, but I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar where, you know, on the attacking half, the min-maxers were able to kind of just slam sites, open things up, find the picks, and then on defense struggling a little bit when suddenly they don't get to control the pace of play.
Yeah, 100%. But I think that this also gives an opportunity for min-maxers to kind of think about their play style a little bit, kind of think about how they want to approach the defensive side. You know, their quicker plays haven't been working, but also they haven't necessarily really been doing it as a team. It's more been one-off walk-ups, one-off fights. So I think that this might be an opportunity for them to kind of rethink how they want to approach it, if they want to fight as a team more. And I mean, you can already see 3 people are over here grouped up in a main. We haven't seen 10K
we're gonna see a big brawl coming out.
I mean, yeah, we got 8 of the players on the map over here, but it looks like it might just be some fake util.
4 players were scanned by that eye, however, so a lot of information gathered on the side of min-maxers and the orb collected for the showstopper.
Yeah, and the show does need to be stopped from Aura Farmer's side. They have been able to get a lot of these rounds in a row. And look at just this deep drone from DD Blaster that he knows that these players like to walk up a lot. They have to use that drone instead of foresight, but to go re-clear B main. And it looks like it's kind of gearing up to be a B hit. They spot crayons are Yummy Heartache, find that lurk kill onto Toro, and that's going to be your support player dead. So this retake, this cycle is going to be very hard as Aura Farmers start to pull this line in.
Crayons are Yummy does find the entry onto Yoshi on the backside there, so a 4v4 now as the plant is going to come down here, but look, the Cypher has snuck out on the backside, isn't loaded quite yet, but yes, Braden does find it. The showstopper coming out, the dismiss is going to help him avoid it, but DD Blaster goes down in the meantime. The cloak swung out, go back home, finds a shot, but traded out by Kazi, so now a 2v1 now for 10K to do. We've seen him time and time again. I keep saying it in these moments. He thrives under the pressure. Tap coming in onto the spike. Cam gonna be broken. Retaps the spike. He's trying to bait one enemy out. Does find the shot onto Heartache. A 1v1. Shoulder spotted onto Kazi. He's gonna press forward. He's gonna look to find it. He knows that the time is pretty low. And Kazi trying to jump across. He's not gonna be able to make it. And there's enough time for the defuse.
There is enough time. Very well played from 10K. He knew that he had plenty of time. He did not have to rush. He could have chosen to tap again, but instead he smoked close. He knew that Kazi was lit from those body shots. Decided to go take the fight to them, not let them play their game that they want to play in that 1v1. And honestly, that seems like it's kind of the story of this team. The min-maxers do not want to let the other opponents play the game that they want to play, and 10K embodies that philosophy fully, just taking the fight to Kazi, not letting them play that 1v1 from the main.
Yeah, and honestly, a really measured approach from them early on in that round. We had seen them getting a little too overzealous, a little too overambitious, and exploring too deep into the map. Instead, choosing to play a little more disciplined in the early round allowed them to set up pretty well for that flood to take on B.
And fight together in a main as opposed to just fighting with one person, fighting with 2 people. They had 3 people over there in A main. Looks like kind of a repeat of that round, fighting for A main and deep in space, but Aura Farmers instead is the ones that are speeding it up.
Just as we say that, I mean, overstepping again, Yoshi just waiting, loving arms there, 2 picks given away, so the Cypher ult is probably going to give the information away, give the jig up to the min-maxers. They understand that the A site is where they are going to end up here. And it's a free site. Toro might have a bit to say, but with just a classic, I can't imagine too much to do to prevent this bomb plant from coming down, creeping up forward. But Yoshi's going to find it, full sprint headshot through the wall. See you later. And it's a 5v2.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some really good kills go back home this game. They are going to invest this Cloverez into the 2v3. Kazi's going to fall. But look at this Rhapsody team from Brayden. He's going to be able to pick off crayons, and now all you have to really do is hide.
And I mean, there's just no time for this to happen. Go back home is going to go down, and it's going to be an 8th round on the board for the Aura Farmers. Really, really disciplined, well handled from them. Again, we see them overstep on min-maxers, going too far into A main, and Yoshi just finds them both.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. You saw the rest of Yoshi's team be in mid, but it was the Neon that was holding that push. So interesting idea coming into that round. And it is the same thing. It is they're punishing that overstep. All the rounds that min-maxer is losing, somebody's dying, pushing out of A. I mean, at some point we have to realize that maybe we cannot push out of A anymore. Maybe we should just hold that space, take that space, hold it, relax, wait for them to see what they do, especially with the way that Aura Farmers are trying to come into this. And hopefully we might see a good brawl here. We see Neon scaling up Elbow fast. We have a judge here. Everyone gets scanned behind. There's no trade, but it looks like we want to keep fighting. We might get a shot and dash, but there's no opportunity to even fully dash. Heartache with a quick kill onto 10k to even it out.
Yeah, I mean, 10k maybe feeling it a bit too much there, decides to jump peek and dash forward into 4 waiting players there. And with the Cypher ult giving the information that there were a lot of presence towards A, they're just going to speed up into this market split. Kazi finds the lurk pick onto the top mid player as well, and Crayons Are Yummy going to be noted on the backside space there. So on an island pretty much alone here, you wonder, nope, not going to be able to find anything. So a 4v2 as the bomb plant is going to come down now.
Yeah, and it's another
Last
man
player
disadvantage.
standing.
Brayden's going to put that even more in the favor of the Aura Farmers, leaving Koru completely alone in this 1v4. Can't even get one, loses that fight to Heartache.
Yeah, and Heartache is starting to heat up a little bit as well now. So we talked about those 2 players to look out for on the side of Aura Farmers. If we look at the scoreboard here, I believe Brayden is 27, 28 kills or so on the board, and I think Heartache is now starting to creep up as well. So you know, as they continue to string these rounds together, they've only lost 1 on their attacking half thus far, so it's only a 1-round gap left. Yes, 28 and 13. Heartache is up to 15 and 14. So those 2 players are starting to work together hand in hand to try and bring this map back.
Yeah, and this gap just keeps getting less and less, and it looks like it might continue to do that as min-maxers are pushed onto an eco. A bunch of sheriffs brought into this round. They are taking that A main space again, but Aura Farmers are nowhere to be found this time. All of them leaning over towards that mid and B side. Another slower approach kind of into the eco round. They're waiting to see what the play is from the min-maxers, and then they're going to react off of that. Looks like they want to go speed up into a quicker B hit. A lot of the min-maxers are going to come over here, but it's only really 1 person in the smoke, and they're going to insta-die, get picked, and nobody's really here in time.
Yeah, these 2-3 players grouped up towards CT. You wonder if they'll try and take a timing through. They are on weaker weaponry, so they might need to rely on the element of surprise. Otherwise, Heartache stepping forward behind this drone, looking to find one. Brayden finds one on the Toro. 1 for Heartache as well. Just these 2 sheriffs left for 10k and Koru at this point. Does find one onto Heartache, who is going to go for the res, but Koru found a second onto Kazi. Suddenly it's looking a little more doable. Heartache going to be forced to press forward. Shots going wide for the time being. 10k looking for it. Not going to find it, but Koru will instead, so suddenly it's a 3v2. And 10k finds one on a Brayden, a 2v2 now, but this crossfire going to be very difficult for Brayden. Yoshi finds the first. Smoke coming down as well to deny the instant trade from 10k. The dart going to spot out 10k as well, and it looks like there just won't be enough time to make this happen, but they did make it expensive, and they did make it all too close.
This guy's jumping around. I mean, there's nothing that you can do. DD Blaster puts that nail in the coffin for this round from min-max. There's a lot of good shots there out of Koru and out of 10k, but it's just not enough. Cloverez was used, but taking a lot of guns is important. It's going to do some damage to the economy, but this has been such a strong half for the Aura Farmers. I doubt that even makes much of a dent in their money bank. Already winning, what, 7 rounds so far? 7 out of 8 rounds this half.
It's true.
So now min-maxers, kind of the pressure goes to them. They were up 9-3, and I know that they like to have fun. I know they like to play with the vibes. So I think it will be interesting to see how they go now that it's 10-10.
Yeah, definitely. And a bit of a different approach out from the Aura Farmers. They're going to start towards a heavy mid, not really leaving too many players on the extremities. And the adjustment from the mid-maxers is to shift 10K over towards the B bomb site, playing in this off angle here. So Koru is going to be all alone towards A, and it looks like potentially Aura Farmers might be considering coming back to re-clear A. And that could be the correct read here against this eco here. But, oh, Crayons Are Yummy finds the pick on the Kazi. And that's going to be an untradeable kill as well, too. So a clean first blood out for the min-maxers. That's exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, just a bit of an overstep from the Cypher there. Going for an interesting timing into market, but not able to do anything with it. Does get picked off. That's leaving this attacking team with no tripwires. A little bit of space has been lost. And it seems like the min-maxers have kind of realized, okay, maybe we shouldn't just be running it down. I mean, look at this is like the slowest that they've played. They're just holding, they're just waiting. And now I wonder if Aura Farmers is going to know what to do from this mid-round position with a man down when their enemies haven't been playing like they were within the first couple rounds of this half.
Yeah, and it looks like they seem to be grouping towards the B split, but what they don't realize is that there are 3 players on the side of min-maxers, and 10K is in this deep corner. I don't know if they're going to be able to recognize it and clear it properly. A 1-for-1 there. It's going to drop the spike, but it's going to be collected, and it looks like 2 players are going to go towards A. Meanwhile, Heartache left to run away from B. Oh, Brayden shut down on the showstopper. I mean, that was everything there, right? At the opportunity to deny the plant. And a late lurk there from Heartache, going to find go back home as well. So now it's a 3v2, and they have so much space. It's going to take a long time for these 2 players from the min-maxers to start to work back in towards the A bomb.
Yeah, really rough round here from the min-maxers. Brayden was really able to, that pick top mid. Toro was able to get 1. But Brayden insta-trading and then going and finding Koru in a main. I mean, that kill was really the round. Koru was the only one standing on that side of the map. 10K going to walk into Heartache, somehow wins that fight with a nice shot. It's going to bring this 1v3 into a 1v2 here. Looking at the hard situation with the time running out, Brayden in the open, going to get his 4th on the round. And now, if you're min-maxers, that was one of your best shots that you've had to win a round so far this half. You had that man advantage. You had all that space. This kill is okay. We went 1-for-1, but it was really that showstopper. Koru had popped the showstopper, but Brayden was able to get that kill before a rocket was even fired.
Yeah, I mean, they started out this round so strong, but really, like you said, that the denial of the showstopper, I mean, that was the last straw that broke the camel's back for them there. Again, min-maxers, when they play discipline on this defense, they're finding the first bloods. They're just not able to convert it into something more. And honestly, you have to give credit to the Aura Farmers, and you have to shout out Brayden, who is now 34-14 in 21 rounds here. So he has really been the difference maker, trying his best to drag them across as 10K just rips Kazi's head clean off there. No opportunity for trade out for Heartache. Another opener for the min-maxers. We've seen it time and time again.
It's looking like the last round over again. We are going to shuffle that gun out, so min-maxers are not going to be able to pick up a rifle from that. But once again, Kazi getting picked first. And now what are min-maxers going to do? What are they going to change coming into this round to keep that man advantage going, to actually get a round back in their favor after a streak of round for Aura Farmers?
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of re-exploration over towards A. Again, they're leaving Heartache to kind of just work some of this B space. 10K is going to tuck into that same close left spot, but he's not going to find anything just yet because it looks like the Aura Farmers are going to want to go group and re-clear A, and this is the correct read. It's just Koru all alone on this side of the map. Nobody anywhere nearby quite yet, but with the drone being heard, it's going to inspire Toro and go back home to begin to adventure towards the A bomb site here. Timing here, he finds a shot, but no, with just the Sheriff, it's not going to find anything quite yet. Yoshi's going to speed up ahead, but gets shut down by the Deagle. What a shot out for Toro. And the Flood rotates are coming in as well. Toro finds the one onto DD Blaster. So now it's a 2v5 now. No weapons collected quite yet. It's just a numbers thing now. Brayden finds one. He's going to look to find it onto Koru as well. Advancing forward. They're going to pincer him, but Koru finds the shot. And now Heartache alone in this 1v3 with 15 seconds left in the bomb. Not yet planted, not yet collected. There just isn't time to really make this happen. Toro did collect the weapon as well. Bam, coming through. The player up top, and Toro shuts it down. And finally, min-maxers find themselves back on the board. It's 11-11.
And that with just their second round in this half, we're back at 11-11. We had no guns coming into that round. We see a great first pick from 10K. Koru literally doing God's work over there in elbow, able to pick the sliding neon and then kill Brayden, who is flanking him. Those were 2 massive picks into that round. I mean, that was a nice shot. kept calm under that pressure as they were pushing him. Overall, really good round from the min-maxers, and you could see that was one of the rounds where they didn't over push. They didn't go looking for all that extra space like they have been, and that was the round that they also have looked the best in, able to get it to fall in their favor finally.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is kind of like the do or die round, but crayons are yummy, forgetting to close the door, tries to make the play so you could close it, but gets absolutely denied out from Yoshi there. A great opener there, a bit of a misstep, so now it's going to cause the speed up into the B bomb site. A split coming in. Go back home is going to spot it out, but get taken down by Hardik, so now it's just 10k at the back of this site. Again, we've seen these players deep inserted, but the Neon jumping around is going to cause a distraction, so it's just a 1-for-1. The Fatal going to be committed, so it's now a 4v2 into a 4v1. Koru lost, a little dazed, looking at the mini-map, wondering what happened to the rest of my team. Gonna have to creep forward. This tripwire is going to note them as well. Stepping forward a bit too far is Kazi before checking the camera, but still a 1v3 here. The bomb is not planted for Koru to work with as well. It's going to be planted in a spot that's capable for the Aura farmers. Shots going wide as Brayden's going to clean up the round, and we're going to fall onto a map point, but not the way that we anticipated coming into the second half.
No, not the way at all. Min-maxers, we're leading this half 9-3. It feels like just a couple minutes ago, and it really, that pick onto the Cypher completely opens up the B site. A big blunder there from the Cypher on the side of min-maxers. You got to close that door early, and you cannot try to go close it again because Yoshi's going to have that space on the Neon, going to be slid up mid, and going to be holding that. So it really was that first pick that kind of caused that round to crumble. And now it's min-maxers that are the ones that have to fight back into this game, try to get back into
drone.
I think expecting perhaps a very aggressive play, they dodged the Fade Eye. Look how deep they're playing. They're just going to slowly, calmly walk up. I think they're anticipating selling a fake here over towards the B site with DD Blaster and Heartache. Just some early presence. They're going to go break the trip. And it's just 10k alone on this island as 3 players slowly creeping forward. I think the jet dash has already been popped as well, so off this contact, not to be able to get out of dodge. Brayden is going to shut it down. That's going to crack open the A bomb site. They might not know it yet, but they have that for free. A 4v5 now, and with the Silver ult, with the global, and just a Cypher ult on the side of min-maxers, it's going to be a very difficult retake.
Yeah, and with a rare whiff from 10k, he's not able to get any with the knives and elbow. I feel like we have never said that. He's going to take a page out of the min-maxers, but keep that oppression going. We have Yoshi playing close. He does end up getting traded, though. Go back home. Gonna need to really heat up into this round. And as I say that, they get a second one. Yoshi has to go back, push into elbow. Heartache on this side. Are we going to be able to clear this? We are, but it's not enough. 2 versus 2. Corey gets the second one. Gets his ult.
We have showstopper now.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, 1v2 with the Silver ult as well to close out the map. The tap coming in. Gonna stick it to half.
1 enemy remaining.
Comes in. Does he recognize that the player's up close? It's going to be half. The nade's gonna come as well. Oh my god, it's gonna deny it. He's not gonna be able to run up close. The defuse is coming in, and we're going to overtime in map 2 of Grand Finals.
I mean, 1 versus 1 throws that
Switching
nade, able to
sides.
run back and stick
Overtime.
Very good from Koru. You saw that he wanted to keep pushing for that, but it was the right play to stay over there. DD Blaster just a bit too far. Hard to play for your ult in that scenario. And what looked like a very good start for the Aura farmers, we saw go back home, answers back with 2 Guardian kills on that retake. Koru went absolutely crazy, got that 2k on site, gave him his ult, re-ulted the Clove, and then was able to win that 1v1 clutch. And what an amazing map to go to OT. If you remember, Aura farmers did beat min-maxers in OT on this map. They're trying to recreate history in order to get themselves to a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, and you take a quick look at the scoreboard. Brayden is 39-17, so he's doing all that he can right now to try and bring his team to a map 3. And as we head into overtime, again, it's just the same fast-paced game plan from the min-maxers. They don't care that they're getting dart tagged. All 5 of them are going to be scaling up fast towards the base site. The rotates are going to come in pretty quick, but Aura farmers showing a bit of discipline here, so they're going to play more for a retake setup. Yoshi is going to get on the line a little bit, but going to creep into sight. Oh my gosh, might find a timing here. Yes, and with the dart tag as well, Heartache and DD Blaster combined for 2. Yoshi finds one as well. Koru with the trade, but Heartache is going to find it as well, and 10k isn't able to get it done. Cleaned up very nicely by the Aura farmers.
And we talked about how these min-maxers felt with hesitation, but I may have to eat my words because it looked like that round, like I wasn't really sure if they were gonna commit. Normally they play with such a fast pace. They got scanned by the dart, and it seems like they kind of like faltered a little bit. They gave the Aura Farmers time to come back, come retake into sight. You saw for a little bit they were out of sight, but it took so long for the Min-Maxers to run into sight that they were able to come back, throw that stun, get that util down, come take some more angles against that entry. And I wonder if perhaps the Min-Maxers are maybe losing a bit of confidence.
Yeah, and a pace change coming out from the Aura Farmers on their attack. Half of overtime. Look at this, just a fast B exec here. There's nobody really here to contest on the site entry, so it's going to be a full site take here. Perhaps a full 5v5 retake coming in now as the plant does go down. Yoshi gonna be noted close. I wonder if they're gonna get into some of these crossfire positions. The smoke has faded now, and all 5 players are coming, but look at the fast play. I think Koru's satcheled over the trip. I don't think they've been noted quite yet. Look at the timing here. Finds 1, finds 2, not able to find a 3rd. Finally, Brayden shuts it down. A 3v3 coming in as Toru finds it and shuts Brayden down. Yoshi last shots not coming in, and 10K finds one as well, and finds the 2nd to clean it up, and we're going to a 2nd overtime.
And this is value love across 2 great teams. Everybody popping off, people having great games, people having hero rounds, and you saw exactly like you said, Koru. I said he might be losing confidence, but pushes up mid, satchels over that trip, and he was able to get 2. It would have been better for him to get 3, but you could see all the players from Aura Farmers turned around to go and kill him, the thorn in their side in B main, and that allowed those CT players to flood. They broke that choke point. They were able to get out backside because of all that noise that he was making. That stopped their crossfire in CT.
Yeah, and you wonder if in all the chaos that Satchel just doesn't get hurt, right? There's so many players probably communicating, trying to set up a post plant. So as we head into the 2nd overtime now, we do see more of a 3-1-1 as opposed to this full 5 slam. They're going to let Koru kind of do what they've done best throughout this map, and that's just work for some picks towards mid. A lot of backstab potential coming in thus far. So as they begin to slowly creep up towards A, we've seen this once or twice before. They're not going to find any early contact. So some of these B anchors are going to be forced to kind of stay in place for the time being.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, definitely a change of pace over here, exactly like you said, working a little bit slower up this A space, not just hard slamming. We think that now that we're in OT, we may be going to second guess this game plan that has worked. And Cypher is just going to full sprint onto the side. DD Blaster is going to take a little bit of an overpeak out of there, but Yoshi's going to try to slide, help him, gets one of her own, but does get traded by Go Back Home. Man advantage in the favor of Min-Maxers. They're going to get this plant down. Brayden, I'm trying to say something about it over here in upper. 2 of his teammates trying to fight CT, go for a big corner with another wide swing. It's not going to work. We're just going to take a 1v1 in a man advantage scenario because we do not care. Brayden's still working up this space. You see his CT players walking out. Kazi knows that 10K is on top of his box. We saw that take come through. Doesn't matter. 10K still wins the fight, reswing CT and kills Wild's Heartache.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just like a chaotic round. Yeah. That's kind of how the Min-Maxers have approached every single attack round. So even on the rounds where they start a little slower, it's still just the death ball of doom coming in. 100%. And the trades are just too good from them. So even though Brayden finds it to equalize into a 3v3, this up-down position from 10K and Go Back Home in tandem find the other 3 remaining players. And that's going to be map point, series point, and tournament point out for the Min-Maxers for the first time today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Aura Farmers really want to take this into another OT. It looks like they're going to be completely geared up over here for an A hit. This dart comes through, this wall comes through, 0 space taken off of it. Kind of an interesting strategy for them. They did get that one way in, but it looks like, I don't know, both teams didn't really take any space A main. We saw a lot of util traded back and forth there. So I wonder exactly how they want to play the rest of this round. You saw 10K decided to give up that angle, and now on the side of Min-Maxers, you see, I believe it is Kazi walking up into that A main space. Now that they haven't seen anything, they're able to take some space away from the Min-Maxers.
Yeah, I love this replay coming in, but look, a great shot out onto 10K. I mean, it just absolutely ripping their head off. You know, somebody who's been absolutely lighting up the scoreboard, shut down by somebody that you might least expect it to come from. What an impactful lurk. But the thing is, discipline out from the Min-Maxers. They didn't overreact to that information at that early pick. And so as the Aura Farmers begin to group towards B, thinking that maybe the Min-Maxers would rotate off of that first blood, there's going to be 2 players here and a big difference maker in Koru on this off-angle back site. Probably going to find a lot of value here.
Yeah, unexpected to still be over here. But we talked about there's 2 players here, and now
30
there's
seconds
only
left.
one. Break is done and scanned and slid on. And it just all the kills going in the favor of Aura Farmers. And dare I speak too soon and say
One
that
enemy remaining.
Maybe I will speak too soon because 1v5 now for Toro. Yes, we have seen glimmers of something. 1v5 is just a little bit too much to do. Braden's going to take him down and have him fall this round in the second OT to take us to the third.
And you know what? It's been a long day of Valorant. Our casters, we're getting pretty tired over here just commentating nonstop action-packed Valorant. But like you said, I mean, Kazi just a heroic round there.
Yeah,
3 on the round, kind of just making their own individual plays, finding value on the lurk that they haven't found at all this whole map. And I mean, that's keeping them alive in this tournament. That's exactly when you want to step up, the most impactful of impactful rounds that you could possibly have.
Because you were saying you normally expect that fight to go the other way. You've seen 10K pick Kazi off on some of those walk-ups in the past, so you definitely expect that to go 10K's way. But Kazi showing up here in OT exactly when you want them to. Now coming into this next round, we have Aura Farmers on the defense. Min Maxers are going to be looking into a B hit. We have Braden completely pushed down mid. He's going to hear this jet rotating towards B, full sound, finally starts crouching.
It's just Kazi on the B bomb site here.
Are coming through.
Rip is going to allow Kazi to get the first, but the trade is good from Go Back Home, so the plant's going to come down. It's going to be a 4v4. All of these players are going to be slow to rotate, so they're going to get set up in a strong crossfire position in the post plant here.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, normally you do see them pushing CT, and okay, there's that CT push coming through. Braden did break that flank tripwire. Min Maxers responded by taking that CT.
This up-down position is going to be so hard to break through. 10K finds the first there, looking to find a second onto DD Blaster, traded out by Heartache. The dash away, very disciplined there. Braden does find a shot as well, and the bomb is not planted for the Min Maxers, so the tap onto the defuse, creating a lot of pressure. Braden looking for the kills, finds it on the Go Back Home, looking for the fourth, and he finds it! Time for the defuse, and somehow Aura Farmers come away with that round.
Yeah, Braden being a hero there, fighting from that position on site, taps bomb, takes those fights, wins both of them, wins those 2 1v1s to get 3K on the round, and that CT push was looking good. 10K again, one of our heroes for Min Maxers, gets that first 2K over there, but they're not able to push it past the finish line. Just a little bit poorly played in that scenario. You saw 10K had to reload. Go Back Home was still trying to hold, and it was just a little bit discombobulated there in
I mean,
that 2v2 scenario.
Potential for that to go disastrously for Braden. The bomb was not planted for the Min-Maxers, and instead of even attempting to stick the defuse, he said, I'm 44 and 17, 44 and 18. I'm just going to go for these kills. You know, I'm really feeling it. So, and it worked out for him, and that's going to put Aura Farmers on map point.
And now it's going to come down again to 10K sitting in elbow. You see the Aura Farmers. It looks like they really do want to fight towards A. We've seen this fight before, but 10K doesn't even click this time. Gonna throw a quick one way, see if he can still fight for some of this space. But all of the Aura Farmers, 4 of them, pushed up over here into A, and it might just be an A hit. We do see this drone coming through.
You can't smoke right now. Heartache is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so they're going to just reset and go back into mid. They're going to leave Braden as an insert towards elbow. A dink out onto 10K. That's pretty scary for the Min-Maxers there. It's going to hold a lot of these players present now because of that contact out from Braden. We haven't seen him be the lurk very often, so holding a lot of the presence over towards A. There is nobody on the B bomb site, and look at Aura Farmers reading this beautifully, grouping towards this B site, and slowly as the rotates begin to come, it's just not going to happen in time as long as they decide to exec any time in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, 100%. Braden doing so good to make all of this noise here, and he gets out, and now I think this B hit's going to come through. You see that trip is broken, you see that wall's coming out, that dart's coming back.
30 seconds
no
left.
info on the dart, of course, because all the Min-Maxers are away, and now, I mean, one of our first 5v5 retakes we've seen from the Min-Maxers, normally they have a couple players dead by this point, and they have to win this at uncomfortable position to stay in the game, and 2 fall in the favor of Aura.
And this crossfire just not going to get broken as DD Blaster and Yoshi combine in tandem. A 4v1 for Go Back Home, and Heartache closes it out 16-14. We are not quite done yet.
No, we are not done with this grand final in Valorant. History repeats itself. Sunset OT, triple OT goes in the favor of the Aura Farmers. A very back and forth game. We saw the Min-Maxers get out to an amazing start, but they were not able to close it out in that second half. It seems like Aura Farmers had really kind of captured what they were trying to do and came with a good response.
Yeah, I mean, 46-19 out from Braden, just really putting the whole team on his back and trying to make it happen. We're going to go to a map 3. We're going to get to see Abyss, which is already a very exciting map when we saw the Min-Maxers play.
100%.
I mean, it does not get more exciting than this. Map 3, Grand Finals, Day 2. We're going to take one more short break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap up the Carnation Tournament, inaugural tournament, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's good? What's good?
And welcome back, everybody, to map number 3 of the grand finals for the Carnation tournament, our first inaugural Carnation tournament. And just very quickly before we jump in, I want to shout out everybody. We've had some donations come in to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund that we're raising money for this event. So big shout out to everybody who's participated. Big shout out to everybody who's watching at home. We can't make this happen without you guys and without your generous donations as well. So we really appreciate that. Jackson, how are you feeling jumping into map number 3?
I'm feeling good. I mean, this is what you want from a grand finals, right? I mean, that first map, it was such a stomp, and it really looked like map 2 was going to be like that. But you were saying before we even started that second map that this Yoshi Demantle duo, they have come back from things like this before. They do have that, they have that in them to bring these games back, and 9-3 half brought it all the way back. 16-14 final score. Min maxers were not able to keep that momentum rolling in that second half. It looks like they just got completely shut down, and honestly, some of the things they were doing just looked bad, and I had not really seen that from them before. I had not seen that look to them. So I think that going into this map, I mean, we've seen these both of these teams' weak points in both of these maps that we just played. I think that this is going to be a banger map. We're going to Abyss, which the Min-Maxers did play, and they had an amazing map on Abyss. Also very entertaining, which that went to OT as well.
It did.
So I think that this is what you want from a grand final.
Yeah, 100%. Like you just mentioned, Abyss was played earlier on stream between the Min-Maxers and I believe it was Team 6-7.
Yes.
And it went to overtime. There was opportunities for Team 6-7 to really drag it across the line. So potential danger for Min-Maxers who they've looked confident all throughout this. I mean, they jumped out to that 9-3 lead on map number 2, so you thought maybe they were going to run away with it, but it just wasn't quite enough. Braden with a really heroic effort.
Amazing map
46 kills out of Braden. I mean,
it's insane.
To drag it across the line in triple overtime. So they're going to be dogging it out just back and forth. And after this map, we will be crowning a champion, perhaps a champion of the world. Speaking of which, just like the Dodgers. So hopefully,
right?
Braden could just be like Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yeah.
He's looking to line himself up to be MVP of this tournament, MVP of the World Championships of our hearts, perhaps.
And we talked about how we wanted to see him heat up a little bit. We talked about that slow start he had to map 1, and he didn't heat up. He caught on fire. I mean, 46 kills. We said it earlier. Last time that we played this tournament, he lost in the grand finals, map 3. He had, I think, somewhere close to that. He had like 38 kills on the final map. In the third map, he had 38 kills and he lost. We are not going to see that again, at least from last map. He had that 48 kills. They were able to get it over the finish line. But now I wonder if he only has 40, does that happen again?
Yep.
We're going to need some of the rest of these players to kind of help him out, to give him some assists. They need to start waking up as well, because it's clear that Braden wants to win this.
Yeah, 100%. And if we take a quick look at our production predictions, Jackson, you're looking pretty great. You're looking like you could walk away with the full run of it, right? The winner, if Aura Farmers are able to drag it across the line, I mean, it's hard to argue that anybody but Braden at this moment would be the MVP for them. So Aura Farmers could win. I feel pretty confident about them coming into this map. I do believe they played Abyss in day number 1, and I think they were perfect in the group stage. So I imagine they feel pretty confident coming into this map. And like we were just saying, the Min-Maxers taken to the brink already once on this map.
Yes.
So,
but that was even an entertaining map from them. They had a lot of
true.
good ideas. They were doing that. They were still keeping that energy going where they keep pushing, keep taking more space. I really am just a bit worried about how they look on their defensive side, because especially on Sunset, that defensive side looked really, really shaky. It looked like they weren't able to keep those ideas rolling. They kind of figured it out in the later parts of the half, but it just looked like that was a much weaker side as opposed to their attack. And they are starting on the attack here for Abyss, so maybe getting off to a hot start is really important for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's one of those things we talked about, how they were kind of deconstructing the traditional Valorant that the Aura Farmers were attempting to play. They try to play this coordinated team play, but it gets torn apart by how fast and how heavy Min-Maxers are playing. But almost the inverse effect is true when the Min-Maxers end up on defense, right? You see that they struggle when they're playing against a slow default controlled game plan from the Aura Farmers. It just kind of crumbles. They overextend, they get caught out. We saw a number of rounds where players were trying to make an aggressive play and they were just completely shut down. So, as we hop into Abyss, they need to really rattle off a ton of attack rounds. I would definitely be concerned if the Aura Farmers find pistol, convert a bonus, and start to run away with the early stages of this map, because it might be hard for them to bring it back on defense.
Yeah, 100%. I'm thinking the exact same thing. I think either way, this is going to be a good map. We have not seen the Aura Farmers play on Abyss yet, so I think seeing what ideas that they bring into this will be super interesting. I'm hoping, honestly, that Braden just goes Reyna again. I think that he's very strong on that agent. I really do want to look to Yoshi and see if she can kind of really heat up coming into this final map of the series, the final map of the BO3, and the map that's going to have all the marbles right now.
Great. And so we'll hop into the agent select here now. And look at that. Braden instantly locks Reyna. No hesitation at all. 10K back on that Jet. I mean, we wouldn't have expected anything less at this stage of the tournament. I'm curious to see. I wonder if min-maxers will switch up their comp style a little bit. I don't know if they want to go for something that was as aggressive. They had Koru, I believe, on the Waylay. Was that right, when they first played this map earlier today?
Yes. Koru played that Waylay. And we did see, even last map, Koru was hovering that Sage for a little bit in the agent select. He ended up going with the Raze, but it seems like this Sage is something that he wants to kind of pull out on at least one of these maps. He did end up playing Waylay, and that comp, if you remember, we were watching that Waylay dash in, we were watching that Jet dash in, and that Omen TP up into heaven. So that comp was super, super hard to defend against.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, we had a quick visitor there by tournament runner Nora Bora. She popped in for a quick second to say hello, but I guess she didn't want to stick around. That's quite okay with us, though. As we wrap up the agent select here, it looks like the chamber coming out from Kazi. I haven't seen that too much. We've been seeing a lot of Cypher from them thus far. We might be looking at a Harbor out from Koru. I would love to see that, but I don't know if we'll get it. Meanwhile, on the side of the Aura Farmers, just a traditional Sova, Clove, Jet, Reyna. We've kind of seen this kind of double duelist with the Clove and the Sova thus far from them. Heartache, definitely somebody to still look out for. I know Braden just had an absolute nuke of a map, but it doesn't mean that Heartache, who's been kind of like a rock for this roster throughout the tournament series, is not capable of popping off at any given moment.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting. We're going to see both teams are doing a single controller comp here. We saw this earlier, and we saw that double controller come out, but it's interesting to note that both of these teams are going to be more reliant on that gunplay. I mean, if you even look at the Aura Farmers comp here, we have Clove, we have Jet, we have Chamber, we have Reyna. They're going to be relying on winning those fights, winning those duels. Kind of the same story for min-maxers, but they have that comp that yes, you do have to win your duels, but also, like we talked about, there's people dashing, there's people recalling, there's people TPing, so it's a little bit more confusing to try to defend against, especially when you don't have a more traditional Sentinel. It's going to be a little bit easier for min-maxers to break into those sites.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Weekday on Team 6-7 struggle on the Chamber, trying to anchor the B-bomb site a lot of the time because of how explosive the min-maxers are, and it looks like they're going with the exact same game plan that we saw from them earlier in the day on this pistol. It's just going to be a full B-slam, and the Aura Farmers looking to aggress A. It's the wrong fleet, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on Kazi early on. Going to have to TP back. He's going to be forced out into a full retake as Koru comes in. Going to be pressing forward for more up into the smoke. You wonder if Kazi will be aware. We could be looking at 5v5 retake. Walking into the smoke, Koru does find the opener. They're going to continue to push forward as the plant does go down 5v4 now. I believe we have a bit of a technical issue. No, we're back now. Don't worry about it. Smoke fading now. These two players close. Go back home, gonna get taken down. Shock damage out as well. Yoshi and Heartache combined for 3, and suddenly a 4v2 out now. MK finds one, but Yoshi shuts it down as well. And Braden with the backstab onto Crayons are yummy. They clean it up, and that's a pistol round out for the Aura Farmers.
Yeah, really good fight back in there. You saw Heartache was able to kill both of those players that were trying to take a little bit more space on the B site. She was able to come get a 2K there, no trade coming in, even though min-maxers were able to take that space early, kill Kazi, kill that B anchor, get that man advantage. We saw that they were able to retake that site, honestly, kind of easily. I mean, yes, there was a fight put up, but some of those trades needed to come in for the min-maxers.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, an all-important pistol, we talked about it coming into this map. The min-maxers really need to capitalizing on attack when they can. So not finding that pistol, they're going to look to find some value out on this eco round 10K with that Deagle. We've seen him beat a demon before, so keep your eye out from him. And it doesn't matter whether they win or lose the pistol, they love this B bomb site. We're going to be seeing them hit that again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we do have Vice sitting in spawn. I believe we're still buying guns while the rest of the team's going to do a hard hit onto B, getting that Chamber TP out early, but Chamber stayed on the site, got hit twice with that deco. Looks like we're going to try to see a knife, but again, Kazi first dead, going to drop only a Marshall into the hands of one of these players on the min-maxers. Going to see if we can do anything with that, and it's looking exactly like the last round. We're going to get a free bomb site into this 5v4.
I think Crayons are yummy. I don't know if they did not disconnect, but they're controlling the flank, probably nervous about Brayden from the previous round, but now I believe all the players are going to be spotted out. So these 3 players on site are going to try and hold down the fort while Crayons are yummy comes late. Brayden with 1, 2, that's 3 on the round now for him. So now a 1v3 for Crayons are yummy, who is far, far away, going to have to cross over towards Jane, does not have any interest in denying the defuse, and Heartache going to shut it down. A cleaned up anti-eco and 2 on the board very quickly for the Aura farmers.
Yeah, those guns backside are just really hard to use. You got that deagle, you got that classic, and as multiple people swing, I mean, you saw Brayden just come out, just literally full spray when even if it had a headshot, because that is it's just a hard angle to hold with that deagle and with that Marshall. 10K gonna get 1 first troubles, but Brayden's gonna just wipe the floor with the rest of them. And like we said again, I mean, if we want to get off to a hot start, getting those kills on that bonus round is really, really good for your duelist. We see Brayden bringing in some of that confidence, like we said, what, 40 something in the last map,
48, 46, something like that
in the last map, bringing some of that into this game. Now we're coming into the first kind of gun round. You saw Brayden did have that Phantom from the round before, so there are a couple guns here.
Oh, great shot, Kazi.
Despite the last 2 rounds, going to respond
another
with 2 of their own. Holding this backside down, does not want it to repeat itself. Going to get another 1D TP out, absolutely destroying it.
Last player standing.
2 for him. It's a completely flawless bonus round, and this is a nightmare scenario if you are the min-maxers. This cannot be the start that they were looking for. I mean, just fantastic shots out. They recognized they were able to get the first blood on Kazi on these first 2 rounds, but this time Kazi saying no thank you, next, and shutting down 3 of them instantly.
And doing that on their first buy round. It was 3 Phantoms that Kazi was able to drop with just that deagle. So doing that when they got their first buy up is so impactful. And I know that Kazi may not light up the scoreboard, but we noticed it last game. When it comes to those important moments, he is able to hold sight. He's able to get those multi-kills on the lurk. So I want to highlight him really quick that he has had very impactful rounds for this team.
Definitely a fast A split coming out on this eco. The players in heaven going to be Pincer, DD Blaster, going to be looking to find it, but Brayden comes in with the save from the site. Finds 2 as well. Go back home, gonna get taken out as well. That's 3 on the round now for Brayden. He's gonna spam some more through the smoke. I wonder if he'll look to find his ace on for it right now into this round, and just a complete shutdown of that acceleration.
Yeah, they tried to speed up with a couple of those deagles, but into an A split. But Brayden now is the time when he decides to let Toro's gonna get a 1 dig, but Heartache is gonna clean up those last 2, get some back orbs. And I mean, it's their eco, you know, you can kind of brush that off. And this is the round that you need to get 1 back, especially after you lost the momentum on the map previous. Losing the first 4 rounds straight is not a good sign for the min-maxers. This is really, I think it's really a must-win round for this team.
Yeah, I know, and it's crazy to be saying that this early into the half, but we talked about how they're going to struggle on defense. We've seen them struggle on defense, and it's kind of a role reversal from what we saw early on Sunset, right? The min-maxers jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and it took the eco round for the Aura farmers to convert to finally get on the board. So maybe looking to try and do the same are the min-maxers. And Toro finds a great opener there onto Heartache. Brayden only able to get 1 before going down to Toro. So 4v3 now as they accelerate into the A bomb site. They're going to have this site for free, and a plant should be coming down here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get another bomb fight this game, this time onto the A bomb site. Blaster is able to sneak out. 10K does catch him. A little bit wandering around site, and like I said, this second gun round is a very important round. It looks like min-maxers is going to be in that 4v2 man advantage. I believe, yeah, Yoshi did buy an op into this round, so might be a save if they're not able to find a pick in the next couple seconds. That op is going to be revealed. He is jumping around in heaven, misses a second shot onto a backside player, and they're not able to keep any of these guns going to the next round. We'll see what their money is looking like with this rebuy of the op. Crayons decides to not pick up the op, not keep it for this attack side. that fight in A main was so important. I mean, Braden was able to get one, but that trade came too quickly for him to E out, and that just gave the full sight into Min-Maxer's
Yeah,
control.
I mean, a great job, a great opener from Koru as well, finally kind of showing up on the scoreboard. We hadn't seen too much from him thus far. I mean, he was a big impact player so far all tournament long, so now it looks like they're just going to regroup and hit A again. I mean, this is the only round they've won, so why not do it again?
Yeah, I'm going to guess we're going to pull some of these ults into this round. We know that they like to do this waylay ult into heaven space, that the heaven backside kind of waylay ult. So I hope that comes around. You see him
just absolutely
and
blasted. Two now for 10K. We've seen this from him many times. We've seen it on this map already. He's going to press forward for more. Him and Koru in tandem. Looking
One
for
enemy
a 2v5,
remaining.
a 3 on the round for 10K. Shuts Kazi down as well.
Yeah, and this map really is Jet's playground with those creative updrop dashes that you can do, kind of use the verticality of being outside the map. That's a very unexpected angle that people take. We saw 10K do the same thing on Abyss, and 10K is such a good Jet. It looks like he was born to play this agent. So utilizing that kind of unique tech that only Jet can do on this map is very, very creative, and it bodes well for Min-Maxers. They have him kind of heating up.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the 10K maybe meaning the 10K hours. That could be 10K hours spent on Jet knives alone. The way he looks with those knives, it looks like he was born with knives attached to his arms. I mean, I can't believe this is... Yoshi is going to look to clean up the save round. I don't know, maybe she'll find one on the way out the door. It looks like she was able to keep that rifle, but I mean, just look at these Jet knives. It's so clean, so crispy.
Yeah.
Taking everybody out. You don't even have the opportunity to shoot if you're Kazi, or I believe it was DD Blaster on the backside who got his head sniped. So,
and it is Halloween. If 10K did not dress up as Freddy Krueger, I would honestly be disappointed because, like you said, he was born with knives in his hands. Now we're going into another gun round here. It's honestly surprising that Aura Farmers does still have a buy. They have full loadouts here, full rifles, full armor here, and it looks like, hey, we went on A, we gotta go A again, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, we talked about it before, they love to just do what keeps working until it doesn't any longer. So 10K gonna lead the charge once more, all the way behind this drone. Koru and 10K into the bomb site, but Heartache finds both out from that close heaven spot, and all three of the other players stuck behind the smoke. Go back home, gonna take a lot of damage. That's 3 on the round for Heartache, as the Blaster chimes in as well for 1, and 4 for Heartache, cleaning it up, making herself known on the scoreboard, saying, hey, remember me, don't forget about it. That's 5 now on defense.
And it looks like just her corner was not clear, definitely giving some of those entries a hard attack as they could not turn around in time, and she kills both of those, the Jet and the Waylay, what we talked about with that double dash. She's able to kill both on site, absolute hero, and we said this could be her game to heat up. She's 9-2 right now with that 4K on the A site, just demolishing everyone coming through that choke.
Yeah, and you can see the Min-Maxers maybe a little confused about what to do. They were like, B didn't work, A's no longer working. What else are we supposed to do?
Maybe we can 3-2 and see if we can get an early pick.
Yeah, so again, a lot of pressure on Kazi. We've seen it before. TPing out that location is going to be noted, so it's going to give the go-ahead for the Min-Maxers to accelerate into the site. But I wonder if it is a fake. Yoshi finds the one-tap on the 10K right before the smoke can bloom, and this reposition, Go Back Home has been spotted in mid, so it's not going to draw everybody quite yet to the B bomb site. Trade back and forth now with the Clove Res as well. Braden fighting out in the mid. It's going to find 2 of his own, and the spike's going to be dropped, so it's just Koru alone in this 1v5, soon to be 1v4, but Kazi cleans up the round.
Yeah, and I think that this approach from Min-Maxers is kind of tough because you are playing this gambly 5-hit, but Kazi has been able to get all this information, right? Because Kazi's able to take a more forward angle and then TP off, right? So if he doesn't get pushed off of his TP angle, his entire team is able to just sit on the other side of the map and stay. But when they TP off, you can see all of the Aura Farmers are then moving over towards Kazi's site because Min-Maxers play with this more like, okay, we're gonna hard hit this, we're gonna hard hit that. They can tell once that TP is hit, then they rotate. But look, if he's not pushed off that early angle that he's able to get to, the rest of the team is able to just stack towards the other side.
Right, and you see the acceleration. Oh my goodness, 10K instantly takes Braden off of the server. See you later. DD Blaster returns the favor through the smoke as well, but Koru found one onto Heartache as well, so it's going to be a 3v4 post plant. The Vice ult did come through, didn't really find too much value. The rope had been touched up a little bit, so I think this player in heaven should be noted in Toro. DD Blaster creeps up, does find it. The Jet smoke finding cover as well. 1 for 1 as DD Blaster finds a 3rd onto the round, so we're in a 2v2 situation. As he walking forward, doesn't note Go Back Home.
Good
TP
TP
into the
too.
smoke. I mean, a fantastic reposition there. DD Blaster slowly creeping
Last
forward, looking
player
to find one.
standing.
Finds a shot onto Crayons are Yummy
Gonna have
on
to
for
be an
the ace, but the timing isn't there. Go back home, seals the deal. It's going to be a third round out for the Min-Maxers.
Yeah, Min-Maxers, important round for them to win. They did another classic A-hit. And what I used to see as confidence, honestly, is kind of like seeming like it's just a bit one-dimensional. Of course, 10K, when you're shooting like that, it doesn't matter how many dimensions the other team has. You're able to just get that first blood with that raw aim. But it's becoming a little bit predictable, and I wonder if Aura Farmers are kind of tapping into that, and they're going to throw a bit of an adjustment into this next round, or if Min-Maxers are going to maybe, okay, we've conditioned them enough to the hard hits, we need to switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to post the chamber up over towards A this time. I wonder if they'll consider it on the side of Min-Maxers. It doesn't seem like they will. I mean, the jump spot is pretty good there. A missed shot and a forced TP out as well. But meanwhile, Yoshi with an op of her own is going to be able to find it over there. The PC of the casters has gone down for a second, so we're watching on a telephone now, speeding up into the A bomb site.
Cutting their vision. Burn, One enemy remaining.
Scatter. Spike planted.
My ult's ready. Oh, was that important?
One enemy remaining.
It begins.
Deploying drone.
Kazi finds the opener onto Koru and finds a second and a third as well for the trouble.
3K from Kazi on this.
Big anchoring coming in there. I mean, just fantastic job
Last
thus
player
far.
standing.
Finds a fourth on
Spike
for
down,
the ace.
B.
Now is Kazi looking to clean it up. Crayons are Yummy, gonna be spotted out, so looking to try and give the ace, and there it is. Kazi with an ace of his own, maybe perhaps the least expected ace that you might find, and
round
still
before the
surprising even the casters who had just come back from a PC crash.
And we talked about how Kazi has had those impactful moments when it really matters, and you're going to see it here. Map 3 of Grand Finals, nothing matters more than this. Kazi has had some electric site holds over there on the B site. 3K that one round. Now an ace to put them up to 8 rounds on the half. Only one more round left before we swap sides, and Min-Maxers, it's looking like a reversal of Sunset. 9-3 for them on that side, but now it's looking like that the Aura Farmers might pull out the same thing.
Yeah, and I mean, DD Blaster and Yoshi are all too familiar with being in this position, going down map 1 in Grand Finals and clawing their way back in map 2. Now looking to put map 3 away and out of reach. I mean, a 9th round on the board on Defense Abyss against the Min-Maxers would be big, as Crayons are Yummy just walking out into the open. Does not seem to be aware of the Outlaw. Koru coming for a reposition, tries to close the gap here. Yoshi in the smoke is gonna go down now as the recall comes in, but Toru find the opener onto Kazi. That's gonna open up the B bomb site, so the bomb gonna be collected, and that site is gonna be open for free, but a good shot out from DD Blaster.
And DD Blaster has also had some good kills. That's a great clear from him top mid. Now 3v3, he does have some util to come retake this B site. And look at this long flank from Brayden. I mean, this is pretty fast.
I don't think they could possibly consider breaking this. Wow, what a shot. Instantly shuts 10K down, and Corey left alone in this 1v3.
There's too many people left. Yeah, I mean, that flank came through pretty fast. He barely had just got the bomb down. 10K was trying to go run, help his teammates out by NCT, but he just gets insta-picked off.
Yeah, I mean, a great job there by the Aura Farmers. I mean, a fantastic defensive half. You can't ask for too much better if you're an Aura Farmer fan like we are right now. So 9-3 going into the final half of the final map of the final game. I mean, all-time excitement here.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you can kind of see that like we were talking about a little bit, the min-maxers are kind of faltering there. You saw they were all grouped up in A main, and then they called that hit off, and we had not really seen them do that. So maybe a little bit second guess of the game plan. We're kind of starting to get to some levels of desperation for this. The pressure is getting to them, and we talked about how their defensive half did not look as good as their offense, and they needed more rounds on that side. We're going to see how this pistol round plays out.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, like I said, this is the end. We are at the tail end of the tournament. So for everybody who has tuned in so far to watch, even if it was for just one map, even if you were just now tuning in for the grand finals, we appreciate you. And we are so excited to get into this final pistol. It looks like just an A hit coming out from the Aura Farmers, but there's 4 players from Min-Maxers here, so they're going to be well prepared for this. You wonder if they decide to call off this A hit because they are a little more disciplined than what we've seen out from the Min-Maxers. So capable of a reset, capable of a pause. They're just going to insert Kazi here, let him work some space, work a pick or two. And the Min-Maxers pretty well aware of the fact that they're not hitting here. So reacting pretty quickly and resetting up towards the top of the map.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be exactly like what you said. We're going to try to re-clear a little bit of space in A main here, which is good. Good read out of Koru, but now there's 2 holding this re-push.
Oh, what a
through
shot.
the wall. Just a bit of a predictive shot there. And like you said, take that A main space. We're going to leave. You see Braden walking up mid. Heartache's going to try to get a good timing here onto Koru. Koru might not know that she's all the way out. She's going to keep taking that timing, keep walking up as the rest of the team looks to be ending towards B, but you can
Braden's
see
up through mid as well. I mean, there's so many gaps here.
everyone's up.
Oh, but the knife is out. What's the timing going to be? No, she's going to hear the footsteps, so it should be a freebie. There it is, onto Koru. So a bit of chaos going on. We're in a 4v3, but Heartache has a lot of control over towards A, so as long as she holds onto the space here, it should be an A site for free for the Aura Farmers. The plant should be coming down momentarily.
Yeah, but the Min-Maxers are getting here pretty quick. They're re-clearing the CT space, re-clearing into heaven, so the plant is coming down right now, but the Min-Maxers have gone here, so they're going to retake a little bit faster, and that death from Heartache is not good. Go back is able to get that first kill up there. DB Blaster going to respond from heaven. 10K not aware of that corner. So we can shoot somehow. Players are low. Yoshi with another one. Players are yummy in this 1v1. Has not been able to make it out onto the site. Still trapped in heaven. Yoshi hits her down to 1 HP.
Oh my gosh, and Crayons are yummy, just going to look for a reposition here. Yoshi considering this, the time starting to tick away.
Yeah,
how much time? Crayons are yummy starts to run, and a smart, disciplined reposition out from Yoshi. She's going to hold it and on for the 3rd, and a pistol round collected for the Aura Farmers. It's going to make it 10-3.
Yeah, and you cannot lose that round if you're the Min-Maxers. 10-3 is a long comeback to come from. I would not be surprised if we saw Force into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder, right? Because the Min-Maxers, they love to play with that aggression, love to play with that confidence, but the confidence might be waning a little bit now, right?
Yeah.
You felt like you had an opportunity to seal the deal on map number 2, and you haven't really had too much control in this map number 3 thus far, so really feeling like you have to make it happen now. I agree. I would not be surprised to see the Force coming out.
And it's both of these teams have like dominated half of this BO3 so far. Min-Maxers won that first map, won the first half, and now switched to the Aura Farmers. They're keeping that momentum going from last half. You see Min-Maxers trying to take the fight to them, trying to recreate some of that magic that we saw from before. Go back, able to get one, but with a classic can't TP out. Koru with a good 1D. And
another
a second onto DB Blaster. Somehow man advantage in the Min-Maxers' favor.
Oh my goodness. I mean, no guns collected quite yet, but you've seen 10K is pushed down into mid again. Chamber trip, I believe, was triggered, so going to reposition, come back and rejoin the team. Meanwhile, Koru just continues to take pot shots, tagging Heartache down to 1 HP, but Heartache does find the overheal as they heal. Another onto Koru, and suddenly a 3v2 turns into a 2v1 in Aura Farmers' favor. They're going to look to plant for backside because they know that the timing was taken previously on the Chamber trip. He's going to find the first onto Cassie.
1 HP from Clove.
1v1 here, it's so tight, considers it, but no! Heartache, the demon for 10K, all tournament long, strikes again, shuts it down, and somehow gets away with that anti-eco. It makes it 11-3. I think Min-Maxers did make the decision to save, so they should have a bye into this round.
Yeah, only a couple of devos.
But no room for error any longer.
No, 100%. I mean, but if Fnatic can do it, we can do it better. 3-11. I mean, nice shots out of Koru. Really good try in that round. That 1v1 10K versus Heartache, we were talking about it all series. That little rivalry has been happening, and it seems like finally Heartache has woken up another 3K. I know that she's having a great game, great map so far.
Yeah, a bit of a change of look out from the Aura Farmers, starting over towards some mid control, kind of denying that early A aggression that the Min-Maxers are trying to take here. And look how far up Braden has already found himself into mid. He's going to get contact here soon, but the shot out from Yoshi is good, and Kazi finds one onto the A player as well. Brayden finds the back shot on to go back home, and suddenly it's a 5v2, and it's all falling apart. Another one for Brayden. It's a 1v5 for 10K, and he just can't find the shots any longer, perhaps running out of steam as we get to the bookend of this. 9 chances for the Aura Farmers to become the champions of the Carnations tournament.
And they cannot slip. They cannot falter. They have to win 9 rounds in a row just to get them into OT. And we have not been seeing a normal min-maxers. We have not been seeing them winning as many fights as they've been able to. We saw that their game plan was kind of faltering in that first half, and the second half is the same story. Not able to build any momentum so far. That first gun round going in the favor of Aura Farmers. That was their bonus. And now what are you supposed to do if you're this team?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a whole lot of minimizing, not a whole lot of maximizing going on from the min-maxers, and they're at the brink of elimination now when they had a championship point or 2 at one point in this tournament. So just an A group out from the Aura Farmers. They're trying to keep it simple. I believe Yoshi is going to look to potentially go out wide. I don't believe she has knives, so maybe not quite yet, but the drone going to come momentarily here. There are 3 players, and Koru has pushed all the way down into mid, so still not afraid to take that aggression, but with a lot of pressure on these shots, there is just no margin for error. No missed shots can come through, or this series, this game will be over.
And possibly our final side take of the series coming in. Go back home, drops out of heaven, gets one, goes kill for kill backside. 10K is going to swing, get another one. DD Blast is going to try to come trade. 10K somehow plays discipline, leave that chamber died, which gives Koru that opportunity to come hit that flank. Now the rest of the team is going to sit back, wait, make some noise, and see if Koru can't get a free pick over here on this flank.
Yeah, I mean, a hypothetical 3v3, right? Because Heartache does have that cloak hold as well, so just trying to stall out. They know that these last 2 players are backside, but DD Blaster finds them first. The Dart's going to scan one as well. The reposition, Heartache finds it. A 1v2 for 10K. Otherwise, we will be crowning our champions, and the Aura Farmers get it done. 13-3. They pull it across the line, and our champions of the first inaugural Carnations tournament, the Aura Farmers.
Yeah, and I mean, it did get dicey, but we said it in the beginning. We said these were our favorites. But what a great series played out from both teams. Every single game through the series, the min-maxers made me more and more of a fan. We talked about Heartache and Brayden waking up, and wake up they did. Brayden had an amazing map, last map. Heartache coming in, taking over that top frag position. She finally was able to get up there, get it some multi-kills, get some 3Ks, get some 4Ks. And that was just honestly a beautiful grand final series that we just watched. Aura Farmers gonna take it down. We are personally happy about that, of course. I mean, we were rooting for them from the beginning, so it was great to see that. But what a good game of Valorant. What a good series of Valorant just played across both days.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations to the Aura Farmers. I never had any doubt at any point. Certainly not when they were down 9-3 in map number 2, down 1 map to 0. So, you know, I knew they had it the whole way. You and I both felt confident that the Aura Farmers were going to get it done. I mean, great predictions out from you, Jackson. I can't lie, because I think it's hard to argue, even after that map 3 performance. Heartache did a fantastic job. She was a consistent fragger throughout the tournament, but really the heroics in map number 2 from Brayden, he really woke up in that grand finals. It's hard to argue that he's not the MVP of this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and especially in an OT scenario, you know, they lose that, they go home, you're down 9-3. The resilience that it takes to keep fighting in that scenario, to keep going, to keep playing with confidence. I mean, we kept seeing him go, pushing CT, getting a 2K, getting a 3K. He never lost confidence during that second map. And honestly, I think he had to have been the difference maker. I mean, he's plus 20 in like a quadruple OT. So definitely, I mean, yeah, I think that he played amazing.
Yeah, 100%. And that's not to take away from any of the players on Aura Farmers. Everybody had their individual moments. Everybody had their moment to shine and impact on the team. I mean, we talked about Kazi, for example, that ace on that map number 3, a crucial 3K in Sunset as well, late into that map. Yoshi on the entry playing duelist throughout the series. You know, she had 4 first bloods. So, I mean, despite 11-5 is a pretty darn good KD on a championship winning map. And we saw her throughout the tournament. I mean, she missed some of the early stages, but slotted back in quite naturally. We talked about it when we first saw them, when they had the sub in Wicked, they weren't playing at full strength. And this is what they look like at full strength, a championship caliber team.
Yeah, a great series out of them. We did see a little bit of a slower start, but they were actually really able to pick up steam. Hard map 2, but then map 3, I mean, it just looked like a blowout. And it looked like they finally hit their stride, which is exactly what we were looking for. So great series put out of them. So they did end up dropping a map. I believe that we are going to go to interview some people from Min Maxers. I'm going to take a headphone from you because my AirPods have died for the second time today. Could get the other one.
Yeah, definitely. Welcome in, Min-Maxers. Good effort out there today. So sorry that you guys weren't able to get it done. First of all, congratulations on such an exciting tournament. The whole time, Jackson and I won't lie, we were rooting for the Aura Farmers, but as the tournament progressed, you guys just made us bigger and bigger fans of you guys. The way that you played was electric. I mean, just running forward, never afraid to take a swing, never afraid to take a fight. And what I'm curious to hear from you guys is how you're feeling coming out of this tournament. Definitely. I mean, it's true. And I was going to bring it up, so I hope you don't mind me asking about that. You know, you win map number 1 pretty convincingly. You jump out to this 9-3 lead going into map number 2. You know, what do you feel like happened there to lead to that eventual comeback from the Aura Farmers? And did that carry over into map 3 as well?
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard in the longer days. Sorry, you go. Yeah. 47 is insane. It went to a couple OTs, but like bro had he was like plus 20 or something.
It's hard to compete with that. I mean, a real heroics out from him. I felt like you guys throughout the entire tournament were just absolutely frying. Even in that grand finals, you know, there were so many rounds where we kept saying it was a blink and you miss it type of moment. So that play style, is that how you guys normally play, like in your day-to-day when you're playing ranked, or is it just something that kind of came naturally as you guys played together?
Yeah, you guys were such an entertaining team to watch. You could tell that you guys were really having fun out there, literally like jumping around and knifing people. And I just want to say, like, you guys played super well. Like, bro, 10K, you're insane, bro. Koru, you're crazy, bro. Like the all the support util from Toru was great. Some of those sight holds from Crayons, we did see you start to heat up in a couple of those maps. And I just want to say you guys played so well. Go back home on the controller. Some of those rounds on Clove was insane. I just want to tell you guys, like, great job, bro. You guys actually I really started to enjoy watching you guys.
100%. I wanted to ask very quickly to Ivan, who is the team captain. I believe that's correct, right? Ivan, you were the team captain here. So do you have kind of any final closing words for your team about how you felt throughout this tournament? Obviously, I don't know how many of these players you knew coming in. Maybe some of them you did, some of them you didn't. But having played all of this time together, you know, what kind of thoughts are you taking away from this tournament?
I think for it kind of being almost like a luck draft, almost like, since obviously we didn't really pick most of our team. Overall, I think we played really well. I think we had a lot of synergy as 5. And overall, I think it was fun for a lot of us, which is mainly what I cared about. As we were just playing for fun, and it was just I mean, it was just really fun to play with everybody, and it was something that I was able to look forward to while we were all playing.
Definitely. Jackson, do you have anything else you wanted to ask these guys?
No, that's it for me. I just want to say thank you guys for even signing up for something like this. I know that when you're signing up as a solo, it is a little bit harder to get out there. So appreciate you guys again for signing up, for supporting the cause that we're supporting. You guys were super fun. Looked like you guys had a lot of fun out there. So yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
It was
y'all.
a lot of fun. Thank you for hosting it.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. Shout out to our tournament hosts and our production team as well. We'll do bigger shout outs to them later on, but we want to thank you guys for your time. Hopefully we'll be seeing you guys soon, because we'll be doing this kind of thing again. We'd love to see all of you back. I mean, whether it's on the same team or otherwise, all of you guys, your play styles are fantastic to watch. So we look forward to seeing it again.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
All right, you guys take care.
Have a good rest of your night.
Bye, guys. Peace.
Bye.
Yeah, so hey, honestly, bro, I like a lot of them.
Oh, they were so
cool,
fun.
bro. They're so fun.
And they're having a great time. I mean, it's easy to get frustrated after
it is.
dropping game 3 in grand finals, and it wasn't that close of a map number 3, but
Yeah.
they were still in great spirits. They had a great time, and honestly, that's what Carnation tournaments is all about.
Yeah,
So
100%. Now we got that out of the way. Let's get our farmers.
Come
in
on!
here. Let's go.
Our champions. Come on.
Come on, bro. Our farmers from day one, bro. We didn't think anyone else was going to win ever, bro. Come on now.
Not even for a single moment, not even at 9-3 map 2 was I like, man, Aura Formers do not have this in the bag.
I was like, they're going to come back. I was like, Chase, watch this. We were both like, the other team is just getting lucky, bro. Like, they're low-key not that good. They're going to come back, bro. We believe the whole time,
the
bro.
glaze. Like, I appreciate the glaze. Like, I know, on me. No.
No, we just want to see, like, how are you guys feeling after that dub? I mean, obviously, the first map and even the first half of the second map, it was really looking rough for you guys. So we want to ask, like, how does it feel to bring it back from where you did not have a lot of momentum to eventually winning it?
It felt so good. Like, I was down in the dumps. I was not hitting any of my shots. I was playing like dog dookie. But then my team was like, you guys got this. Like, Cypher, I know, like, you're not putting your flank trips. It's okay. But you got this. And I was like, you're so right. And I locked in. And I killed people. Bang!
Bang!
Dude, we just had to put him on chamber.
Facts.
True.
Yeah. That chamber map was nice. I mean, Ace through that 3K when it was their first gun round, that was like super impactful. The Ace was awesome. You definitely heated up right there in the end.
Yeah, and to the rest of the team, I kind of want to hear how you guys are feeling. I mean, first, I want to go to Brayden. Brayden, a fantastic map number 2, and then closing it out in map number 3. We talked about you a lot on the broadcast as somebody who's a very momentum-based player, and we saw you really come alive and just clawing and scratching your way into that map number 2, 47 kills in that map. So I want to know, like, how did you keep yourself going? What kind of things were your teammates saying? Like, what was giving you that motivation to really show up in the biggest moments?
I mean, honestly, the comms were really dead at the end of map 1, and like not even at the start of map 2 as much. Like, we were definitely more in the map, it was a newer map, like it was a full reset. I did change my weapon skins, which is full placebo, but that did help. And also, like, the way my team was working the map, I literally could just walk everywhere and just find a pick. Like, most of the gunfights I was winning were kind of just timing, and I was, just put in that scenario by my team. And, in tandem, like, I mean, I could not have done it without my team, obviously. I had some, like, hero plays, I guess, but it's really not just, like, a solo game out there.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Yeah, and we definitely saw that. We definitely saw, like, the attention that they were grabbing allowed those timings. I have another question for Brayden specifically. So the last Nora tournament, map 3, OT, on Lotus, I think you had like 36, but we lost. So I want to say, like, was there a time during that map 2 OT, you're like plus 18, plus 20? Was there a time when you're like, it's gonna happen again? or were you able to keep that like, nah, we got this.
The only round I thought we were like, I like completely threw and that we were going to lose the map was the last round of the second half when I got the entry pick on Jet, and then I swung CT, killed the Cypher, and I dismissed into the wall.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you can see it
you
on the
got
broadcast.
caught. Yeah, we watched that.
I literally,
I was gonna say something. You got caught on like that thing, and the Clove traded you.
Yeah, there was 2 people CT. I was about to pop my ult and then just swing and kill everybody, and then I dismiss into the wall and absolutely troll my team. And I was like, oh my god, if we lose now, like, it's like, for sure my fault.
It's gonna be on me.
Yeah.
Nah, but that was a great map though. That was a great map out of you. It was very well played.
Yeah, I wanna jump over and ask Heartache. You were the person that was kind of marked by the min-maxers as the threat coming in, and I felt like you fried consistently throughout this whole tournament. And I feel like you were kind of the stopper on 10K, who was kind of running rampant through the tournament. We talked about him having a personal demon in you, and it feels like every single situation where you were in a 1v1 fight, you were just coming out on top and really kind of shifting that momentum. So is it a self-talk thing? Is it like every time you see him in particular, you felt confident? Or is it just like, I don't care who I'm shooting at, you're going to die?
I do not care who I am shooting at, you are going to die.
Love that. Love that. And we could see it out there on the server too.
Yeah.
Great.
And I wanted to ask specifically, Hardik, was there anything that you changed up coming into that third map? Because we have seen you put on a lot of great performances, but it seemed like at least for that first map, a little bit into that second map, you kind of had a bit of a slower start. Where that third map, like you were just absolutely frying, going for like super confident plays. So was there anything that helped that switch up for you?
Honestly, well, I want it to be over with because I'm hungry.
Us
Also
too.
'cause
Yeah.
we won on Abyss earlier, and I just thought it'd be pretty easy. I don't know. And after like, Brayden did so much on Sunset, I feel like I was just like, okay, one more time, just like kill them all, and then we're done, and we win.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. No, I like that. I like that. And then for Yoshi, so you were the captain, right? So you drafted the team. So can you talk about any like strategy that you had around building this team? Because we even talked about it yesterday that this team was kind of stacked. Like obviously you guys were our personal favorites to win. So was there anything where you were like, wow, like I'm surprised this person was available so late, or any strategy that you pulled into drafting your team?
Well, I was pre-planning to first pick Demantle and Weekday, but then the Wilkes team stole Weekday from me. So I'm like, you know who is like the goat of TFT and like these tournaments is Brayden, who was like
Yeah.
our enemy like last tournament.
Yeah,
in, like,
yeah.
the finals. So I wanted him, and then I wanted Angie Oates because she's like the best vibes guy ever. But then she also got taken by Wilkes, and I was so sad. But Brayden drafted Kazi and Johnson Tetsu, and then Tia swapped over to our team for Tetsu, and I think that was like our dream roster. Like we were so
Yeah.
good together, I think.
Yeah.
But also,
I forgot
I
there
need
was
to
a
shout out
swap.
Wicked for subbing for us.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
super sub
Our
in
first
game number
games for
one.
sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Shout out Wicked.
Lastly, I wanna hop over to Demantle as well. Dyson, we talked about you and Yoshi being like the Shaq and Kobe of these tournaments. You guys are now back-to-back repeat champs. We talked about how you went through a similar process to get there last time around, dropping map 1 in grand finals and then dragging it back in game number 3. So how does it feel to be a 2-time champ? And do you feel like, it's one of those things where you're surrounding yourself with the right players, or do you feel like you're really able to shine and kind of in tandem with Yoshi?
It doesn't feel bad to win, for sure.
Of course.
I mean, the chemistry me and Yoshi got on the server there is unmatched, I would say. It's carrying a lot of W's.
Nice. Love that. I mean, it's hard to argue with that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
back-to-back champions, you're right. It doesn't ever feel bad to win. So, I mean, congratulations to you guys. Jackson, any closing thoughts? Any closing thoughts from you guys, I guess, anything you want to say to the stream as our champions?
I guess. Rip the donut.
Thank you to everyone for playing, and thank you to all my lovely teammates. We could not have won without you. Shout out to Wicked, of course, for subbing, and shout out to everyone else who played the game, but we were better in the end, is all I have to say.
It's true.
Aura!
Yeah, you can't argue with that.
And
Shout out
Fari Aura.
production and casters.
Shout out.
W Glaze.
But yeah, and honestly, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much for signing up for another one of these. If you're new here, thank you guys for participating in this. Of course, we're trying to support a good cause, so we really appreciate you guys coming out, showing up for the streams, and yeah, GG's guys, congrats on the dub.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks guys.
All right, so I think that's going to wrap up our first Carnation Tournament event. Thank you so much to everybody at home who watched. Thank you to all the donators. As you can see down below here to my left, $540 is no small amount, and it can't be done without you guys, all the people who participated, all the people who put on this event. I want to especially shout out Chance and Caden and Nora behind the scenes, putting in so much work to make this finished product for you. There were some small hiccups along the way, but ultimately those small hiccups do not matter because it's such a beautiful product. I mean, if you look at even the Nora Bora Invitational and compare it to what we have today, we've taken leaps and bounds forward, and it's fantastic. And I mean, I'm really happy that I'm able to be here. Thank you to my fellow co-caster Jackson Grox.
Thank you, Wigless.
It's fantastic to be here in person with you,
It's always
casting.
fun. It's always fun.
Doing it online yesterday. Also, shout out to Michael, who wasn't able to be here this weekend, but did put in legwork behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, I think he made one graphic, so for sure, shout out to Michael, really putting in that work. But yeah, W Wakeless for being out here talking for 5 hours on both days. It's not easy, so thank you to all the people that participated from the back end. But biggest shout out to the players for coming up. They gave us a very entertaining tournament. I feel like a lot of good clips. We saw a lot of like very, very good personal moments from people, and hopefully people were able to meet some people in the community, make some friends, and yeah, shout out to everyone that was involved.
Yeah, this is not the last time we're going to do something like this. So if you're a viewer at home, if you're watching this replay back and you have interest in getting involved, there is a link to the Discord server so that you can get involved in the next iteration of this. Otherwise, I think that's all I have. Do you have anything else?
No, I think we're ready to wrap up.
Awesome.
Hey, you know what? One final thank you, everyone that watched in the chat. You know, like if you weren't a player, if you were just here to support the stream, shout out to y'all, bro. That's the reason why we keep doing this. And yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.